game and all that. It's fine. But anyways, lately we've been playing some Project Zomboid because Build 42 multiplayer has dropped. We've been having fun. There is quite a few bugs going on. I can actually say now, there is a hotfix that is supposed to drop this coming week. I haven't been able to talk about it. For those who don't know, I actually do have... I am part of like the test group on a lot of these kind of things. And while I didn't get to do as much testing on this one just because of my own personal obligations, you know, like, I was aware that multiplayer was dropping about 1 day before everyone else was, and I'm aware that the hotfix is coming, and I can talk about that now. We could see if I die. I get to talk about that now because they did post on their public forums, and the moment that's public knowledge, then I don't have to worry about it anymore. Because NDA only applies if it's not an already known thing. But anyways... to kind of catch people up with what's been going on, I'm going to hide in here for a minute. To catch up with what's been going on, we've been playing like a lot of Project Zomboid lately, because of the multiplayer thing. We're playing on a server run by Ultrasaurus, that, you know, I helped with like setting up configuration kind of things, but generally it's being run by Ultrasaurus through like a hosting company, whatever, and all that. With the okay, well, first of all, what? I've apparently accidentally duped at some point 14 batteries. Okay, well, I guess I'm set. There's some pretty weird desync bugs and all that going on right now. The multiplayer is pretty buggy and pretty janky. Most of the bugs are not too terrible. I'm gonna go ahead and sleep, though, so I can fast forward time. Most of the bugs are not too terrible, but there are a couple painful ones. I think the worst bug I've seen is this one right here, which is that areas that people are like logging in and out of and all that seem to no longer become usable for foraging. So then you just have to keep going farther and farther abroad as time goes on. That dude that didn't work? Well, the thing was I was putting the batteries in my inventory here, and then they would become unresponsive, and I couldn't move them out of my bag or do anything with them. And that, like, escalated into, like, the next thing and all that kind of stuff. And it was just one of those things I was like, I don't know what to do with this. Now, I did see that yesterday, Allison, like, right at the end, we had a really bad helicopter. We were pushing in to hook up the generator and get the gas and everything. And, like, the first day we got right to the gas station, and then we had a meta event that drug the zombies out of town straight at us, so we had to back off. And then we went to go right back in. Didn't get, like, 1 in-game hour into starting to get back over there, and then the helicopter showed up and, you know, shoved us off. And unfortunately, Drongo did die. I had given pretty unclear instructions. I was like, hey, you know, you go left, and I was saying, like, I'll cut through the woods. But I mean, I'm sure there's delay and everything. So Drongo, like, immediately bolted into the woods because that was also left of us. So understandably, like, that was the communication that made sense. And unfortunately, he got into one of those situations where, like, you can see how there's this little pocket you can't see behind the... Oh, you can't see that one. There's a little pocket here you can't see behind the tree. There was a zombie sitting in that, and he dodged around that. But then there was another tree that had a spot, and he just kind of went from one blind spot to another blind spot, and then, you know, ended up getting turned around and right back into the zombies chasing him, which, it happens, especially when you're doing a bunch of that stuff. You kind of get, like, really focused on, this is the route I'm going to take, and if something takes that away, you're trying to look for the other route really quickly, and you can easily look at it after the fact, and be like, oh, I could have gone this way, and I could have gone that way, and this would have been fine, I could have shoved through there. Like, and I've done the own assessment of, like, my own deaths, where it's like, oh yeah, in hindsight, if I would have just turned here, I would have been, like, perfectly fine. But, like, the margin of error just gets narrower and narrower. You get more and more focused. And, yeah, no, unfortunately ended up getting turned around right back into the zombies behind him, tripped, and that was that. So he did immediately make a brand new character on the server, Grandpappy Drongo, who was coming to find his son Richard, who was like the previous iteration of his character. and doing that. But Allison got a working car that's actually not in horrific shape. We got a generator all working here. Looks like it's at 85% battery, or 85% fuel. Shouldn't be hard to keep the electronics to keep it repaired. That is a really long hang. There we go. As a heads up, if you are running into a lot of stuttering in the game, one thing to try that that has been working for a lot of people is to get the latest version of Java, which is 25. That is a thing that a lot of people are finding are helping. So if you have, like, where people saw me playing solo right when it dropped multiplayer, and I was stepping and it would stutter, and I was stepping and it would stutter, and I was stepping and it would stutter, that's what we're talking about. That getting the latest version of Java does apparently fix that. They are working on a hotfix, but like I said, that'll probably be next week, is the planned. Whether or not it happens next week is certainly a question, but that's the planned one. Okay, now I desperately need to put on weight. I don't know between me and Allison which one of us is starving the most, but it's a competition neither of us wants to win. So I'm going to slam away these two really big... Did that say the... Okay. I thought it said that it was bloody. I was about to be like, wait. Why is the meat bloody? So I'm going to slam away those two really big fish real fast. To help out. I'm probably going to have to do like a dedicated effort at some point of just working on that. A lot of batteries. It's a shame we don't have a flashlight. I'm going to try to not get into like just a binging of cooking. Yeah, so what I'll probably do is grab a handful of those acorns and that. And there's a couple things I can be working on. One thing is I could be working on trying to get us more weapons. That's going to be a forever needed thing. Another thing I can work on is trying to continue to secure Lake Fallis enough that we can push into it. Is another thing I can work on. We could potentially try and pursue looking for cows. I do know Allison did manage to get some traps up last night. I don't think she has bait for the traps yet, but she did make the sling traps to try and get some rabbits. To maybe make a rabbit farm. And I do know Drongo located pigs. I am under the impression that pigs are only okay in the current build, but that could be out-of-date information. I know previously in build 42 the pigs were just kind of okay. But yeah, so we do have a hotfix coming that is going to hopefully fix a bunch of stuff. I don't know if like someone's like, hey, do you know if they fix X, Y, or Z? The answer is I don't know. I have like literally no idea what is going to be in that hotfix. But that should be coming sometime this next week. I have no ETA on the day or anything like that. Like I said, I'm only able to like mention it just because they have talked about it in their support forums that are public. Otherwise, it was just on the communication I have with the devs. Then I'd be under NDA, I wouldn't be able to share it. Oh, I wanted to check to see if where Drongo's been reveals my map. I don't think it has. It hasn't, because I know Drongo's been down here a little bit. Alright. The other thing I want to work on, potentially, is fixing up my car and or locating a less utterly destroyed car. Because I did get a car yesterday, but it is a wreck. It is a wreck with a relatively good but horrifically damaged engine. And thank you for Infinity Simplex for the 235 stream streak. I do appreciate that. But if I can get a car, then, I mean, if I can get my car to where I can use it to travel around a bit better, then that opens up a lot more options, because I could go drive out a little ways, search more abroad for, like, better backpacks, that kind of thing. But right now, the car in its current state, all of its tires are, like, 10%, because that's where they were when I found it. So as a result, I should probably be grabbing those maggots. With the foraging thing, getting the bugs is going to get harder and harder. So if I've got the inventory space, I should use it. And even though the foraging won't matter, because like I said, we're in an area that's not working right now, this is the one I'm hoping they fix the most. Is this one here, because that to me is the one that's like actually the most impacting the run. Whereas most of the other bugs, like weird desyncing nonsense, isn't really hurting the run overall. But it is a little rough. But yeah, so very genuinely, unless Ultra got hit that I'm unaware of, I believe I'm the first person. I didn't take an injury from a zombie, but I did get hit by a zombie. It grabbed us. We got the crunch noise, and it wasn't like a lag thing, because that can happen where you lag and you think you get grabbed, but you don't. Like I got locked in place, which means I was physically grabbed, but we didn't take damage. And at first, I was like talking to Allison after stream, I was like, oh, I must have gotten saved by thick skin. Because for those who don't know, the way thick skin works is there is a small chance when you take an injury that it gets moved to a lesser damaging thing on the like damage table or whatever. So like if you would get bitten and thick skin rolls alright, you'd get lacerated. If you would have gotten lacerated and it rolls correctly, instead you get a scratch. And then there's a chance if you get a scratch, it just nullifies it. I was like, oh, maybe I got saved by thick skin. And for the record, I don't actually recommend thick skin. It's like 10 points. And the odds it saves you are exceedingly low. It's like 1 or 2% or something like that. So it's really, really not worth the invest. You're better off just getting like more fitness or nimble or any other use of those points. But sometimes I use it on my 0 to hero because I have so many extra points. I'm just like, I need something to burn these points. So, yeah. But then I realized I didn't take thick skin. Because normally I run a 0 to hero build. But when talking with others, when we were setting up the server, it's like, oh yeah, you know, maybe we not do our try-hard, sweaty 0 to hero builds this time. So I don't have it. Literally the only things I have is fast learner and outdoorsy. No, I don't even think I took like the ridiculously overweight either. But you get the idea. I just took 2 like generic traits just to, you know, get rid of points, and otherwise I left it alone. So I was trying to go what saved me, but the only thing I noticed is my pants have 2 holes in it, but when I got my pants, they had 2 holes in it. So it's kind of one of those things like, well, it's not the pants that saved me. And I was only wearing gloves and the vest. And like you can have it where it hits your hat off your head, and that could save you from a hit. The gloves didn't take a hit. There's no condition damage to it. The pants already had 2 holes in it. And then the vest, oh, you know what? I think the vest did take the hit. It's not showing a hole in it, but it does have damage on it now. Interesting. I'm a little concerned about a random trowel laying on the ground here, but okay. Not sure what that's about. Yeah, so it looks like the vest may have actually taken the hit. It just didn't cause a hole, it just damaged the vest, which is a curiosity. But it was one of those things when it happened, I was kind of like, we got real lucky. Because if I actually look at my character's protection on here... oh, did I check my shoes? That could have been it as well. Where are my shoes? No, my shoes are fine. But yeah, so if you look at our defense here, my feet have full defense. So like if I took a foot hit, that'd be fine. But if you look at my arms, literally no protection. If you look at like parts of my thigh and groin and everything, no protection as well. So it's like literally just a tiny bit of my torso and my legs that had any protection whatsoever. So we got real lucky on that RNG roll. Now granted, it could have been the hit I would have taken would be a scratch and I wouldn't get infected or whatever, but that's relying on RNG, which is always a, you know, a thing that just will end in tears. I was also checking my socks because I didn't think to look at my socks either. Oh, we'll grab those. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so I think my first move here is I'm going to use the car as like a project car to work on. We did get both mechanics 1 and 2, and that gives me something to work on that isn't advancing the entire game on everybody else when they're not here. It's a project. I'm probably going to be going around and dealing with that. One of the big things I'm going to want to find to accomplish that is a welding mask and a welding torch. The propane tanks are usually easy to come by, because even on low loot settings, I'm not going to ask, even on really low loot settings, when you deal with that kind of thing, it's just one of those deals that the propane the propane grills are like static on the map, so you don't have to worry about like finding them and all that, and they'll have a propane tank. And you can do stuff to change like how much propane they're likely to have and that kind of thing, but that doesn't really matter. But the downside is my car is currently sitting at the gas pump where we had the generator and all that. You've had a few wipes where finding the welding mask was a challenge. Yeah, no, the welding mask can be a tricky one. The good news is the welding mask can show up on zombies. So having a really high number of zombies, if things get really rough, I can potentially go to like construction sites and all that, and there's a good chance I'll find a welding mask. It's the guys that look like that, and the car mechanics can have welding masks. Otherwise, you just check shelves. Survivor zombies can also have welding masks as well. Okay. You found the build 42. Oh yeah. No, build 42 is things. What's the pop in this? Also, are you enjoying multiplayer so far? It's 16 times pop, and yeah, we've been enjoying it. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah, it seems like in a lot of ways, the, Oh, and I know Drongo rolled a smoker on Grandpappy Drongo. So he's going to be struggling a little bit. I'm a little concerned about a duffel bag full of tools and all that laying here. I missed something. Something went down here. You know, more than what already went down here. The fact that I got a duffel bag full of random equipment laying here. There's some random scattered, not broken weapons on the ground. Something... I'm assuming someone got, like, way too over carry weight and got into a fight. And had to start chucking inventory on the ground. Gotta stop picking up the rocks. That said, it's been a mostly peaceful walk. We've had to fight a couple of stragglers here and there, but I was expecting this to be worse. But yeah, no, going for the generator yesterday. I was talking with Dronko after stream, like he was still on his stream. And I was like, you know, the RNG behind those events couldn't have gone worse for us. Just we started the push, immediately got meta evented going into the evening. We managed to, you know, salvage that, get home after doing a lot of work. Turned around, we're like, alright, we're gonna go for it again now that, you know, the meta event's all over. And started to push in there, got the helicopter. Yeah, this is kind of one of those things that, just kept escalating it. Probably shouldn't take the time to do this. But that's, carving XP laying on the ground. It's not doing anyone any good laying there, so... Okay. Just making a bunch of handles real fast. Because we're going to need a certain level of self-sufficiency where we can, you know, carve and nap and farm and whatever. Well, farming not so much, but, you know, you get the idea. That we're going to need to be able to do a lot of these things individually. Alright. So I'm kind of treating this like if I was doing a solo run, forever style run. We'll see if I can keep this under my carry weight. Okay. I'll probably not keep those handles. Because handles are very easy to come by and make. The net... Like, there's a belt on the ground. I do not know what went down here. It's becoming this, like, weird, confusing mystery. Here, you can have these handles, man. I can make those anywhere. I don't need them taking up my bag. I can grab the other handles out of this inventory. You can have those too. I'll probably end up ditching those rocks as well. Oh, there you are. Like, where are you, man? Okay. And we have maxed out foraging, because one of the bugs in the game right now is your foraging XP is, like, not calculating right. So the amount of XP you're getting for foraging is just bonkers high. And that's not even a multiplayer bug, that's just a bug in the build itself. Oh, wait, that's more than I thought. Okay. I'm down to fight it. I was just like, alright, let me just turn and kill this one, and I'll turn and kill the other one. So when there was like 5, it was like, okay, wait, that's more than just pop over, throw a hit or two, and then you're done. Alright. So I'm going to kill the zombie up here. I'm going to make my way to the little house up there. Make sure it's clear, because I believe that's where Ultra last logged out. It'd also be good to have that area clear for if anyone else joins, because we've been having a lot of people talking about maybe joining for some of this above and beyond who's already here. And so some of them aren't as experienced players. They kind of make it the comment being like, hey, if you're gonna pop on, we're gonna make sure you can at least get your feet under you when you start. I might actually have to tend... Oh, this is not what you want to see. Okay, so I guess I'm working on this now. I was thinking I was going to be pushing the town, but it looks like the town came out to say hi. Yeah, and this would be from the med event in the helicopter. Okay. Alright, I'll catch up with Chen just a moment. Gonna have to rest here in a second. And also another reason I'm still taking apart the watch is we use those electronic... what's your short blade at? I believe 5. Okay, I can't do that. Hi.
Hi, I wanted to give you a kiss.
Yeah.
Yes, I love you.
Yeah, I love you too. So my short blade skill is at... Oh, 6. That's actually way higher than I thought it was. But yeah, so it's getting pretty high. Yeah, so one of the things I'm going to need to do is our spawn is down here, I believe. It's in that general area. So I'm going to need to go over there and clear it out. That way, you know, someone new coming in isn't dealing with immediate problems. Let's see. Yeah, you supposedly spread on the cell after getting transferred from the heli? Yes. Once the zombies have entered a cell, there's kind of 2 different types of distribution that happen with the zombies naturally. So we're ignoring meta events and helicopter. But like your normal if you didn't do anything, no meta events, what the zombies would do. One of those is the zombies within an area will gradually try and spread out in that area to, you know, like, weightedly evenly distribute. So what I mean by that is they'll try to distribute themselves, but they will weight towards putting in the cell, areas that are supposed to have more zombies. How well that does varies a lot. Usually there's enough player interference that you don't get, like, a very clear, distinct situation. The other one is between cells. And that's, like what I mentioned before, is they have, you know, there's kind of an expected population in each cell. And so what'll end up happening is, as you kill the zombies and you reduce that population so you're, you know, below the expected, it'll try to kind of equalize between the cells nearby so they're all gradually getting to roughly the same percentage of the expected population. Which can have some, like, weird nonsense where, like, if a spell is supposed to have, like, 10,000 zombies in it, and you kill, like, 5,000 of them, and the cell next to it's supposed to have, like, 200, and you didn't kill any, some of the zombies from the cell that have only 200 will move over, because that 200 zombie cell has 100% of its zombies, whereas the neighboring cell it's supposed to have the 10,000, you know, maybe it's only got 50%. So that might move over, like, 50 zombies, or whatever, it'd probably be closer to almost 100 zombies, over a period of time, because it's not all at once. It'll move, like, a little bit here and there, percentages-wise, a little bit. Should have rested longer. I know better. We're at high exertion, aren't we? Alright, we back off. I just didn't rest long enough. Like, I could potentially get away with that and win that fight. It'd be dicey, though. In the meantime, we're getting thirsty enough. I am going to hit our water. Yeah, no, I do miss being able to, like, sit down on the ground, you see the gauge above your head, and when it disappears, you're like, cool, I'm fully rested. Having, like, no idea what it is. I get the ideas in real life, you don't truly know when you fully recovered from exertion. But it's one of those things I'm like, okay, but no, really, video game, it would be nice to be able to, like, know that, because it's enough of an issue. You don't kind of, like, want to waste time sitting when you don't need to, that kind of thing. That's one of the reasons why, like, when I go to play it again, I'll probably get, like, the minimal display bars or whatever the mod's being called these years. Like, where it puts the gauges up there to show you what your real values are. Because one, it's usually easier to explain the mechanics to people who are new when you can sit there and be like, yeah, just because you see this go away doesn't mean you're fully rested. It means you've just gotten below the threshold where that triggers. And also, like, explaining the nutrition and calories and all that. It's one of those things, like, under the hood, it's a complicated thing, but in how you actually play it, it's not. If you want to gain weight, you eat things that are full of calories. If you want to lose weight, you eat things that aren't full of calories. So game mechanic and how you play, it just doesn't matter. But you can see it now if you rest. Counter argument. No, you can't. Let me show you. If I put this down and I rest using it, which I should be doing anyways. So I can rest using a tent. So I can go improvise rest. Nope. No bar. Is gone. I don't believe that was a deliberate decision. I believe that's a bug. But that's a comment we're having is, I'm finding I really miss it because it's really hard to gauge when I'm actually fully rested. Yeah, no, there are a lot of bugs right now. Like, a lot of bugs. Even if you're not in the multiplayer, like, if you're playing this build but single player, there are still a lot of bugs. None have been, like, super duper awful. This to me is the worst one in multiplayer, where you, like, because someone logged in, logged out, and this is our theory. Because someone logged in, logged out in this cell, foraging is broken on the normal area. The road still works, and a couple other special areas still work. But, like, your default ones is pretty rough. Yep, no, I said that earlier, Zero Skill, is that, I heard before that they're going to have a patch this coming week, but, I couldn't talk about it because it was in internal communication kind of stuff, because I get to be in the test group and all that. But they did post out on their public forum being like, hey, we are going to be having a hotfix this coming week, and so now that they've posted publicly, I can talk about it. For the record, I have zero idea what's going to be in it. So if you're like, are they going to fix the foraging bug? I don't know. I hope so. Are they going to fix, like, some of the desync issues? I don't know. I hope so. I know that they're aware of all those and they're being worked on, but, you know, past that, like, what's actually in that hotfix, I'm not aware of. The one I do know is, if you're having bad stuttering problems with Product Zomboid right now, the thing that seems to fix it for, like, the vast majority of people is installing Java 25. Under the hood, Product Zomboid is Java. It runs on Java. So getting the latest version, Java 25, does seem to fix a lot of the stuttering issues. But they're also, that's going to be part of the hotfix, is fixing some stuff around the stuttering. But in the interim, I think, let's see. Do you know if they're aware that the mementos throwing arrows when you do things with them? I am not aware of that one. Generally speaking, if you're running into a bug and you're not sure if it's already been reported, go to escape and hit report bug. Very genuinely do that. That doesn't just throw it into the void. They actually do get that information. There's a lot of times when we're doing our internal testing stuff, like we're doing like their testing stuff, a lot of the bugs, we'll come up with a bunch of new ones for them, but there's a lot they're like, oh yeah, the community shared that with us, but thank you for making sure. Because a lot of times, like, a community person will be like, you know, they're not software developers or whatever, so they'll be like, yeah, so I did this thing and this happened, but, like, you know, they don't have a lot of details, and it can be sometimes a little tricky for, you know, people to, sorry, it can be a little tricky sometimes for people to know what information is prudent, which is still fine, still put in the report. But sometimes they'll be like, hey, we've been hearing about this bug, we're having problems recreating it, is there anyone in the test group who can recreate it? And then usually someone will be like, okay, like, you'll have one of the more software savvy people in the group who are like, okay, I think I know what this person was doing. And, you know, through some testing we'll get it figured out. Or, you know, someone will know the person who reported the bug and get, you know, ask the right questions to get the important details that we're missing, that kind of thing. The devs do a really solid job. It's just, you know, when you get a bug report and it's like, yo, your stuff's whack, that's not actionable because you need more details. Is this an opt-in update? Yes. So right now, if you're looking for a relatively bug-free experience that you can multiplayer, it's called Build 41. It's right there for you. If you are on the unstable branch, you have opted in. Like, the unstable branch literally warns you, being like, hey, every once in a while your saves might stop working, your mods will stop working, you're gonna have bugs. Let's see, you got an error by rolling 10-sided dice that is classified as memento, and it just throws an error bottom right in the corner. Yeah, and that should be an easy one to tell them. Just be like, to recreate, rolled dice, you know, this happened. My only comment would be is, like, obviously you know if you're running mods or not. If you're running mods, the first thing they're going to ask you to do is to disable your mods and try again. Because 95% of the time, a lot of that stuff is mods. Especially right now, they did a major rework of the code. And so a lot of stuff that did work that you wouldn't think are related are breaking with mods. So, like, very, very genuinely, I would just not touch any mods for, like, at least the next week or so. If not longer. And then generally speaking, after that, the less the mod changes, the more likely you'll be okay. So, like, if you have a mod that just changes, like, the sound when you kill a zombie into a loud bonk, that's a relatively low-effort mod. There's a good chance that'll get updated pretty quickly if someone cares about it. Whereas if you have a mod, for example, that adds a whole bunch of weapons and changes the loot tables and adds like an extra city to the map or anything like that, like big sweeping mods, overall mods, those mods, there's a good chance it'll be months before those ones are flipped. When you do a major code refactor, it breaks everything. But it's sometimes necessary to deal with like performance issues and long-standing bugs that require serious changes to the code base. And honestly, for as long as this game's been in development, a refactor is probably necessary. But yeah, no, the devs have come out and been like, hey, right now is not a good time to be doing mods. Don't use debug right now, it's broken. The ragdoll physics will be disabled in multiplayer by default, but otherwise, you know, don't use it, you know, in the multiplayer build because they got some issues. I'm really surprised this hand fork is holding up. We have killed probably 80-90 zombies with this hand fork. And the hand fork's not a terrible weapon, but we must be getting some good rolls on the maintenance. Yeah, no, it's just like, I think any one of us who has been used a hand fork for any length of time in this game is like, what is going on with this hand fork? It is doing work. Yeah, the bug report forum is excellent as well. It's worth going there because there are times that even before the bug is fixed, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Even a lot of times before the bug is fixed, you'll have people who come up with clever workarounds and all that. I'm gonna back off a little bit. We're probably gonna have a risky sleep here. Oh, that's okay. Maybe not. That's a little riskier than my blood agrees with. I take some real risky sleeps, but with the zombies like literally right there, that's there's risky and then there's like straight up danger sleep. Oh, that Grandpappy Drongo will appreciate that. Huh. Because I usually just skip cigarettes because I don't take smoker. Alright, this is gonna be rough. I'm probably gonna have to do a danger sleep. Because I don't have cat's eye, so when it gets to nighttime, it gets rough. And we have not located any flashlights. Like, I don't think any of us have seen a flashlight on this server yet. Which has been some bad luck on that regards. It's not a deliberate thing. Alright, danger sleep, chat. Oh no. So, I forgot. Okay, we did find it. In multiplayer, if you try and move immediately, it'll cancel your sleep. Because the way I deal with in single player with danger sleep is I just hold to the side. That way, if I get woken up, I immediately start charging away. Because for those who don't know, when it comes to how the sleeping mechanic works in the game, you do have a thing where you get locked in on sleep in single player and you can't do anything until you wake up. Now, what happens is, while the screen is still black, you and the zombies both become active again at the same time. And so what happens there is, you're both able to respond, defend yourselves, whatever. But as a player, you can't see anything, so if you wait to see something, you get nommed by the zombie before you have a chance to defend yourself. But once you realize you are actually active at the same time, you can literally just hold running, and you'll both become active, the zombie will start its grab, and you'll just run through. And as long as you choose a direction that you can get away with, you can literally just shove your way out of danger. There's a good chance they'll destroy your tent or whatever is around, but, you know, you can get a new one of those. Versus when you die, you're dead. Does anyone in this serve have good enough crafting to do an improvised flashlight? I'll have to look. I don't think I've ever used an improvised flashlight. Okay. We are going to want to push towards this house for several different reasons. One of those reasons being I'm running out of water. But yeah, so we're just going to need to tidy this area up. Clear this area out. Make sure that the spawn is safe, you know, quote unquote. You know, at least where people spawning in won't, like, load in and only have seconds to try and figure their stuff out before zombies. I also noticed this hand fork isn't even worn yet. And it's not like hand forks maybe got like some secret buff. I've broken a number of hand forks on this server. I do remember, you know what I bet it is? I was told that there was actually a bug in the code that rolled like when you take maintenance damage on weapons. And I told that there was a bug that you would have these, you know, quote-unquote phantom hits, and that those were counting against the maintenance as well. And I don't know how accurate this is, by the way. I've not verified any of it myself. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And so I was told they fixed that bug. I got a hole in that, so that's no good. So it could just be because we're not getting those phantom hits. They're not getting those extra durability knocks. So it could be that, in a certain extent, your maintenance is going to go that much farther. Because, you know... What was the driving inspiration behind the 100 eggs audio file? Oh, the clip? Yeah, so the clip from that was I raided a chicken coop and got like 116 eggs out of it. So we got like a real big payout of eggs. And, you know, we've been desperately trying to keep our weight up. And eggs are not great at that, but, you know, it helps. So I was like, okay, we got food, we need food, here. I brought 100-something eggs. And so for like, there was a day or two there, we were just eating eggs. And so Drongo grabbed like, you know, I don't know how many, maybe like 30 eggs. And we're trying to overeat, because again, we're not dying of hunger, we're dying of malnutrition. And so we've been overeating stuff like eggs, trying to get through it. And yeah, him trying to get his character where he could go to sleep and just eating a ton of eggs to do so was utterly cursed, because he was making his own sound effects. It's not the big egg farm by Echo Creek. The big egg farm by Echo Creek is like 1,000 eggs. Like it is like you can eat the eggs as fast as the game will let you, and you will have all the eggs, like a whole giant amount of them, just rot because you physically cannot eat them faster than they go bad because of the sheer volume. This is just a smaller little egg farm that had maybe 4 or so chickens that we got 100 eggs from. Because yeah, I've raided that big chicken farm on runs past by Echo Creek, and it's genuinely like 1,200 eggs. It's absolutely bananas amounts of eggs. It is enough for hunger purposes. You can keep a server fed. But for keeping your weight up, you got to be eating the right food, and eggs aren't really it. Did someone suck in single player, like the short bat? Oh, did they nerf the short bat? Because I was hearing for the longest time that short bat's kind of the meta. They just run around and make a bajillion short bats. Does Rain Chicken Farm still lead to absolutely hilarious cooking XP when you cook the stacks? I mean, I did gain 2 levels in cooking the eggs, so... It didn't seem like ludicrous amounts of cooking XP, but it did seem pretty solid. I never worried about cooking XP, because if you're just making salads, you usually are fine. But also, can we get a shout out for Tim the Sorcerer? Another fantastic content creator on the platform, so I highly recommend. Also would be absolutely fantastic, and this is no pressure, to see you play Project Zomboid at some point. Whether it's on the sweaty try-hard stuff we've got going here, which actually isn't as bad as it sounds, or, you know, popping in doing less sweaty stuff. Okay. Seen. Alright. We definitely gotta grab friendship bracelets. Everybody needs a friend. Okay. You can hit zombies like 20 times more with with level 0 short blade before getting orange muscle strain. Maybe they messed up the skill with short blunt. Alright, let me get a second to see what you said there, where I'm not worried about walking myself into a zombie real quick. Because I'd like to sneak into the house to get in my closet and to sit in my chair. Okay. And it's very likely there's going to be a lot of weirdness going on. With a major refactor of the code base, there's going to be a bunch of new bugs and a bunch of reoccurring bugs and a bunch of just plain old weird bugs. As we see, like, where things got broken. Alright, looks like we're clear. Now it's a question of if anyone's inside. Alright. Let me catch up. Skill level 5 short blunts still make you go orange muscle strain in like 5-6 hits after half a day of rest. No change from level 0. Huh. I haven't noticed that myself, but still. You can hit zombies for 20 times more with short blade level 0. Screwdriver before getting muscle strain. Maybe they messed up. I don't know. So one of the big things to take into consideration is the weight of the weapon. So I know, like, for example, the screwdriver here is 0.35. And that's usually the magic of the short blade, is that they're so light and so low endurance taking, you can get away with quite a bit. I wonder if I can see the short bat. Can you tell me what the weight is here? Sadly, no. I was gonna see if I could look up the weight. I'm willing to bet the weight on this thing is probably 1.5 or something like that. Yeah, 1.5. So if you consider that from the muscle strain aspect, this is, because it's going to have the amount you're holding it by, literally that's going to put 3 times as much endurance use / fatigue on you than the short blade. And the short blade, one of the things, it also has a hidden multiplier, or has a hidden thing that reduces the amount of endurance it takes for it as well. So very genuinely, I'm willing to bet you can probably go like all day, every day with short blades before muscle strain starts to be a thing, versus a 1.5 weight weapon is actually a relatively heavy weapon. Relatively. It's not super heavy. Like the trowel is only a 1, and that's a pretty heavy short blade. I don't actually have any good examples here. I think like the stone hammer might be 1.5 or 1.25. A crowbar, I think, is like 2. Yeah, can opener is half. Large branch is 6, which is why you hit one thing. Yeah, actually, the stone hammer is a 2. So the stone hammer is way worse. But yeah, so I think it's just kind of one of those things. It's just heavy. Chuck you in here because I don't need you on my person. I'll fill my water bottle. Okay, so for right now, I don't need the electronics on my person. And keep the maggots with us for people fishing. And drop that nodule there. Consolidate those into my better bag. Those are fine. Okay, so you're mostly still full. I will drop the sack off. I don't really need that on my person. Drop the scrap off. We don't need that on my person. Let's see. They also have that XP multiplier boost bug that randomly gives you erase your trait. Wait, what? They also have that XP multiplier boost bug that randomly gives you and erases your traits and job skills. This is news to me. I have not heard of a bug that is giving and taking away traits. I've not seen or heard of that one yet. And also another thing is, with people reporting bugs right now, be careful on what you hear. There's a lot of people who, even though they're like, hey, don't run mods, you'll have someone be like, oh, I don't run mods, and then they'll put out their error logs, and the devs will be like, it says you're running a mod. It's like, oh, that's just for localization. I didn't think that counted, like that kind of thing. There are a lot of people who are still running mods, and very genuinely, there's a lot of stuff being broken by mods that seems completely unrelated. I'm not saying that's what's going on here. It is just one of those things, if you're popping on like the subreddit or anything and seeing that kind of stuff, it is one of those things that it's really hard to tell. And that's actually one of the things that makes the dev's job really difficult, and why when I mentioned the bug report is make sure you actually go through, and when they say don't run mods, that's not a suggestion. That's not a thing. It's like, right now, if you want to play the latest build, turn off your mods. Otherwise, if the mods are more important, then don't be on the latest build. It's just kind of one of those things. I know ideally you'd want to be able to do the latest build with your mods, but it's gonna be a little bit till the mods are in a better place. And you're gonna have a lot of mods that immediately flip over and like, oh yeah, we support the latest build, there you go. And then you find out they don't actually test it. Especially any mod that got updated the very next day and said, yeah, we're supported by this build. There is a lot of mods. This happens in RimWorld as well. There are a lot of mods that the people don't take the time to actually look through and do their proper testing. They just go into like the list of, here's the versions of the game we support, and they just add the new version. And that's it. Or, you know, they'll boot it up, did it crash, they do like one of the things to make sure the one thing works. And then they're like, cool, good enough. And then add the version on there without like properly testing. Only to find that like a lot of stuff does get broken. And as I mentioned, this is a major code rewrite that they did for this version. This is not they did some spit polish and they switched multiplayer from false to true or something. Like they did a major code overhaul. Which again, is a good thing. It helps. It's going to be helping with our performance. It's going to be helping with the ability to move faster for future development. It's going to be, you know, helping with a lot of that kind of stuff. But the interim is your mods all got broken, and there's going to be some new bugs because the code significantly changed. But yeah, so I know I keep harping on it. Right now, no mods. And if you report a bug and you have a mod, the first thing you're going to do is tell you to turn the mod off. Because they're going to assume like 9 out of 10 chance that the mod broke it, and they're going to be right. That there's a 90-something% chance that the mod is actually the problem. They're going to have their own bugs, like don't get me wrong. I'm not saying the mods are entirely default. But a lot of the bugs you're going to have people report are just going to be mod issues, because the mods aren't up to date. Because like, just to give you an idea, you can't even load up your save files from before this update. Your character instantly dies because the file format your character is saved in is not the same. And so it doesn't know what to do with it, so your character is effectively set to 0 health, which makes them die. And they could take the time to make like a whole like save file converter to move it up to the new format and yada yada yada. But that's something they would do on like main branch if they'd made those kind of changes, versus this is the unstable branch. Part of opting into this is opting into the fact that they're not going to do that, because that all takes a lot of dev hours, and they'd rather spend those dev hours, you know, making multiplayer not busted versus making some conversion tool so that you can continue to save multiple versions on the unstable branch. And for the record, I think we've only had, for build 42, was it 2 times now that they've made changes that were significant enough that they're like, yeah, your existing save's probably going to be broken. Which is pretty good. I know we had maybe 4 times in build 41 that happened. Because the old school RuneScapes have to deal with that one as well. There's multiple clients that you can use the game. People report bugs on one client that is not the official one. Yep. Yeah, no, it happens to any game that has, like, customizable UI where you can put in your own code or heavy modding. That's one of the reasons why World of Warcraft, they used to have, like, all the different, like, UI, like, all the UI changes you can make and the macros you can make and all that kind of stuff. And they still have some of it, but they definitely reined in what you're able to do. And that was a big part of it, is it becomes this big support burden because people keep reporting being like, hey man, your game keeps throwing this error. You really need to fix your stuff. It's really kind of sad that such a big company like you has all these problems. And then you realize it's some mod that they grabbed from, you know, who knows where that they've been running that's breaking their code. And that your stuff is totally fine. And it's especially a bad thing when it's like a really prolific mod. Oh man, it happened in RimWorld. It was the allow tool got bugged at one point. That there was a minor fix. Like as a hotfix to RimWorld. I can't remember what for. But it just happened to break one thing in the allow tool. And allow tool is a very ubiquitous mod up until like Odyssey. And so it was for a little while that they kept having this report being like, wow, it's really sad that, you know, Luden isn't getting this fixed. It's, like, really, really getting unreasonable. And people are trying to be like, dude, get the latest version of Allow Tool. Just update Allow Tool. They have a new version. It's not RimWorld, it's the Allow Tool. You're using an old version. Update it. Let's see, I guess it's changed with time availability, but it feels like you used to, be obvious if you mod the game, you're on your own. I think it's because historically, when you went back into like modding games like Counter-Strike and that, like you really were kind of in the Wild West, out in the weeds, you know, going to very suspicious websites and downloading executables you probably shouldn't be to do it. Like you were already messing with stuff. And a lot of times to even get those mods to work, like I remember modding Dark Rain back in like 1995 or 98 or whatever it was, that you would grab all these files, you'd drop them on your hard drive, and then you'd have to find some INI file to customize it to add the information to your INI file to point at those new files that you added. So you get the idea. You knew you were messing with stuff that was probably going to break things. But as things have come along where now you can just go on Steam and just hit a button and you've got a mod there, it's really changed things to make it feel like you're just doing something, you know, that's just kind of a designed thing that's intended to be that way. Like it doesn't feel like you're doing something that's potentially risky. Like that's actually, for the record, we've actually been seeing a lot of scary stuff happening in that right now where malware authors are becoming more and more aware of stuff they can sneak in and get away with in mods. That we've been stuff like seeing crypto coin miners snuck into mods, you know, all sorts of like nefarious stuff. It's still pretty rare, but you know, malware authors are starting to realize that's a very effective attack vector because people just don't do their diligence. They just hit add mod, and Steam does try to protect you. But you'll have a mod that's gained popularity, then the dev gets a chip on their shoulder because someone was mean to them one time, and decides, well, F this, I'm cashing out, and then puts, you know, again, a crypto coin miner or whatever in there. There's been some high-profile ones, too. I know Project Zomboid got bit by that, I know RimWorld got bit by that there's been 1 or 2 mods that, ultimately started doing some really dodgy stuff. It's one of the reasons why, like, some mods will pop in and they'll be like, this is a Lua mod. and it only updates Lua files. And those are relatively safe. There is still nefarious stuff you can do with it, but it's harder to do significant stuff with it. But then you've got like, oh, this is a Java mod for Product Zomboid. Where it's like, yo, this is changing the underlying code. And that's where it's like, you gotta trust the mod author. But people just grab like 200 and 300 mods to toss into Skyrim because they want, you know, they want their dragon to sound like Randy Man Savage. And that's fun memes, but you are downloading someone else's executable code and putting on your hard drive, and you gotta say, hey, do I trust this person? Yeah, when they update the Unity versions, mods are down for a while. Yeah. It's also tricky to have a game that's moddable and all that. You think more so now than before, devs see mods the way to fix the game without having... That is another problem that you have, is there's definitely some games out there who they've had long-standing issues that they kind of just let slide because, you know, there's a mod that kind of takes the edge off of it. That's actually one I would blame RimWorld for historically. Like, this since Odyssey and that, they've done a lot better. But there's been a lot of, like, really rough edges here and there in RimWorld that, you know, things like Allow Tool and all that were used to work around all the caravanning mods that were out there. Because caravanning always felt real rough and all that. And there's definitely different times that it really felt like if the modding scene hadn't been there for RimWorld, Ludin kind of would have had their hand forced to address those problems way earlier. But because of how easy it was to just hit, oh, Allow To fixes that, Marketplace, search Allow Tool, add, or like subscribe, and then, you know, the problem solved, that it really does prevent, you know, having as heavy of a pressure or motivation to drop what you're doing and fix it. And this isn't me trying to jab Ludin. Like, there's lots of games that have that exact same problem that... Like, Skyrim's another one. Skyrim, and almost all Bethesda titles, have had some really rough stuff in them for years that they've got fixed. And there's also games that, even though don't really have a modding scene and push back against their modding scene, that have become dependent. Dark Souls 1, when it first came to PC, was infamous for you need to get a mod called DX Fix, because they never bothered to get the game working correctly on PC when it came out the first time. So you had to get this mod just to make the game run right and to be able to, like, connect to multiplayer reliably. And it's just, you know, they sold it, they got their money, and they just let it sit. It can also be a thing that doesn't even have to be like the developer. You can trust the developer and, you know, they get hit themselves by malware. You know, they get, you know, fall victim to a spear phishing attack, which is where, like, a spear phishing attack, so like a phishing attack would be, you know, I call you and I pretend to be your bank. Just generically, hey, this is your bank. We see a fraudulent transaction. We need you to give us account information to verify this isn't you, kind of thing. But it's not really your bank. And so they go and they swipe your card information and all that, and now they've got it. A spear phishing attack is when it's a little bit more specific, where they've done their research, and they go, hey, this is your coworker Carol, and you do actually have a coworker Carol. Look, man, I just got into a car accident. Things are really rough. I really, you know, need to, like, you know, get this dealt with really quickly. I just need you to give me the account information so I can get this thing set up for the boss real fast. And it all sounds legit because they're using the language you're familiar with. They're dropping names you know. They're giving information that Carol would be privy to and all that. But it's not Carol. It's someone who did their homework and learned enough about what's going on to do that. But so you have to know you don't allow 200 mods to make dragons sound like Randy Man Savage. You have 200 are rookie numbers. That is a choice you make, and I've talked about how it's becoming more and more of a an attack vector. And for the record, I'm not saying don't mod. I run mods myself. It's more treat mods like we used to treat, like, grabbing files out of your emails and all that. Like, if someone reaches out and they're like, hey, I'm going to be sending you a PDF about this project we're going to be working on that I'm going to need you to go over. Cool. And then, you know, a day or two later, you get the PDF. Cool. Everything's on the up and up. You were expecting it from this person. It's what it, you know, like what is. You open that. But, you know, if someone pops into your DMs and be like, hey, I've been working on a game for a while, I'd love you to play test. And you're like, this person has no time, and they've never shown any inkling in game dev ever. This feels kind of suspicious. And then, you know, you text them or whatever, and they're like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And you're like, oh man, your Discord account got compromised. Let's see. Are stream mod lists pretty safe? Or Steam mod lists? Not necessarily. That's the thing. When you look at Steam, Steam does do a scan to try and mitigate malware. But it is kind of one of those things. There's what's known as a 0 day. That is a brand new, never before seen exploit or whatever. Steam is going to fall short on those because everyone is. It's 0 day. No one's heard of it before. Like, it's just now being executed. There's going to be a delay between someone, you know, using a new and novel attack vector, and then the people responsible for preventing that to, you know, update their heuristics and all that to detect people trying to exploit that attack vector. And that's just the reality. What is this hand fork made out of? I've been using this same hand for 3 in-game days. With steady combat the entire time. What is this? Is it even worn yet? What's going on here? It's like 90% condition. Did I find the one person who like splurged and got like a titanium hand fork for doing their garden work or something? You only trust Nexus mod for big game mods, like Cyberpunk? Yeah, whether you're using, you know, Steam or Nexus mod or whatever, they all try to do their best. Like I said, they will when a mod gets compromised and it gets known, they will pull it. And if it's something that they can put together some heuristics to prevent it from happening again in the future, they will. So like they're all trying to help you out and protect you. But again, when someone, it's their first time that they've just popped in and they just turned on whatever their new exploit is, there is a delay between turning that on and, you know, getting that sorted. Now, granted, if they grab, like, say it's a crypto miner thing that they've shoved into their thing. If it's a crypto miner that is a known one, there's a good chance they upload the new version, whatever scan detection happens, and it goes, yo, I've seen this before, and the answer's no. Like, your malware-infested, you know, your malware-infested mod is not going to be welcome. But the problem is when someone comes with, like, a brand new crypto miner, a brand new, like, keylogger, whatever it's doing, that there is that delay from when they go and add that to it's detected and dealt with. And again, it's not to say don't mod or anything like that. Like, it's, for example, when you go onto RimWorld, there are certain kind of high-profile modders on there who have been modding for RimWorld for years and years and years, and their stuff's, you know, pretty good quality and well-respected and all that. Are you going to be fine downloading their mods? 99% chance yes. It's very likely yes. You're probably fine. Like, I have no qualms with grabbing a WoW tool. It's a mod that's been around for a very long time, very respected member of the community, and yada yada. So, very understandably, it's just as safe as grabbing anything else. Versus, again, when you find, like, this is a mod that makes, you know, the dogs look extra cute. 30 downloads. You're playing in the Wild West. Yeah, the vanilla expanded mods, for instance, are almost certainly safe. It's actually from them. Yeah, no, if you have, like, vanilla expanded mods for a game that's been around for more than a couple of seconds, and it hasn't, you know, been flagged or whatever for malware, there's a pretty good chance that that mod is safe. It's more like when you get like those main well-known mods, like for product Zomboid, like the minimal display bars is probably a completely safe mod. Like the Burritos, gun mod, even though I don't use that, that's probably a pretty safe mod. It's been around for a long time. Yeah, always check your mod authors. But you get the idea. And you also have to be careful that people will try and make stuff that's confusing. Like, you'll have something like, I'm gonna make something up because I don't have one as a good example. But like RimWorld, you could have the allow tool, and then someone could make the allows tool. So with an S, and I could see someone accidentally typing really, really fast, hitting the S, hitting enter, thinking they're grabbing the allow tool, but they're actually grabbing something that's effectively a like, not a Trojan horse. I mean, it would be a Trojan horse, but it is something pretending to be the other mod. So it is worth taking the time being like, okay, is this the version that 100,000 people have downloaded, has like a long history of updates and all that. Let's get to this side before we start fighting. It's gonna be dark soon, and I want to be backing up towards home. But yeah, no, like, very famously, we had, in software dev, it was a JavaScript, repository is not the word. Basically, it was a code thing. I can't remember, it did something like interpreted strings or something, which is just, it interpreted words. It's like very low level, almost nothing burger, but it was fairly ubiquitous within the industry that almost everyone was using it. Because, it's just easier if someone else has done the work and they're offering that code freely for you to not have to focus on it, you use it. And I mean freely as in actually freely, like they're saying, hey, I made this thing, have at it, all I ask is you give me credit that you've used it. Because that's the way a lot of open source works, is I don't care if you make money off of it, as long as you just, you put my name in the credits, so to speak. That you list me where you're obligated to list me. And that's how it worked. And I don't remember exactly what went down, but something happened that I can't remember if someone like made a big stink about something, and the dev was kind of like, I'm over it, like I've done this thing that like everyone depends on, and people are just being, pains in the butt, like zero thanks, that kind of attitude. And so ultimately yoinked it, and it just basically broke the internet for a while. Because everyone is dependent on this code, and when it went to do its update, it pulled it because it's no longer licensable. People had like old versions of it and all that. And I think he pushed an update that broke it too. I can't remember what the exact details were, but it basically meant this code that everyone was depending on was no longer available. And like I said, it was a big old nothing burger of code. It wasn't this whole big thing. Like, it was clean and elegant code, but it was just some like little like interpreter or something like that. Not the kind of thing you'd think of being like, oh, this is some major ordeal. But it was just kind of a thing for a good couple of days. Everyone was like, what the hell do we do? Everything's breaking. A lot of the code that we depend on to update our code also, was breaking. And I think what they ultimately did in short term is I think they actually just turned it back on against the person's licensing and just made like a copy of it available, being like, this is too important, we're just going to turn it on anyways. And ultimately, I believe they pulled it back down, but they like gave people a chance to make their own version or whatever. It was a whole debacle because it created a whole thing about discussing, it's going, okay, well, right now with the way we do code, we depend on stuff like this, being reliable and all that once we do open source. So it ended up becoming kind of this big, really kind of hard anti-open source thing for a lot of people about being like, oh no, we need to move everything internal, we can't trust anybody, or like changing licensing so that none of the licensing would be a temporary thing. You couldn't just like revoke the license, which there already was that. There already was licenses that are like, hey, once you accept that. Yeah, npm left pad added white space to left justify. Yeah, that's the one. Left pad. I don't remember the details because that's been... Crap, has that been 10 years now that happened? But yeah, It was like they're saying, it's just this tiny little thing. It added white space to the text. Which, you know, it's not to say that's not a useful thing. I'm saying it's a nothing burger. I'm not saying the dev didn't do something meaningful. It's a nothing burger in that it's not the kind of thing you'd expect to take out entire swaths of software. But everyone depended on it. But yeah, no, it's NPM left pad, that's right. There's a client for old school RuneScape called RuneLite. A couple years ago, a fake RuneLite website paid Google to have its website appear above the real one and hacked thousands of OSRS accounts. It was really bad and lasted quite a while before being taken down. Yeah, that's another one we've had. So there's what you're talking about where someone pays Google to put its stuff on the ad space, which is one reason I'm actually of the mind that for like search engines, I'm like, you want to put your banner ad up there? Fair enough. You want to go ahead and do like AdSense kind of stuff? Fair enough. Your search results should look like you shouldn't have any weighting based on pay for search results. That should be a hard no. Because even if you take that kind of stuff out, people learned ways to game SEO, which is search engine optimization back in the day, to accomplish effectively the same thing. We're just briefly getting something to show up a bit higher than the official stuff. So like get like a New York Times, I mean, that's not a good example. Let's say Bank of America. Get like a Bank of America that's actually not Bank of America to show up above Bank of America. It low-key really, really pisses me off when I'm like, okay, I need to pull up, I'm doing a contract for these people. I need to pull up my Trello account to hook it up to their Trello thing. All right, let me go ahead and type in, you know, in my bar on the top for Trello. And because half of the crap nowadays, even when you type in the URL on the top, it's like, nope, I'm going to go ahead and take you to the search engine, which I hate that as well. If I typed in Trello.com or whatever, take me to expletivetrello.com. Don't take me to the search results for looking up Trello.com in your bar on the top where that stuff goes. That's not a whole thing I'm looking for. But yeah, so it's one of those. I should also check. Am I alone on the server, or has someone else popped on here yet? That's fine. But yeah, so I got bounced there, and I like noticed it was not like most of the time it's nothing nefarious. Most of the time it'll be like you're searching, like you're typing Trello.com, and it kicks you over to like Google search or Bing search or whatever the browser's default is, and then it bounces back up, and it's like, you know, I've searched for Trello, and it's like Atlassian, because that's in our project management one. You know, whatever. And then you'll be like 8 listed items down, you'll finally see Trello, and you're like, you SOBs. And granted, they do have the thing afterwards like, Atlassian, add. And it's like, dude, man, it's very clear what I wanted here. Not with this bait and switch here. I came here for a very specific website that I said by name to you, with the .com on it. Not in a search window, in the browser URL window, which is supposed to take me there, and then if it fails, you can take me to whatever search garbage you want. Yeah, it's fine. I was debating whether or not it's too dark to push. It's scary when you get the actual URL, but they just change the extension. That's what happened to RuneLite. Legit was net. And the hacked was calm. Yeah. You backed out of a few websites like that because of not paying attention. Oh yeah, and you click and you're like, this isn't right. And all it takes is you click in there, and if they do a good enough job of making it look like the legit website, you know, you might notice when you're like, okay, I want to enter my account information, that pulls up the login screen, you're like, why doesn't it know my username? I've not been bitten by that one as myself because I've done all the authentication development on software dev in a couple different frameworks these days. And you pop in there and you're like, okay, it should have my information cached here. Like, if this is a legit thing, I should be there. And so you just kind of look up and you're like, all right, is this like, you know, instead of, I'm trying to think of one that has the LI replacement or whatever, but you know where you have like a 1 or whatever replace, I mean, yeah, you have like a number replacing a letter, that kind of thing, where you're like, okay, it's just done a character that's extremely similar to the legit one, that you gotta watch real carefully. It's actually one reason I use dyslexia as my font for everything if I can. Because none of the lower and like you'll notice like these letters on here, this is dyslexia. Stuff like the G and the B and the L and the I and all that, they don't look the same. They're distinctly different. And it can help against a lot of those kind of things. Where someone pulls a fast one and tries to have a character look exactly the same. And for those who don't know what dyslexia is a font designed specifically for considerations for people with dyslexia. I do not have dyslexia, but I do advocate for people with neurodivergent conditions and all that, which includes dyslexia. And there's people who have dyslexia who don't like dyslexia. But, yeah, dyslexia is good. Open dyslexia is almost, like, they're extremely similar font. They're both very good. But a big part of it is that no letter can be mirrored, flipped, or rotated to look like another letter. If you also look at the letters, they're thicker on the bottom than on the top. That does help with, I forget what the term's called, but it's where, when you're reading with dyslexia, you can kind of skip up and down a line. It helps your eyes distinguish the beginning and end of lines by having it have, like, that thicker versus a more uniform density. Let's see. At the end of your work, you have a Microsoft apps, and everyone needs Microsoft Authenticator. Your field folks use iPads and fieldwork, but when they search for apps like Microsoft Authenticator in the App Store, they often find folks have clicked on Sponsored App. That is enough to fool them, and we have to figure out how to resolve that issue. Yeah, no, and it's definitely my thought that with search results of any kind, there should be no sponsored option. Like, whether it's searching your app store, searching Google, or searching whatever, there's just no sponsor option. I'm fine with you having ad banners. I'm fine with you having all those monetization. But when I'm like, I am searching for this, the thing that matches that should be the only thing that shows up in the top 5. Once you get past that, I'd give a little bit more leeway. But like those top handful where it's like, I am telling you right now, I am looking for thing X. If in the top 5, thing X is not there, you have failed me in your one and only purpose. For me as a consumer. Which, granted, that gets into, like, enshittification and all that. But there's a reason why, like, I straight up don't use Google anymore. I don't use Bing anymore. I use DuckDuckGo. It's not perfect either, but between all the other things going on... Why is there just a giant pile of watches here? What is going on in this world where I'm just finding watches and all that crap everywhere? It's clearly someone's bags got too full, and they were picking up and hucking stuff on the ground. You have dyslexia, mostly number? Yeah, there's, oh, I forget the term. It's a type of dyslexia, but it's like a subcategory where the dyslexia almost exclusively only applies to numbers. It's a very similar term. It's the same animal as dyslexia. It's just, with dyslexia, when you're looking at it, there's different flavors. There's like, for some people have the ability to get the syllable, but the positioning is wrong. Some of them, it's like the letter shift position. Some it's like the up-down skipping of the lines. It's one of the reasons why when people are like, what's the best font for dyslexia? It's like, alright, that's a very complicated question with a very complicated answer. There isn't a best, so usually the focus is just choosing what is referred to as a dyslexia-friendly font. It's one of the reasons why, when you look at, like, for example, it was a bunch of them, like Microsoft and Google and all them, they used to use, like, Times New Roman and Arial. And then suddenly a bunch of them all switched to Calibri. That's what that was for. Times New Roman and Arial were particularly bad fonts for consideration with people with dyslexia and similar conditions. And so Calibri was seen as a much, much better and more readable font. And so they switched to that because it was kind of font that still looked like, you know, a quote-unquote professional font and all that, but it was also far more readable. Which, even if you don't have dyslexia, those more readable fonts do help you as well. Like, it's more readable for everyone. It's just for some people that more readable is a very important thing versus more of a convenience thing. Alright. Yeah, that's it's not like they offer index of all apps, and that'd be terribly strenuous to search. The search function is only way to find those apps to store. Oh yeah. Like that's kind of part of the thing. Is like if we go back to the early days internet, you know, where you had like Ask Jeeves and Alta Vista were like the big search engines out there. We go back to those days, I could see an argument being like, hey, you put your sponsored stuff there. You know, that's fine. Your sponsor a hot button political issue. I am aware of what you're talking about. I won't bring it up. But I am very, very pissed off and salty about the current events around that, which we'll just simply say politics. But yeah. But none of what I said is the wrong thing. Like if someone wants to throw hands over Calibri existing, I'll just ban them because that's my right as a person running the channel. But also it's ableist garbage. It's okay to not like Calibri, by the way. It's totally fine for like, you know what? I'm not a fan of Calibri. That's totally fine. Like you're allowed to have preferences. There's just politics going on, which we don't need to get into. But yeah, and the politics are like literally in this last week. So if you're trying to go, what is it? And I don't want to cover it here, just do a search for Calibri font in the news and it'll be there. Let's see, your brain will scramble number strings. Funny thing is, you remember the numbers, but in a different order. Yep. I used to know the terms for all that stuff. Was it character replacement? I can't remember. But it's a thing that happens both for individuals that number one you're talking about, as well as for letters. Where it's like, you'll read the word, say... You'll read the word, like... I'm trying to find one where the character replacement works. Why is my brain like this? I can't think of a word where just swapping two letters changes the word, but you get the point. Like, you'll sit there and you'll be like the word like Ola, which is H-O-L-A. Well, depending on which version of it is. And you'll look at it and be like, H-L-O-A, the hell is that word? And it's just, you know... When your brain is processing it, it decided the O needed to be in a different spot than it actually is. And that can be very frustrating because you have to stop and go, what? And then you double check and you're like, oh, I see what happened there. But yeah, no, with numbers that happens, and numbers that can be a really big deal because, you know, there's lots of calculations going in there. Versus with words, it's more just, why was that confusing to read? Yeah, like Santa and Satan. That would be one. It's a little bit of a jump for the end to jump 2 characters over, but yeah, that'd be one of those things that you could have the character replacement type of dyslexia where it moves those letters around. You're like, why did this person say Satan is coming for Christmas? Why would you send that to a child? And then you reread and go, oh, it's in Santa. And obviously, again, one word like that, not a big deal. But if you're reading paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs of walls of text for work or whatever, and you're dealing with that, and it's, you know, a small font that's, you know, serif and everything, and all those kind of thing. Phonological? I don't remember the term there. I thought phonological was more about the syllables, though. I could be wrong, because I'm trying to go by memory, and it's been a hot minute since I've been in the weeds on that. Because I know there's one around the syllables, like, you know, like sounding them out in your head that you, like, have a great difficulty doing that. So it's kind of just pattern recognition at that point. Sounds like, yeah, okay, yeah, that's the syllables one. The one I'm talking about is, like, literally the letters kind of move positions. And so you try and read it, and, you know, the letters are in the wrong places. And it's just, like, how your brain processes it. The way I'm stating isn't technically accurate. but it's kind of the way it's observed in the results. Is that you're looking at that going, like, Joel, why would they say, oh, sure, I mean, whatever. I'm not using good examples because they're trying to concentrate, not dying to zombies while trying to think of words. I shot the Seraph, but I didn't kill the Colibri. I remember when Colibri became kind of the thing, because it was just broadly kind of accepted. There was a whole, I believe it came from, there's a whole study that it had gone out, and it wasn't even specifically around dyslexia or neurodivergence. It was about the readability of fonts. And, like, they were taking, basically, if I took the same article and I wrote it in, like, Times New Roman, or Arial, or Calibri, or Comic Sans, or whatever, and then, you know, had the person read over it, you know, once or twice or whatever, and then try to tell me what they read. Surface dyslexia? That sounds very familiar. That might be right. But, and it was just a study that they had done. You know, it's just because. And in the study, they found that Comic Sans did extremely well, and Calibri did extremely well. Because for as much as people love to just hate on Comic Sans, it is a very readable font. It is a silly, goofy, cartoony font that people love to meme on because it's silly, but it is readable. There is a reason why it got used heavily in situations involving kids at an age where they'd be learning to read. Papyrus is pretty rough. You're not wrong. Papyrus is pretty rough. Papyrus as well as ones you do because you want something particularly stylized and you're not as worried about how readable it is. Like a lot of your signs that are like your front door signs or slogans and that kind of thing where it's like one sentence, so having pretty subpar readability is not that big a deal because there's only 5 words. It's totally fine for those use cases, even though I still don't like it when it's used there, but it's like acceptable. But if someone were to give me like a book report or a thesis written in Papyrus, I'd probably tell them to go F themselves and change it. I don't care if your subject matter is Egypt. No. The theming of your term paper's font is not important. It's right up there with me, and if someone tries to turn in a paper with like pink gel pen or yellow gel pen. I don't have a problem with pink or yellow, but against the white paper, man, my eyes are too old for that. I don't need to end my day with a migraine because I've been trying to stare really hard at the page to make out what letter that was. Yeah, that's the thing. Comic Sans is like very, very readable. So as much as people meme, when it comes to recommended fonts, Comic Sans actually usually makes the top 10 recommended fonts for, like, people being able to read what you're writing. So, again, totally fine to meme and joke on it. It is a weirdly silly font that looks kind of handwritten, but not really. So it's kind of this weird quasi-computer-only thing. But it isn't actually a bad font. Fun fact, Comic Sans exists because of a program called Microsoft Bob that came out, was it 1990, was it 92? That it was just the font they chose, that it was supposed to be your personal AI assistant on your computer that had voice to text and was really, or no, text to speech, I'm sorry, text to speech, and was really horrific at it. I remember experimenting, being like, ha, that's weird, and then uninstalling it. When you truly stop caring, you use wingdings. Low-key, something my father used to do, like every once in a while, it's just something that amused him, but it was kind of a fun activity, is is he would take, like, he would write, like, a note or a letter or whatever to me and my brothers. He usually gave us each our own, but it would be in Wingdings, and then he'd give us, like, a code key to translate it. So, you know, it was just something that we could do to fill time when there was nothing else going on. We could translate these notes, and sometimes it'd be related to a Christmas gift or a birthday gift or whatever. And I definitely remember doing that. And after a while, you just kind of memorized Wingdings. You know, which then kind of spoiled the fun. To swerve over the game a little, is the lightning in this? Can you get struck by lightning? No, you can't get struck by lightning. It makes noise. In practice, the only thing it really does is because it's a random noise occasionally flashing here and there, it will sometimes get the zombies to move a little erratically. That can be a little tough to keep up with. But generally speaking, it's not really a thing to worry about. Like, the biggest thing I have right now is because I'm getting soaking wet, I am starting to get a little bit chilly where normally I'm overheating. But it's not enough to matter. Why would you uninstall it? It had feelings. Oh, what is it? Is it the... Oh, man. Is it... what? It's something like the LV effect or EV effect or Evelyn effect or something like that? I can't remember. It's a thing about where people will assign human traits to a computer program. Or to, like, software or whatever. And, you know, people are using it in the modern context of, like, you know, AI assistants and all that kind of stuff. But the thing that's actually wild about it is that effect, with consideration of computer programs, comes from, like, it was like the 1930s and 1950s or something. It was, like, way back that the person running the experiment got deeply concerned because their own staff members involved in doing this study were genuinely developing feelings for these computer programs that were mimicking people. And we're talking technology at that time. Mimicking was they just grabbed a whole bunch of questions that psychologists would normally ask you, like, you know, how was your day? How did that make you feel? You know, like that kind of psychology where you're like, they're trying to get you to express your thoughts, and that's all it was kind of doing. And that people were genuinely developing feelings, like, towards these programs. Not like they were like, oh no, it's you know, sentient, we need to protect it. Like, not that movie kind of Elisa. Yeah, that's right, Elisa effect. Yeah, human impersonated. Yeah, it was over telegraph. But it was, I believe it was done through a computer application. You know, we're talking way early day stuff. But, the same thing. It was just one of those things that very genuinely, it's terrifying. But, you know, there's been, like, lots of dialogue around it. Yeah, Liza. But it's an interesting thing. We do have a tendency as human beings to anthropomorphize stuff. And then assign stuff that isn't really there. In a lot of cases. Do you have guilt about deleting digital people? That's why you have over 100 RimWorld saves. Let's see, what's the durability on the Fort? Look away. It's approaching 200 kills. It's still sitting at like 90% or something like that. Like, I don't know if it's bugged. I do know there was a bug previously where sometimes when you'd hit zombies, you'd get a phantom hit that would occur. And apparently that was counting against the durability hits. Thinker said, phonological dyslexia, that sounds like you. Yeah, no, that's actually one of the reasons I like to normalize discussing neurodivergence, is a lot of neurodivergence, dyslexia being among the ones more underdiagnosed, that there are a lot of people who have it that, you know, you're never exposed with it, you're never screened for it, and you just live with it. And a lot of people who manage to get to adulthood, it's not that they don't have it or anything, you learn to do what's called masking, that you've kind of learned to work with it, even though you don't necessarily understand it, kind of thing. It's one of the reasons why it's so hard to screen for those conditions later on in life, is dealing with the world around you. You slowly kind of adapt to trying to, you know, manage, be functional in it. Whereas the kid, you haven't kind of figured out what works and doesn't work. It doesn't matter if you know why it works, because that's a lot of times as an adult, that's what happens. Is you find this process works for you. You don't really understand why it works for you, and others don't need to do it, and that kind of thing. And then once you get a name for the beast, as it were, then you start to get a better understanding. It's like, oh, okay, because I have this neurodivergent condition, this specific thing is something that is far harder for me. And this way of dealing with this kind of worked around that specific place that I struggle. Like, for me, with ADHD, it's not that I'm, like, outright forgetful or something. If stuff grabs my attention, I can tend to kind of get lost of what I was focusing on. I could forget stuff because the other new thought jumps in front and kind of blocks. So to make sure I would remember to do things when I was younger, I would put them in my way. So, like, if I had to, run to the bank the next day, I might put a note on the door going out of the house being like, hey, you need to go to the bank. Or, if it was like cash a check or whatever, I would go where my wallet is and I would put the check on top of my wallet. So I had no choice but to kind of run into the thing that needed doing in my daily routine. And it's just, I didn't understand why, a lot of my peers didn't need to do those kind of things. Like, why is this something that I have to do to remember things, but, they don't? And it's just kind of those things. But, like, later on, I eventually got diagnosed with ADHD, which has been a fairly recent thing in the last couple years. But there's a lot of stuff I did that, whether I was cognizant of doing it or just circumstantially that it kind of was a thing over time. You're like, oh, hey, the reason I do this and it helps, like the reason I feel it necessary to do this is because it has to deal with that particular symptom, that particular part, slice, flavor, whatever you want to go with, of ADHD. So you had a special ed for it like 4 years ago. Supposed to be working along and loved reading. Let's see. Really don't care. What does it say about me? Sorry, I'm missing context. Yeah, I'm missing context in that one. Sorry, Terminator. I also noticed I ate all my food, and I'm getting hungry. I guess we have been out here for like 3 days clearing. I'm still overburned. Oh, I'm overburned because I'm getting hungry, right, because it's dropping my strength. Unfortunately, because of the foraging bug, I can't forage here, so I'm going to kill this group of zombies real fast. We're going to work our way back over there. Or are you referring to this, like, the dyslexia thing? Because, yeah, no, it's definitely a thing historically. There was a lot of, like, just not diagnosing people at all with a lot of neurodivergent stuff. We didn't really understand. We didn't have good diagnosis methods. We didn't know when were the good touch points to be like, okay, here's a good time to check in on it. And it goes for more neurodivergence. It also goes in, like, disabilities. Like, one of the biggest milestones for just improving overall grades here in the U.S. Was when we started screening for eyesight problems and hearing problems at a younger age. And that's because we just had a whole lot of students who had, their vision wasn't the best, they had hearing problems, whatever it was. But because we started screening with it earlier on in schooling, it means they weren't just sitting in the class struggling because they couldn't see or hear the teacher. And instead, we got them diagnosed early, and then, they could go get a pair of glasses or a hearing aid or, sit close to the front, whatever was necessary to give them a better chance of success. You said that all people I was in the gifted program with, along with yourself, probably were neurodivergent in some way, manifest as hyper-focusing and things getting really cool. Like, things getting really good at them. Yeah. Well, that's like the pro and con of ADHD. So ADHD, because it used to be you're either diagnosed as ADHD or ADD. Nowadays, they don't really differentiate in the same way. There's more nuance to it. because all these things are more complicated than they initially appear. And the idea was, if you had ADD, you would kind of just float between stuff, like you just had a problem focusing. Whereas ADHD was the kid who couldn't sit still in class. And neither of those are really an accurate representation of what the condition is, and yada yada, but that was the way we historically diagnosed it. Nowadays we have like ADHD, well, they'll use like ADHD or whatever, inattentive, ADHD, whatever, that they have kind of these different subcategories. Because you have a lot of people who have ADHD, it's the same condition, that acting up in class is just not a problem. Like, that's not what they would do. That theirs is more, they would get into what they're current interest in, and it was difficult to focus on anything else. Or it would be something they weren't interested in, and a thing they're not interested in is extremely hard to focus on. And there's ways to work with your brain chemistry and all that to make it work. One of the tactics that I've employed in the past before I had my diagnosis was what's known as the Pomodoro method. Pomodoro meaning I believe it's the Italian word for tomato. And it has to do with, there's these old kitchen timers that were very popular in like the 90s that look like a tomato. And so the Pomodoro method, what you'd do is you'd be like, okay, I'm going to spend 30 minutes doing the thing I need to be doing. And then I'm going to have like 10 minutes that I'm going to do something fun for me. And so you set your timer for 30 minutes, and you work on the thing. Usually you start with the fun side first, so I'll start it proper. So you'd spend like 10 minutes, you'd sit down, you'd play a round of whatever video game you like. And you get that little dopamine hit from your game, and you would immediately switch over to working on your book report. You'd set your timer for 30 minutes. And so you're riding that dopamine high throughout the working on the book report, making it a lot easier to engage. And then, it starts to fade off, and your timer runs out, and you switch back in, you do another round of your fun game, you get that next round of dopamine, and you jump back over to your book report. So basically, you're kind of tricking your brain's chemistry to giving you the happy juice, and then using that happy juice to do what you need to be doing, and then going back in for your next dip of the brain happy juice. Because otherwise, just trying to muscle through that was just not really a thing you could do. Yeah, it's a real-world buff. You get that hit of the happy juice, and that's one of the reasons, like, people with ADHD, you have a lot of people who will, they'll get that dopamine hit through eating. That's a very common one. You'll get a lot of people who get that dopamine hit through, like, video games or TV shows or whatever their thing is. And all that kind of stuff. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, what we used to call ADD is now just ADHD inattentive type. Yes. You didn't know how much you needed people to talk about it. Yeah, I try to be open about it, because, like, for me personally, my history is I wasn't diagnosed with any of this stuff when I was younger. And I got into software dev. And the tech industry is unfortunately very notorious for not being the best of advocates for women that are highly visible in technology. And so when I started to get a name for myself in tech, I started to kind of use that to promote women in tech. And I did that for a good number of years. And kind of found that there were a lot of resources being allocated for that, but I was looking over at people with disability, and they were kind of running into a lot of the same problems, but those resources just weren't there at the same level. Like, don't get me wrong, women in tech still needs a lot of work to get things into a better pace, better place and all that, but there are a lot of people working on it. Versus with people with disabilities, it's getting better, but there aren't as many. So it's like, okay, well, I want to go and try and help out over there a bit more. Obviously, I would still advocate for both of them and all that. But I just wanted to try and, use what opportunities I've had to help. So I was advocating for that, which there is a very close co-occurrence between disability and neurodivergence, and mental health problems and all that. If you're stuck with like ADHD and the world is not shaped with your consideration and everything, and you have extra difficult times, and growing up you keep hearing things like, why don't you apply yourself, you know, if you just focused, you should be getting this by now, or whatever language was used against you because people just didn't understand. I don't fault them for not understanding. We were all learning that. Understandably, that hurt your self-image a little bit. You know, there's an understandable reason why depression co-occurs with it. People keep calling you stupid. You hear stupid enough times and you're not going to feel too good about yourself. Yeah, like, but so as a whole thing. And then, you know, I was advocating for that, and for me it was, I wanted to learn more about what people, you know, what I could do to help people with these conditions and all that we're going through. And talking to people with ADHD, I'm like, why are you describing my childhood? I need you to stop. Because you're not just kind of vaguely describing your childhood. We're like, if we're comparing notes, we're comparing the same notes. And it was a buddy I had who had gotten diagnosed with ADHD when he was much younger. He had gotten screened for it because he was someone who, you know, got bored and uppity in class sometimes. And he was like, oh, I thought you knew you had it. But, you know, then I went out and got, you know, talked to an actual doctor and was like, hey, you know what? I probably have this, but, like, let's sit down. Let's actually test, you know, do all this stuff. And yeah, there was zero question about that. Even to him, I was like, hey, I'm going to list off a bunch of things and just let me know if this describes me. And she's like, yeah, what is that? And it's like, yeah, it's ADHD. I think out of the list of like 17 symptoms, it was like 16 were like nail on the head. And there was like one, it's like, not really. But when you're diagnosing people, the way those work is they'll list like the 17 symptoms or whatever it is for the particular condition. And they'll be like, okay, if you show more than like 12 regularly, you would be diagnosed. Like, and there's fuzziness around that. I'm not an expert on the diagnosis side. Let's see. Historically, many things is like, oh, here's the proxy syndrome that we can see. We can't see the symptom. We can't see the underlying cause mechanic. Let's just call it for what we see and diagnose with that. Yeah. So there's a lot of times where you'd have a condition that, you know, there's certain regular patterns you see in that condition, and that would be the name of it. It's one of the reasons, like, ADHD, which is attention deficit hyperactive disorder, is a really crap name for what the condition's actual symptoms are. It's a lot more around stuff like executive function and that kind of thing. So, like, prioritization and that kind of stuff. Or, like, motivation behind things and that kind of stuff. Like, when you get your dopamine, all that kind of thing. That's a lot more accurate to what the condition is. So there has been a great deal of discussion about renaming the condition to more align with the actual symptoms. The one I heard the most pushed for was VAST, which was variable... Oh, man. It was like variable attention... I can't remember. It's something variable attention something trait. I'm forgetting what the S is. I don't think that's actually gotten too much foothold. But it's one of those things that there has been a lot of effort in trying to get the name to more align, because it's also a lot of times that a lot of these are given a very strong negative connotation, which this isn't being like we should be positive. It's just it's not a disease. It's not something you cure. It's just the brain works differently. Variable attention stimulus trait. Yes, that's that. That's the one. I know a lot of people are pushing for that to be it. But I haven't heard anything that way in a while. So I don't know if they're trying, like, basically there's a push to come up with a better name for ADHD that better reflects what it actually is versus like the historical, like I said. You used to only be diagnosed in like the 80s and 90s for ADHD if you were that boy, they almost never diagnosed girls with it. That boy in the back of the class who was, you know, the class clown, causing trouble, couldn't sit still, that kind of behavior. That's about the only time you got diagnosed. Because the teacher was tired of your stuff. Let's see, you distinctly remember struggling to an awful degree in college and trying to focus. Brute force work did not work. Oh, yeah. No, I have. That is that is kind of like the lowest I had with dealing with ADHD before I knew I had it or had any real awareness. Is the college degree program I was in my last year for was being discontinued. So it was do or die. I either got the degree that year or I got set back 2 years. So to say the motivation was there, the motivation was there. And I had a particularly difficult professor. And he was one of my core classes I had to pass to get my degree. So it wasn't like a GPA thing. It was that specific course I had to get a passing grade. And he was just a really rough professor. And so I was trying to prepare, because it was one of those classes you got like a midterm and a final exam, no homework assignments whatsoever. So I had to get a good grade in the exam. That was just it. And I need to study for, or actually no, did I? I'm trying to remember the assignment. I think I had to write something down, but it was the thing that I knew the subject, like what we were supposed to do in the class. I'd done hundreds of times, no big deal. I knew it, no sweat. And I was living on my own in my apartment at the time, and I cleaned out my entire like second room or whatever. So it was just a desk, my book, a paper, and a light. Nothing else. My phone's in the other room, my computer's in the other room. Every distraction I can get rid of gone. And it's not like I was sitting there like, you know, getting distracted with thoughts or like drawing stuff on the paper or otherwise not paying attention. Like I was pushing, being like, no, this is important. I have to get this done. I absolutely must get this done. And I sat there for hours to a point of like literally getting to my point of being in tears because the brain was trying real hard to run, but the gears just weren't connecting. And again, this is material I knew. This was rehearsal. Hi.
Hi, husband. I kissing the husband.
Aw, I love you.
I love you.
But yeah, so like eventually hours and hours and hours and hours later, I finally did get to the other side of it. But there were hours that I was sitting there like, what's wrong with me? Like there's something physically wrong with my brain. Like I must have some kind of like undiagnosed brain damage or something. Like this isn't a struggle other people have in the same way. And yeah, no, that was a very low point. I did get through it by some miracle, but again, this was me not understanding how my brain works. Me with the information I have now realizes I was just slamming my head against the wall. If I had taken a different approach of, say, like using the Pomodoro method, I probably could have knocked that thing out in an hour and been done with it. You know, I probably wouldn't have a fun time with it, but, you know, it wouldn't have been like the borderline trauma situation I dealt with. But yeah, that's the thing, and that's why the diagnosis is very important. Once you know the name of it, it doesn't mean you're suddenly cured. It means at least someone handed you the rule book by the rules you're playing for. So you can at least start making informed decisions and going, okay, well, here's something I have difficulty with. What's a way I can approach this within mind of where I struggle to, you know, be successful? Anyways, so let's see. But yeah, playing some catch-up. Let's see, you do have one or two sentence, or you'll be posting 2 minutes away from the context. Yeah, no, it's tricky, things. Oh, delayed. Let's see. You didn't know that your issues were ADD until after your second child with ADD was diagnosed and started being able to understand understood that it was hereditary. Still haven't been able to get to diagnose yourself due to insurance. Yeah, and that's a thing. Well, that's the conversations that I've, you know, once I got diagnosed, it was kind of one of those things where you stop and, you know, obviously me sitting here being like, you know what, I think this person might have it, I think that person might have it, started kind of looking back in the family line and be like, you know, there's a good number of people in my extended family that I'm like, you know what? Looking at this, having better understanding of these conditions, I'm pretty sure that person has ADHD as well. And to be clear, when we're saying it's hereditary, it doesn't mean if your parent has it, you're guaranteed to have it or anything like that. But it does have a tendency to be, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm going by memory here. I believe it has a tendency to follow mom's side of the family, is the more likely. Like, both, if the father or the mother have it, there's a higher chance you will have it. But I believe it was one of those ones that if mom has it, you have a significantly higher chance of having it versus dad. That is going by memory. I like, very good chance I could be wrong in that one. Because there are certain ones that do that. Like, for example, with color blindness. Color blindness is predominantly a red-green color blindness is predominantly a male problem. Yeah, you can point out about 6 to 8 extended family members on your dad's side. Yeah. Which has to do with chromosomes. The red-green color blindness is tied to your chromosomes, and so if you have either of your chromosomes don't have, like, so far as, like, you know, your XY, if either of them don't have the red-green color blindness, you won't have it. And so, as men, we only get 1 shot to get it right. With women, you got 2 shots. So, not that red-green color blindness doesn't affect women, it's just the odds you lose that role and you get the red-green color blindness is way higher for men. But it's only the red-green. The other ones, I think it's about equal within, you know, margin of error and all that. And that happens. There are certain conditions that affect one gender over the other and that kind of thing. Let's see. Better discussion happened. Yeah, I got that. Catching up. Yeah, but the topics moved on. Yeah, that kind of stuff does happen. It's funny. Oh, and also for other creators that are good to talk about these kind of things, is Tim the Sorcerer is another very good person for advocating when it comes to ADHD and all that, as well as FG Squared. FG Squared's a fellow member of my stream team, and then, you know, Tim the Sorcerer's like friend of the channel and all kind of thing. Like, and both are real solid options for these kind of conversations. Yeah, and Tim especially will have, like, the both of them will have big discussions on their channel, like, so far as this. Not as, like, a thing that happens every day or whatever, but, is absolutely does not have a problem with, having a conversation about it. Now, obviously, if, like, there's some conversation going on and it keeps kind of getting derailed back to that point, you know, eventually they're gonna be like, hey, you know, I'd love to talk about this, but let's finish this other thought first. But, you know, both really, really solid people. Which, like, for the record, I give a lot of credit to me finally actually getting off my butt and doing my diagnosis to FG Squared as credit. Because, like, I had kind of accepted I had the condition by then, but, you know, it felt important for me to get a diagnosis at some point, but I never got off my butt and actually did it. But after, like, FG been talking about it a number of times, it's like, you know what? I really should get this done. What is your carry weight? So you carry, so 85 encumbrance reduction, capacity 12. And, oh, never mind, I got the big backpack. Yeah, because I do like the hydro bag. I think I like it more than a duffel bag. I don't think I like it more than the hiking backpack. The hiking backpack is really good. It's very hard to give up that thing. Alright, so let's see here. Right now, I'll drop off all these pairs of scissors. We got plenty of those. We'll drop off the mason's tools. And pop over here and grab all that bait. Drop it in here. Let's see, it's not only heard, some mechanism present similar to ADHD. That's also one of the difficulties with neurodivergent diagnosis. You can be like, oh yeah, no, you totally have, like, ADHD, let's say. But, you know, then you realize it's actually autism or a different one, because there are a pretty significant overlap in symptoms. They're not, like, one-to-one or anything like that. You can also have them co-occur. So it can be a little tricky to go, okay, let's pin down which one you actually have. Because there's definitely a lot of people who go in being like, you know, hey, I think my kid has autism. It's like, no, your kid has ADHD, and then vice versa. And it's not like either is better or worse, but there is nuanced difference. That the way you approach some things for one is better for that condition than the other. Or both, yeah. Both happens as well. Let's see. But maybe something that, like, it's far more likely to pass down socially. Yeah. Those kind of things can happen. And like, again, if you're raised in a household with that, you can, you know, develop behaviors around that kind of stuff too. There's definitely a lot of discussion to be had for a lot of those conditions about how much of it's nature, how much of it's nurture, like where that split happens, all that kind of stuff. Like we had the discussion yesterday, a very common symptom of ADHD is insomnia. They co-occur very frequently. But there is some pretty heated debate on whether it's the ADHD causes the insomnia or the insomnia exacerbates the ADHD and to what degree and all that. I'm personally myself of the mindset that it's the ADHD that fuels the insomnia, because if you hyperfocus, good luck sleeping. Just good luck sleeping is all I can say. When your brain is wanting to go and you want to go to bed, good luck. But still, I'm also not a doctor or an expert on that side. That's 100% personal impression that's the reason for we have the dumpy emote we added, and it was just a passing conversation in Penny Meowie's channel that Sim has this wonderfully cursed dumpy emote, and someone was like, oh man, if Rual ever got like an emote like that, it's clearly the sign the apocalypse is about to occur or a cry for help. And I was like, okay, if I was to do a dumpy emote, how would I even do that? And then the moment I started thinking about it, my brain was just like, go, and it's like, okay, I'm going to have to do this, because my brain is not going to let up. Yeah, so I made a little crab dumpy. Which, for the record, that's a scarf underneath it. I had it was Drongo was like, I'm concerned about the crab udders or something like that. And I was like, that's a scarf. The crab on the channel has a scarf. Let's say you're bipolar, but very lucky that your last therapist told me you need to work on your communication skills, and it has helped tremendously. Yeah, no, that's a thing. We all approach problems differently, which can be very valuable. It's also a thing, like, for people finding people to work with, like, all that stuff. Very much the same person having the same condition, that one therapist might work extremely well for you, and might be literally the worst choice for someone else. And neither of those is because they're a bad therapist. It's just, you've got to find the person who, just the way they work, aligns well with you. And it can be a very draining process for people. I'm going to need to go in here and do my part and help and restock some of this stuff. Because right now, I am just eating it all. And that's not the greatest contribution I can give. Does ADHD affect one's dreams? I've heard different things. For me personally, I don't dream almost ever. So I personally, from personal experience, would be leaning towards no. But that's not something I'm an expert or very knowledgeable on. I have heard people mention it before affecting dreams. I should just only speak from my own personal experience. That is not That is not something I've personally had told to me by anyone who has it or myself. You also don't dream? Yeah, it's not that I never dream, it's pretty unusual. Like, it's a noteworthy thing to me when I have a dream. Let's analyze the dumpy emote for 6 hours. It says, like, luckily it was 1 hour. I did recognize I just needed to go through it really fast. Because I needed to get to bed. But I'm also very happy with the results of the 1 hour making a crab, throwing a dumpy. Because, you know, usually all the dumpy emotes, they make like a really exaggerated butt and they bounce it around. I'm like, alright. But like kind of the mascot of the channel is the crab in a scarf. And, you know, crustacean is like, yeah, let's do that. And I just put like the ridge that's on the back of a crack. Or on the back of a crab, I guess. They don't functionally work that way. But yeah. You know, some meds, particularly SSRIs, impact dreams when they start taking them. You realize how vivid they are. Yeah, no, and Burning Sun's not wrong. Your brain does a lot of, like, kind of going through exercises during the night, which is where your dreams come from and all that. And the vast majority that goes right out the window. Like, you'll have it. You'll see, like, the person's, you know, brain waves go on. You'll see, like, fluctuations in their heart rate, those kind of things. But, the person will be like, oh, it's like, you were pretty animated last night, like, have a dream? You're like, I don't know what you're talking about, man. Or on the other side, they'll be like, man, I gotta talk to you about that one. I don't know if, like, someone slipped me something, but whatever I was dreaming last night, that was a whole roller coaster, that one. Oh, I can research how to craft the radio. I keep forgetting that's a mechanic, because it didn't used to be. Because, yeah, now if you get enough experience with something, once you get your hands on it, you can research how to make them. So I can now make a radio. You can't sleep without an audiobook. The rare occasions you do sleep a full night, you wake up more tired than when you went to bed. I also need some kind of noise. I saw you, zombie. So I do the same thing with the audiobook. And it's funny when my sleep is doing better versus worse. When my sleep is doing well, I can recognize it because I'll realize I've listened to the same part of the same audiobook like 5 times. Because I'll have gone to bed and gotten out into sleep in like 5-10 minutes. So when I go and I pull up the audiobook and I jump it back a little bit to find my plays, I end up keep coming back to the same spot that I remember listening to. When we're done with this, I want to show you a really cool bug I found. Because I've been doing some off-stream testing here and there. But then there's other times where it's like I knock out a good like half of an audio book because this, well, I mean, that's an exaggeration with some of the books, but like a good, you know, a good several hours of audio book in one night because just the brain is not on board. Okay, so we got severe weather coming. So if you want a really cool bug, if I grab this skeleton, that's not the bug I'm actually going for. Press again. Well, I guess I won't show you the bug. There is a bug where you go to move a skeleton, and it will reset its decay. So you'll just grab the skeleton and like all the flesh will just reappear on it. It's pretty cursed. But it only works on the skeletons. It'll basically make the skeleton look like those. You're like, oh man, carrying a zombie really hydrates them. Just really puts the glow back on them. Yeah, replicate one bug, find another. Yeah. So you dream while being awake, like barely, when you're just waking up. And you can full well know that you're dreaming and that's about it. Yeah, and I've definitely done that one where you're like, you're mostly awake, you're like right on that fence. So you have like the really lucid dreams. But yeah, like you can choose like being like, yeah, I'm out of this dream and wake up instantly at that point. Because you're kind of aware enough. Yeah, we bugged the bug. Yeah, for the record, it doesn't make the zombie come back to life. It's still a corpse. But it is just a funny thing. What I am curious about, so for those who don't know, behind the scenes, the way the zombie corpses work when you kill them, what normally happens is the zombie will gradually escalate in levels of decay until 9 days, at which point the body vanishes from existence, unless you change settings. But some bodies will actually go a little bit longer because they'll flip to being a skeleton, and then they'll get a couple more days, and then they'll disappear. I am curious if it becomes a skeleton and you do that where it turns back to looking like a corpse, if it resets that timer. Like, could I extend the length a zombie body stays around by, you know, picking up the skeleton and putting it back down again? Not that there'd be any reason to do that. You know, I just wonder what happens. Oh, I should probably be searching here just in case. Does he have XKCD situation where you remember... Let's see, you remember dreams a few minutes after getting up, but it's far too short to sort of end, so you forget them increasingly? Yeah, no, that's the reason why people keep, like, dream journals and all that. I don't personally do it, but there are a lot of people who, when they wake up, the very first thing they'll do is they'll try and write down what they dreamed. If you're going to try and recall anything you dreamed, that's how you'd have to do it. You guys are going to be a storage container? But they're terrible. They carry, I think they used to only carry like 8 weight. I think they buffed it to 12 because as they gave them more varieties of clothes and all that they could have, it just wasn't adequate. All right, let's try this test again. Maybe the other corpse is cursed. Well, never mind. I'll just take it as random, like, multiplayer server bug things. I believe most people forget their dreams, unless it's something, like, really memorable or, like, a reoccurring dream kind of thing, which usually when you get really really memorable reoccurring dreams, there's usually a lot more to unpack with that. That's not typically, oh, you had a dream. It's like, oh, you're reliving trauma, man. Or not even necessarily trauma. It could even be like, you have this memory of like a spider jumping at you again and again, and you're just like, oh yeah, no, you were like 5 when you watched Arachnophobia, and it may not have as been a mild experience as thing. Why do you remember nightmares? I mean, you don't probably remember all your nightmares either. But no, that gets into a lot of psychology that I'm not as knowledgeable on. But they used to do that. Would get ideas for designing things in dreams, and then you write down, sketch them before you forget. Yeah, because the brain just going through its motions can certainly come up with some wild stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, like, if you wake up suddenly... Yeah, because I imagine it's probably what part of your sleep cycle you wake up on probably matters, I would assume. Because for those who don't know, when it comes to sleep, it'll vary a little bit, but there's stages between, like, REM sleep and all that where you're in lighter and deeper sleep. That's, like, easier to wake up and that kind of thing. So, like, if you wake up at, you know, one part of the sleep cycle, you can kind of usually get a pretty good pace and all that. Whereas if you get like woken up at the wrong side of the like the wrong part of your sleep cycle, it can actually be pretty difficult like to get yourself moving at first because you're very groggy because you're in the middle of the deeper sleep. Like I know there's been experiments around, so you have like all your like Fitbit health monitoring watches and all that. I remember that there's been a couple that have been focusing more on the sleep aspect of it. And I remember there was a feature that some of them were working on where the idea is that say, okay, I want to wake up around 7. But instead of just like your typical alarm, we're at 7 a.m. on the exact point, it just, you know, just immediately blasts your alarm. It's actually kind of keeping an eye on like your heart rate and all that to determine when you're in your deeper sleep and all that. Because I want to say the sleep cycle is something like 15 minutes? Well, the fork finally broke. I'm imagining it was bugged out, and when I took it out of my hand, I unbugged it. Is my guess of what happened. But yeah, so the idea would be is it'd wait to the part of your sleep cycle where it's easier to wake up and, you know, feel more energized and everything. I never heard what happened with that. Because that was one of those things that they were working on. They're like, you know what? That could genuinely help a lot of people. Because it can be really rough to start your day if you're not getting enough sleep and then the timing is bad. And if you got like a little bit of flexibility around there where you can have like that sliding 15-minute window or whatever. Because like I said, it's something like 15-20 minutes is about one cycle of sleep between the deeper and lighter, if I remember correctly. That is one of those things that definitely look it up. Don't go by what I'm saying because I'm going on memory here that is pretty far back. I just remember it's a relatively slow, like relatively short cycle. So I could certainly see that being a thing. Rip hand fork? Yeah. No, that hand fork, whatever was going on with it, I got like easily 5 times as many zombies as I'd expect to get out of a random hand fork. A hand fork's a pretty mediocre weapon. It's not terrible. Like the damage isn't so great. The durability is actually pretty okay, all things considered on them. Like in Jenny, like a screwdriver is actually a pretty alright short blade. It's not good, but it's definitely serviceable. Keep seeing those flat stones. The only thing I know you can do with those flat stones that I recall... Oh, actually, no, there's a couple things. I think you can make, like, a crude shelf out of those. And you can also make a type of wood axe. Like a crude wood axe out of it. And the crude wood axe is great for cutting down trees. But it is real bad to use as a weapon. It has the same problem the actual wood axe has, where it swings exceedingly slow. These were sorry. Oh, yeah. No, especially early game 16 times pop, beggars can't be choosers, hand fork. Like, basically, if it's anything better than, you know, like, dishware, you're going to use it on 16 times pop. Regardless of your loot settings. Like, back in build 40, where you could sneak into the, Let's actually use that spear first, since I don't really care for spears. Let's break it and get it out of here. But, like, where you used to be able to go into the warehouses in the middle of the map, and they were full of tools, where nowadays they're either empty or full of rotten food. I mean, not rotten food at the beginning, but yeah. No butter knife combat? Low-key, the butter knife... Or, sorry, the butter knife's terrible. The, low-key, the bread knife actually is okay. It's still pretty bad. It usually breaks in only a couple of hits. But, like, damage-wise, it's not the worst. It's certainly not something you want to be dependent on. But, again, if you don't have any other weapons, it'll get the job done for a couple of zombies. Yeah. what I'm most likely I'm going to need to do in the next day or so is I'm most likely going to need to take, like, a foraging or fishing day, because we have taken a lot of food out of there. And I'm going to need to do my part to... Oh. Okay. It just happened to be wild eggs were laying on the road in general. They're fresh. I thought the wild eggs had, like, fallen off the zombie in some manner. I'm like, what am I looking at? What is this current experiencing I'm having? Because this doesn't feel okay. The reason I'm grabbing those stones is we can turn those into hammers in the pinch. And the hammers aren't exactly good, but they're still usable. Okay, random alcohol wipes laying in the road. I love how there's like a certain amount of history you can see on the map where you're just like, you go and you see what items got left on the ground. You're like, oh, I know what happened here. And then other times you're like, man, there's a bunch of junk on the ground. I don't have a clue what happened here. Yeah, like someone broke a weapon here on that zombie, or a zombie right in this area. Alright, let's get our sip of water in here. One of the zombies up there had something on its back. I didn't get a good look at it. We get the badge for Grandpappy Drongo. Maybe it's just a branch there. Okay, we're gonna take a quick peek at the field that people will be spawning in. How's the run? Have you died yet? I have not died yet. Yesterday, I actually got grabbed. And despite wearing no real protective clothing, I actually did manage to not get injured. Sir, why did your clothes explode off for a second after I stabbed you and then reappear when you hit the ground? That was deeply upsetting, actually. If you could not flash me when I stab you, I would much appreciate it. We gotta worry about terms of service over here on Twitch. That kind of behavior is not really acceptable. A horrible new type of flashbang, I guess. It still blows my mind that after all these years, they still have that bug where when a zombie turns into a crawler, it just lags the game hard for just a second. That's been around since, like, build 40. Like, it's always kind of those things like, man, just don't let them turn into crawlers. I know you want your crawlers because they do all sorts of fun stuff and they're annoying to deal with. But that lag spike every time it happens, every single time it happens, it's like, it's not worth it, man. And thank you, Creation, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. Been subbed to the channel for 4 months, and I appreciate that, so thank you. And as a reminder, if you're running into a lot of game stutters, it is a known issue. There is a hotfix on the way. Supposed to be maybe next week. But in the interim, for that specific issue, if you grab the latest version of Java, Java 25, it does seem to be fixing the stutter for most people. Like, not the stutter I just talked about there, where they turn to a crawler. But there's been people who have it, like, every couple of seconds, they'll get, like, a hang for a moment. For a lot of people, upgrading Java fixes that. Because, for those who don't know, Product Zomboid is built in Java. Okay, let's go here. Let's see. Zombies are trying to get you banned. I know, trying to get, like, zombies are trying to stream snipe me now. Let's see. Explains why coffee is so powerful. I missed the context in that one. New and innovative zombie tactics. We can't grab him if he gets the streamer banned. Exactly. Oh, runs on Java. Yeah, I see. Yes, the classic. But yeah. But that's actually one of the reasons why people... Java's icon is coffee. I actually don't know what the new icon is, but yeah, no, historically it's been like a little coffee cup with the steam coming off of it. But yeah, no, very genuinely when you're looking at Product Zomboid, historically that's been one of the things that you used to have people who would be like, my Product Zomboid's only using, you know, what is it, like 6 gigs of RAM or whatever. And I've got, 64 gigs. Like, they could do so much more if it ran more. And it was a limitation that the implementation of Java that they use, Java Engine, that kind of restricted the RAM usage. And a lot of people would go in, and there used to be settings you could go into to change that limit to increase it. But it was kind of one of those things you can do it. It didn't do anything. The game wasn't designed with that in mind. Like, engine-wise, it's not designed to take advantage of it. It was different for servers, though. Servers could benefit. Your dedicated server part would be able to use up a lot more memory, and it's mostly just loading in more of the map. Versus if you're playing solo client side, giving yourself more memory really didn't do a whole lot in that regard. But with a giant rewrite in the code, it'll be curious that that's changed. Because that's like one of those ones, the only way they could have fixed that is through a rewrite in the code. I remember club hammers being particularly awful from a perspective of the endurance side. I want to say it's a fairly heavy hammer. There's just a perfectly good medium handle on the ground here. Alright, at some point I need to go through and make more weapons. We're getting a lot of flint over here. Pretty soon I'll probably also have to rip more clothes. I'm dropping off all the stones and all that while we're here. Placing one of those. I'm going to take the other one to the car that I'm going to be working on. Oh, and we can drop off the electronics. I don't need those. Did you see maggots? Yeah. We use those as fishing bait. You'll actually see me, if I happen to notice maggots, I'm going to be grabbing those, because that's, right now, that's kind of been our big option for managing our weight. Me and Sim have inspired you. Nice. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, no, it's a regular one. Sure, Allison will appreciate that as well. Yeah, both Allison and Drongo have been doing a lot of fishing. I did some to try and help myself when they weren't on the other day. But if they already have that... What's your weight? That's still dropping. Oh, yeah, that's terrible. We're at 60. 35 is when it is, like, genuinely... You are losing life levels of starvation. That is you are actively dying. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to reach the truck. Maybe get into a building or two down here. Because I actually would like to extricate the truck. With the intent in making that kind of like a long-term project. Is this your server? Ultrasaurus, this is actually her server, but, you know, I am very active on the server with her and everything. But, like, myself, Ultra, Bloody Drongo, Allison Adventures have all been on here. We got others who have been talking about joining as well. That maybe at some point they do. There's also a chance I might be doing some collabs with other people outside of all this. Because while I'm down to do like 16 times pop, I do understand that there are plenty of people who that falls well outside their comfort zone, which is totally fine and valid. And it'll be nice that we have like a lot of people who normally I'm not in the same categories as them, or when we are, like they're both single player games or whatever, that I could potentially get to hang out with that I normally don't. Like, I don't get to do very many collab streams with, like, Drongo and such. So it's been a lot of fun to be able to, like, pop in. Oh, did I actually drop those on the ground instead of on the body? Wait, those are broken handles? Alright, that's fine, whatever. Yeah, I'm trying to take some of these broken tools and chuck them on the bodies so they get deleted when the bodies disappear. Otherwise, it could be one of those things that over time you get more and more just junk everywhere. And while I've not really noticed too much of a problem personally with performance from it, just old habits in games over the years of being like, hey, that's just another object to be loaded into the world to gobble up resources. You know, let's make sure... You know, let's make sure we clean up after ourselves. Looks like I got some broken axe handles here. And grab those flint. Yeah, because we went down that road with Ultra. I'm pretty sure so far, I think Ultra's been the farthest in... Well, no, because if Allison went to the bookstore, she would have been the farthest one in. But prior to that, I believe Ultra had gone the farthest, because she went, I think, a whole block farther south than I did when she was playing, I believe, yesterday. And then ultimately... Was it yesterday or the day before? Man, time blurs. But either way, I think she pushed a block farther south than I managed. Because I was working a bunch of different things while she was clearing... Oh, painkillers. I'm sure someone will need those sooner or later. A latch? What? I don't think I care about that, but we'll put that in there. Okay. But yeah, so I know during the helicopter nonsense yesterday, Allison managed to go a block farther south, or well, a couple blocks, but managed to go farther into Lake Fallis and snag stuff out of the bookstore, which is a really good find. That's actually our second drill. I don't think we need a second drill, but I am going to grab it anyways, because I have no idea what the lifespan is on a drill in Build 42. I've used those, but I remember I only need them like once or twice. Okay, we already grabbed most of the stuff out of there. And that's as far south as I've gone in this neighborhood, is just getting this gas station secured. Okay. So it looks like we got this area mostly in decent shape. That's the truck I've been working on potentially fixing. It's right now basically a wreck. The only thing I've had a chance to replace is its headlights because we suck at mechanic. What do you have? Oh, it's just the nature of your jersey there. Alright. And the moment I start that car, it's going to draw on the zombies, because it is a very loud car. It's in very terrible shape. I definitely want to check things out first. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think I got a good peek at what was here. And I've already got the jack for this car. Cool. Alright. The burger place is trashed. He's doing, but do bras do anything besides being ripped into fabric? I don't even think you can rip bras into fabric. Generally speaking, all the underwear serves no functional purpose. It's purely aesthetic. So that, like, if you want to run around in your underwear, you can. But they don't offer any defensive bonus. I don't believe any of them you've historically been able to rip them apart for fabric or anything. Oh, hey. I was like, man, that one's still making noise a lot longer than I expected. That's because you weren't really dead. It was a little risky. Because time. Actually, you know what? You don't need to be risky. I'm gonna try to do to go into the gas station here in the dark. Or get ourselves asleep. And that's the hardware store right there. I don't think we cut in there right now in the dark. It's going to be dark here any second. But I'm thinking if we can get over there, there's a good chance we could at minimum get ourselves a weapon or two. But if we're lucky, I can grab something like a welding mask or a welder, crowbar. one of these kind of things, that'd be a big fine. So hopefully this place isn't too hot, because I know I got it a little trashed the last time I was in the neighborhood. Judging by the utter lack of a single door that is not destroyed in the bottom floor. Let's see, but the important question is, can you wear the welder's mask and the hat at the same time, though? I don't believe so. I believe both of them just take a head slot, and that's just kind of it. All right. Now, danger is, can I get out of here without trouble? Alright, we're good. Because there's always a chance that I get up there, and then, you know, trying to work my way back down, we'd run into problems. Alright, we're clear around here, that's good. You know, if you just put on the hat backwards, wear a mask at top. I'm wearing a pirate hat. The pirate hat's a little bit less willing to work with that. I don't think the forward and backward on that one's a problem. I assume you're talking like a baseball hat kind of thing. But yeah, no, in video game, it has a head slot. In real life, need not apply. It's a video game. Just waiting for the weather broadcast to finish. I should be expecting anything like a helicopter, I think, but especially with multiplayer, it's really easy to lose track of where things are. Alright, so it looks like we're good. You know, at 16 times pop, being caught in the city with the helicopter is real rough. Now, granted, this close to the edge of the city, I could probably just full bore run right out and be okay. Okay. Because we want to get in that tool store. That's one of the big places for loot. And somewhere should be a hammerhead in the ground as well. We'll see if it's any good. Alright. Yep. Is it any good? Because sometimes they lie. It's good enough. About half health. Did the fork finally quit? Yeah. No, I think it was when I moved it around to, when I moved around to fix some things. I think that's it broke. So we can sharpen our stuff with the small files. Coin's not a big priority. Markers aren't a big priority. Welding 1. Maintenance 1. Those are solid books. Give back now. Crowbar. Actually, let's check the you'll sync real fast. Honestly, those box of nails are pretty big too. Like the rope. A gaff hook. There we go. We got a flashlight. As much as it'd be a fun meme to grab those floodlights, I can't justify it's like 15. Alright, and I think that's where we're gonna return, because right now I don't think there's a way you can manage this inventory. So let's try and get over here if we can. Maybe I could chuck the boxes of nails in the trunk and get ourselves to not be overburdened. You know, I'm not unhappy with that. Don't expect to have lost him that way. We'll see if I can drop enough off. Maybe we try and push for the farm supply store. The sad thing is, no welder, no mask, that's okay. We'll probably end up dealing with that for a while. They'll probably be jumping into a bunch of, keep you on me for reading. Have fun trying not to die? Yeah, no, we're having a good time. Just dropping off everything we can before we go back out. Alright, let's get the next group. Because it's early enough in the day, and I think we got rid of enough of stuff in our inventory. I'll try to push on to the farm supply store. Which we'll see. The farm supply store might be one I can't manage inventory. Yeah, no, we got a flashlight, which will be really, really nice. Okay. Because we have the pharmacy, the town hall on that side, and I believe the next building on the other side. I can't remember if there's a little shopping center. The hardware store, the big thing we got is we did find a crowbar. There's also a maintenance book and a welding book one that were not bad finds. Yeah, so there's like this little shopping center. Sports car. There's stuff laying down next to it. Let's check the cars back here. The crowbar is not important, it's just a really good weapon. It does have some things that it's unique to it, like it can take, you know, it can remove windows from their frame without breaking the window, so if you want to repair a house, you can go and grab a window from a neighboring house to then swap in. It can also pull up floorboards, so if you like the style of a floor in a place, you can yoink the floorboards to bring them home to, you know, stylize your place, that kind of thing. So it is a useful tool, but the big reason why people like it is it's a very durable weapon that does relatively good damage. It's a bit hungry on the endurance, but not horrifically so. There you are. We got another one of these cars that's full of, like, stock certificates and cash. I'll drop all that in here, even though I don't care about it. It could be fun for the memes. Grab your tire iron. Yeah, so check the cars here. See if there's anything good here. Extra gas can's always a win. There's another gas can. How's the engine on you? %62%, so not that great, but this could be a good donor car. How's your gas, by the way? I assume you're basically out? Yeah. I already got multiple tire pumps, I don't really need another one. Okay. So, the interesting thing is this car's actually got parts that we can use in my other car. I can't realistically tow it with my current car. It's too much of a piece of junk. But it would be a good donor car to start shredding. But I wouldn't mind doing a bunch of the mechanics on here. Yeah, so it's like the cake shop and all that. I don't care about these buildings right now. What I'm trying to do is not this building, not that building. The building right here. That's the next building I'm actually interested in. Because that's the farm supply store. Okay. Looks like I'm gonna have a proper fight to get into that one. That is what it is. We've got plenty of daylight left, so I should be able to get through a couple more rally groups. Then do a little bit of shopping. Which will still be some good stores in here. They still have the police department no one's touched. The city hall kind of place over there can usually have some pretty good books. I think we're still missing a bunch of houses, both in that corner and back over there. Like, I don't think Ultra got the whole way down that street. There's more houses on the south end of town. Fanny pack for other people. Grabbing our hydration bag thing. Hi, players in the world with you at the world. Right now, I think I'm by myself. We do have 4 people who have been getting on the server with at least some regularity. Most likely we'll have other people joining me a little bit later in the evening. Like how many end up joining me, that all depends day to day, people's schedules, yada yada. Ooh, hey, that was a weird pivot. Oh yeah, you're in one of those situations where there's like a wall where there's a door directly behind it and in front of you, and you gotta open and just like the wrong door pops. There's not many places in the game that you can do that, but yeah, I dislike when you run into those. I'll grab the cannon. I was holding off on it because it's not a good weapon. You can't clip it to your belt or whatever. But still. You can finally switch from build 41 to build 42, and the crafting menu make you want to go back already. Yeah. I know they've been trying to move farther and farther away from stuff like the context menu and that kind of stuff. But I'm not the biggest fan. Okay, no alarm. Got a hatchet. Got a farming book. I don't know what the hell that noise was, but... There's a zombie back there, but it's being real glitchy with its audio. Stacks of gravel. Okay. All right. Let's sneak way over here and sit down for a minute. Have you played games with the zombies triggering the house alarm? What do you think? Oh, if you have set it up with the zombies triggering house alarms, it just lags the game out because when you go to any place that's a population center, the moment the zombies spawn in, half the house alarms start going off, and then the zombies start cutting through houses and setting off other ones. So just everything is trashed. So I would not recommend it. I've tried it thinking it'd be a cool idea, and then in practice, it's not as fun as it ends up being, unfortunately. They just have a tendency for like each and every one of them to like just keep escalating it again. So resting, I'm just running through all the seed packets. Learning all the things. Alright. Maybe they could scale the number of triggering chance, the number of zombies cluster thing. Maybe. It's just mechanically, like, the house alarms are kind of finicky in how they work in the first place. For those who don't know, it's entering the building that triggers the alarm. So you can smash the windows, break the doors, all that's fine. The moment you cross the threshold of going into the building, that's when the alarm goes off. Oh, it's not that door. It must be this back door here. Got a lighter. Got packed sleeping bag. That's a win. Ah, I could do the satchel or the water pack thing. And hey, Basset, how's it going? Sorry, I missed that. I jumped in the game immediately, so kind of been focusing on it. Got a foraging book, which we probably have zero need for. Yep. So we didn't get the chance to get in. There's like, that's like a gun rack back there. Let's pop both those doors. Let me get a sip of water while we're over here. Because I do think what I'm going to ultimately do is I'm going to ultimately go and probably swap out the satchel for the water bag. Meanwhile, let's unequip the flashlight. Put it wherever, I don't care. Okay, so I think we're about as loot as can be. We're overburdened again. The truck is basically full. I think we're also out of food. Yeah, we're out of food again. That's fine. I really didn't want to aggro a bunch more if I could help it. I think Tomb's making food. I hear her in the kitchen, and I'm not in a position where I can stop to go check on anything. Of course, that might be a deliberate decision on her part since I've been taking care of her while she's been sick, so... There's something heavy in here I can drop. Which way? How bold am I feeling? Go fast. Okay. So we're going to be very overburdened. We're going to take the car out of here. And hopefully I don't get punished for this. Gonna make sure to turn off the generator. All right, we got an absolute full complement in our truck, which this truck is in horrific shape. We don't want to bump any zombies because likely the truck will never drive again. I am going to be heading towards where Drongo is staying, fully expecting the truck is probably not going to make it there. Did I mention it's in horrible shape? Because we just stalled out in front of them. Come on, you could do it. All right. That is real scary, actually. Try to not nudge a single zombie if we can. Yeah, we gotta keep that in mind, that that road in between is pretty bad off. Would you stop? I'm trying to not run you over, Rabbit. Stop running in circles in front of my truck. I wouldn't be against it if I could take you home, but I don't have the capacity to carry your rabbit body with me, which would just be a waste. And the reason we're driving really slowly is this is a dirt road. When you do like dirt road, gravel roads, or off-roading, and you do it fast, your tires take extra damage. So I'm deliberately going really slowly just to minimize the damage, because I don't remember what the cutoff was. But all the tires on this thing are at like 10 and 15% because it is technically a wreck that I'm driving around. So it is unfortunately one of those things that it just takes one little brush over a bad bush or whatever, and then we lose a tire. Come on, you can do it. Cars in Zomboid run till they can't, then they're death trap. Well, yeah, and that was the thing I make the comment, but people take the cars and they'll do like backwards donuts and all that to kill zombies. And my usual comment is that's converting a perfectly good car into a coffin. Like, people like it because, again, you can kill a decent number of zombies very quickly, but it is a very high-risk way of playing because it's very easy to not realize you've damaged your gas tank or engine, and then suddenly the car just permanently dies right there in the middle of the zombies, and now you're just dead. I'm honestly surprised I haven't blown a tire yet. I have a spare tire in the passenger seat because all these tires are at their very last limb. We blew up one tire already the other day just driving down the road at a very slow speed without hitting anything. That's how worn it is. A Carfin? Do not apologize, things. You're really a hearse at that point? Yup. So you got some spare gas over by the generator. Start grabbing a bunch of the stuff we'd have for crafting and all that out of here. Grab an extra set of leather gloves in case someone needed it. Keep all that in the car. Okay. Basically, I'm taking everything out of here that isn't for car repair. Okay. Trying to get all this stuff placed real fast. Alright. Man refused to do 2 trips for groceries. Hey man, have you seen the journey to the grocery store? It's like 5 minutes. You're calling me the unreasonable one here? If they wanted me to do more grocery shopping, why didn't they build the grocery store closer? From car to house? Yeah. I failed to see a difference in what we're discussing right now. Okay. And barely for a moment, chat, I'm going to just take a quick little break. So I'm not going to fast forward time. I'm going to have our character read a book for a minute. But in the meantime, I'm going to quickly step away. Going to read, quickly like stretch my legs, use the restroom, all that stuff. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Alright, and I am back. Sorry about that. Just wanted to, let me go check into him and everything. Alright. Did the clip help? Oh, the bug one? Yeah, I sent the information on. And thank you, CPY Billy. I do appreciate the tier 1 sub. You've been subbed to the channel for 1 month, and I appreciate that. Hope you enjoy your advertisement free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Alright, so we got a ratchet, we got some screwdrivers, let's drop all this. I'm just trying to get all this stuff out of my inventory and sorted. The next day we're gonna work on getting some of that food that I've been grabbing taken care of. You got the eggs. The painkillers in here. You don't want to take apart the flashlight. Alright. Let's, if I set the flashlight to a favorite, I believe it'll be ineligible to, be taken apart. Yes, let's work on this stuff rather than sleeping tonight. There's so much stuff getting piled on this poor floor. Okay, so let's see here. So disassemble simple. We'll be taking apart those. Fix saw. We'll have to see what that entails. And more watches. Okay. Oh, interesting. Yep, that's fine. Weird. There we go. Just kind of stuck, unable to work on things. No, we should have plenty of inventory space. There's just like weird inventory glitches that are happening right now in multiplayer, and I'm guessing it's just one of those. That more than likely is trying to take the stuff out of the bag and just getting confused. Just checking a few things real fast. Okay. Take apart the pager. Alright. Yes, it seems like when I do the crafting menu, if it has to take it out of the pocket, I have to like close it out and open it again. That's kind of stuff I'm hoping that improves, that there's like some type of desync. That's the ball peen hammer, let's not worry about that. We can work on the flint nodules. Because soon enough, I should be able to get enough napping skill to make flint blades. And once I can start making flint blades, then I can turn around and start making a whole bunch of stuff with it. We can sharpen the blades here. That'll give me maintenance skill. Let's see, what's with the option to cut a head sack for protection? It's to give yourself like a hat or whatever. Technically, it will give you like a little bit of protection, but it's mostly to give yourself crappy clothes. It's not really an important thing. Alright. And pop in here. What else can we do that's productive? Oh, we definitely wouldn't want to use hammers for that. or tape for that. We definitely want to use rags. Yeah, it amuses me, like, sewing foot wraps and all that. Alright, let's see what we can go ahead and drop out of our inventory real fast. So, drop you off. The leather gloves I'll put out here somewhere. So that people can see them if they want them. You can pop over here and drop off the nail. Put the duct tape away. Put the compass over here on the piano. Okay, so with this, I can wear you instead of the satchel. Give myself a water skin for extra water. I'm gonna go to the trash can in the corner and grab stuff like the cutting board, or sorry, the paperwork, the letter, the clipboard can go in there. Just arranging all this loot. Because I had a bunch of junk in the glove box in the car that had to go somewhere. I got a spare fanny pack. Cool, we can drop off the drill. What is on the floor here? Ah, just everything. Okay, cool. So, the club hammerhead. With the drill over here. Is that the pencil I'm using? Yeah, it's my pencil. Let's put that away. Sharpened flint we can put away for right now. Can put the sleeping bag over there, so no one's probably going to notice it, but that's whatever. I'm half tempted to take the small file and leave them in my stuff on me. The ones I just grabbed. Because if I do that, then when I'm out and about and, you know, one of my weapons is dull but not broken, we can deal whatever that's... Okay, that's not what I meant to do, but that's fine. Yeah, so that hatchet... Yeah, it's just going to, it's gonna break any time now anyways. I'll choose to sharpen it just because I can. But it won't make that big a difference. It's gonna have the handle break anytime now. Alright. The can opener can go in here. Got a battery, a flashlight, we got a spare hatchet. We'll go ahead and we'll drop off these. Drop off the spares there. Metal punch can go over and all this stuff. Okay. A weird, complete and utter absence of music, which is a whole thing. Spare tire iron. Oh, that is a spare pencil. Sure, I'll just chuck it in there too. Okay, and that's a spare lighter as well. That's one of 2 spare lighters. Alright, so we're pretty okay with all that stuff. I am going to have to eat more. Like I said, I think one of my intentions for today is I'm going to do some fishing. We have ended up eating more of this food from them than I had really anticipated doing. Does a little heads up, safe houses are buggy at the moment? Yeah, we're not using safe houses at all. But yeah, no, I'm not surprised to hear that safe houses are a little buggy at the moment. Alright, so we got a bunch of that. Let me go ahead and grab a bunch of you. And a bunch of you. So one thing we're probably going to need to start doing in the near future is taking the time to boil water from time to time. For like filling up our side bags and all that. Just to make life a little bit easier on that front. Now what we could do here is grab our fishing pole. Add some maggots to it. We can go ahead and drink. Yeah, server we run, we were disconnecting for the server, and the logs would issue a safe house. Figured to give it a heads up. Gotcha. It's good to know. Like right now, it's not the best time to use those. Alright, so fishing-wise, we know that the temperature is good. We apparently don't know anything else about the area, which is interesting to me because we fished here and we've caught stuff here before. So I would assume we would have more knowledge of this spot. We're also should be in a good time of frame of day for at least a little while longer. Okay, we got a seaweed. Oh, right. Before we get to that, there's one last thing I was going to do. I know we're missing on the good hours of the day, but I wanted to go through and do a quick repair on the generator. Because I'm the one with the electrical skill and has the maintenance. It's kind of on me. We take the generator, we're going to turn it off. And I'm going to fix the generator. And I'll eat a little bit of my electrical scrap. We can serve it to keep it up and running. Now you can turn it back on. Then I can just drop off the electrical scrap. All right. Do we still have the bait? Yes, we do. Alright, so I gotta start working on replacing our food. It's just unfortunate. And I know that Allison has started working and getting traps set up. I know they located pigs yesterday. I don't think they got them back or anything like that. I don't remember the pigs being a particularly sustainable food, but I also didn't mess with them much. Got a small bluegill. Okay. One of the other things we'll end up needing to do is we'll probably at some point need to fillet some of these fish, and you can actually use the fish fillets as bait to try and catch bigger fish. It's not even a bad strategy, but it is a little kind of resource intensive. You're definitely a fish because you tried to run away with it. I put up a little bit of a fight. A small fish there. Add bait. What's your world record? I used to have a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies. Killed a one character of one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. And is also on sweaty tryhard settings. Held that record for a while before it eventually got dethroned by Mr. Lamprey. And for those who didn't see, literally within the last 24 hours, the record did get beaten. Twist on Fire now has the new record at 1 million. So it went from the mid 100,000 to like 900,000 to about 1 million. But it does sound like there's actually going to be someone who's going to take the record shortly after, because Twist kind of was like, cool, got my 1 million, and kind of is pausing and letting the next person, try and catch up. 1 million kill streak of the game. Yep, in one playthrough. That's a key aspect. In one playthrough. Which, to give you an idea, the record that when Lamprey broke my record, it took about 1.5 years on one save playing nearly full time, almost exclusively Project Zomboid, to get that kill record. So when people talk about taking the record and all that, they are talking like playing one playthrough of Project Zomboid for like a real life 1.5 years. It is not a small thing. You're talking major commitment of time. Yeah, so I'm going to try and get some food set up, because we are slowly losing a lot of weight. Let's build 42.2 and 42.12. 1 second. Uh, 42.12 has been rabbits or fish or butter to put on weight. Yeah. Yep, that has been the go-to since build 42 and all that. Is either chonking up on the butter, fishing, or rabbits. And the big thing with the fishing is there's kind of the early game when you don't have high fishing, you really can't maintain your weight, because a lot of how you get your weight with the fish is catching stuff like pike and sea bass, which you're not going to catch till later, but catching just like the occasional really big fish. And that big fish is the thing that carries your weight. All like the little bluegills and all that, they're fine for hunger, but for weight, they just don't have enough on them. So I'm not going to be able to do much to maintain my weight myself, but that's because I got to get through these. As far as my weight, we are at 59 kilograms. That is really bad. We start actively dying at 35. And we started, like, what is it, like 80 or something? Yeah. Paddlefish and walleye now. Yeah, I think, yeah, either way, like, I'm not as worried about what kind of fish it is that is the big one, but you get the idea. Is you're kind of going for the rare, really big fish, and, like, the other ones are just kind of filler. But you pretty much fish until you get one of those big fish, and then you just eat the big fish for a while. Yeah, no, it's... Yeah, to be fair, we've already played, like, 4 or 5 in-game days, I think. I don't believe Project Zomboid cares about, you know, winter or summer so far as weight loss in a real way. I've never heard of that being a thing. Because again, if it's one of those things that we're comparing against real life, huck it in the bin, it's not real life. Usually the things you worry about with calories is as you run around and you're smacking things with weapons and... Will I be breaking the world record? I have been very open that I have no intention of ever going after the world record again. I'm happy I had it, but like I said, to get the world record now, you're talking over a year and a half real life time playing this game almost exclusively. That's not something I have an interest in. I like Project Zomboid, it's an excellent game, but I also am not the kind of person who wants to just play one game all the time. And that is a necessity to accomplish that. If you want the world record, you gotta be prepared to play this and this alone for years. Nearly alone. It's not that you can never take a break, it's just you have to have the vast majority of your time dedicated to just the one game. So it's not like if you're trying to set like a world record in Factorio that you might need to practice a year to get yourself in to be able to do that one run where you break, 5 hours or whatever the new world record is. Or, at least get yourself on the roster. Where the actual record attempt is a matter of single digit to double digit hours. A world record attempt, one attempt, is like a year and a half of your life. Doing this almost full time. Okay. And if you ever make a mistake, you start over. So it'll be going towards 1,800 hours or so? Yeah, something like that. I know with some of them, they actually have pretty good estimate on how many hours they put in. I don't know what they were off the top of my head. Any advice for someone who would like to play this game but is very bad at it? So the kinds of advice I will give is, first of all, slow down in every imaginable way of saying it. Like, this is not a fast-paced action game where you're going to just, dodge around the zombies and keep slaying, and you're not going to play it like Left 4 Dead. It is a very slow and meticulous game that is mostly based around, risk mitigation. So, I mean everything. Don't run between buildings. Stamina it's not truly a finite resource, but it takes a while to recover, so effectively treat it like it's a finite resource. Would you like to use your stamina to keep yourself alive in a fight, or run? You could choose one. So, be careful getting in the habit of running everywhere. Yeah, it's convenient to get there faster, but ultimately it'll get you killed. When you're pushing to a building, again, slow down, take your time, slowly clear your way to the building, reach the building. There is very little in this game that is urgent. The only urgent thing is the zombie trying to grab you. That'd be my first big thing that a lot of players, you see them they'll spawn, they'll loot the building, they will run between their building to the next building, and they'll do that twice, run into their first zombie, and they're already heavily exerted by the time they get there. Very genuinely, when you see moderately exerted in the top right corner, the very first time you see it, that is a 50% damage penalty. It is not, oh, you took a little damage penalty. It is a massive cut against your ability to do damage. So it is kind of one of those things. Otherwise, one of the things I'd recommend as a new player, I mean, first, except you're going to die a lot. Literally everyone has to go through the times where they're going to end up dying a whole bunch. And you can try to survive by avoiding the zombies, and that's fine, especially when you're learning some of the early game mechanics. But that does mean ultimately the first time you get into an encounter where you can't evade the zombies, because you haven't learned to fight yet, you're just gonna die then. I genuinely recommend when you're new to the game, just find the first thing that's even passable as a weapon, and go out and fight some zombies until you can do it without getting a lot of hits against you. You need to be able to fight like 2-3 zombies consistently where you're not accidentally getting scratched or bitten or anything like that. And I kind of recommend front loading that, because the only way to kind of learn your muscle memory for fighting is to fight. And there's all that. Don't be afraid to play around with settings. For me personally, I found making the game harder worked to my benefit. Like I went way overboard on making it harder, because then anytime I was kind of doing risky stuff, I would get punished right away. Versus when you're playing on much easier settings, you can kind of get away with a lot of stuff that's pretty bad, and you can kind of form bad habits where when playing on, you know, sweatier settings, you make that mistake and the game will absolutely punch you in the mouth and say, try again. But to each their own, because some people find putting on those sweatier settings just frustrates them and then it's no fun, which defeats the whole point of the game. But yeah, like, very, very genuinely, even as you're watching your character slowly dehydrate, you have a lot of time before it actually becomes lethal. When you start starving, you have a lot of time before hunger or malnutrition will ultimately kill you. You do not need a generator literally at all. You do not need a generator magazine literally all. Those are all nice to haves. Obviously, they're, you know, worthy pursuits, but none of them are like, no, we have to do this today. Even if you're watching all your food rot, it just means the next day you're going to forage more, you're going to fish more, whatever. And while inconvenient, not the biggest deal, you're still gaining skills. And all that. And then the last lesson I'd say is every time you die, take 2 seconds and go, why did I die? What was the decision I made as a player that led up to the series of events that got me killed that I can change, that I would live in the future in those circumstances? So, like, for example, you go in and you smash into a house and you start looting the place, and suddenly a bunch of zombies pour through the window and they kill you because they corner they and kill you. The problem isn't that the zombies swarmed you and you died. That is ultimately how you died. But it was like, where was the decision that led there? What could you have done different? He goes, okay, well, the zombies spotted me through the window. In the future, kind of make it a soft rule for yourself that you take the time to go around a house and kill the zombies around the house before you go in and loot it. Which is a rule I generally give myself. That barring certain situations, I will kind of double check to make sure there's no zombies on the outside of the house nearby before I go into it, or whatever building I'm dealing with. It's with stuff like that, just taking everyone, because like I said, everyone dies in this game because you don't know what you don't know. You're gonna make mistakes and you gotta learn from them. And the way to think of it is, if every time you make a mistake you learn and you survive a little longer, eventually you start running out of mistakes and you're just good at the game at that point. But it is a game that you are going to die a lot. Like, just, that is an acceptance when you play. You are going to spend a lot of time dying and learning and dying and learning, because you're going to make mistakes. It's not a question of intelligence or capability or anything else. It's a different game. It's going to happen. There's a lot of lessons you only learn through experience. You learn to not eat poisonous stuff that you can't handle, like mushrooms, by eating a mushroom and then dying abruptly and going, oh yeah, I shouldn't eat that in the future. You learn to remove the glass from windows as just like regular procedure when you're dealing with state areas you're going to be around, because sooner or later you're going to accidentally vault that window, and if you didn't remove the glass, you're just going to cut the crap out of yourself. You learn to occasionally check on how your shoes are doing, because you'll have one run that you smash a window, you pull out the glass, and go to jump through thinking everything's fine, not realizing your shoe's just broken that zombie you stomped on, as you jump feet first down into a pile of broken glass and go, why am I bleeding everywhere? Well, the problem with the mushroom lottery is the fact that most of the mushrooms end up being poisonous half the time. So you don't even win half the time. You win only a fraction of the time. And don't get me wrong, when you get a good mushroom, it's actually got a decent amount of hunger it does. Not great nutrition, but a decent amount of hunger it handles. But it gets real bad real fast. All right. Okay, so we're making a whole lot of catfish. Well, we're making a whole lot of fish. Cool, so that's all the fish I could fillet. Everything else is too small. So chuck all the fillets in there. I feel like they reduce the weight of the fish in general. Alright. So your chance of not getting poisoned to run is something like 1/2 over N. Yeah, if you're just randomly shoveling mushrooms into your mouth, yeah, it's basically you're accepting you're throwing the run at that point. Is my view. The moment you turn to just slamming mushrooms, you've just killed your run. It would be the same thing as like going up to each and every house and then just leaping through the window without doing anything to check the house at all. You know you're going to die. Like, it's a foregone conclusion that you are going to die. It's just kind of a question of how long you get away with it before it ultimately does get you. Yeah, no, you can take a trait that makes it still stuff. Can you cook fancy meal with fish? Yeah, so you can actually take the fish, cook them up, put them in, like, roasts and all that kind of stuff. You can make, like, fancy salads with fish in it and all that. Regardless, I'm going to cook the fish the first time, just as the first step. Yeah, also a fun trick is when cooking, when you make stuff like roasts and fries and salads and all that, anything you cook in that manner or you put multiple ingredients in, every ingredient you put in there that is different will cause more happiness. So, variety is the spice of life and all that garbage. Yeah, so like where that pan is. And I did turn that off. Yes, it did. So it's interesting that they've been throwing these in the fridge. So putting stuff in the fridge gives it a little bit more lifespan, but not a lot. Where putting it in the freezer extends its lifespan a lot. It's not permanent. Like this isn't a deep freeze or something. It's still gonna go bad, but it is considerably longer than it would be otherwise. So I'm gonna go ahead and slam those larger fillets real fast. But berries aren't poison apparently, so mushrooms can be the same. Multiplayer. Yeah, I haven't run into a berry in multiplayer that's gotten me sick yet. I'm not saying that can't be the case, but it is just a thing to be aware of that, there's all that going on. Yeah, so none of that's stale. Was that explosion your season or mine? Or session or mine? Well, I haven't had an explosion, so, make Make what you will of that. But yeah, so we're deliberately going to be overeating the bigger fish for right now. Because I need to put on weight. Like, real badly, I need to put on weight. Because we're under 60 kilograms. We're considered very underweight now. So I'm going to be eating those big fillets pretty much every chance I'm able. So we can start taking corrective action on that weight. When you're playing Product Zomboid, watching Product Zomboid, you can never tell sometimes. Oh yeah, no, I actually find it very difficult to play a game that I'm watching someone stream. Most of the time, I will play a different game. So like if I'm into like Product Zomboid in the moment, a lot of times I might be playing something like Path of Exile on my end and watching Product Zomboid, or vice versa. You know, whatever the flavor of the week is for me. Because it is one of those things you start jumping at shadows because you're hearing what's happening on the stream. And, you know, especially a game like Product Zomboid where one mistake you're done, you have to be, like, super vigilant. If it's a game I'm way less worried about, like that, you know, death is not as punishing, not as big a deal, but I tend to play a lot of games like RimWorld and Project Zomboid and these kinds that, you know, messing up can hurt real bad. On the other end of things, then I play a whole bunch of games that it doesn't matter, like Planet Coaster and all that, where it's like, you know, who cares? There's not a big event that happens that you get like some alert, you're like, oh god. Like once you're managing things, it's more kind of sitting there just having a good time, building your park. And just not getting way out of line so far as handling stuff. Alright, so we got seaweed. Add some more bait. I do wish they got, there's, in single player where you see my weight 59 on the upper left there'd be little down arrows or up arrows if I'm gaining or losing weight. And I could kind of, you know, be like, okay, I've eaten enough fish. Like, you know, kind of just eat what I need to keep my hunger under control till it comes back down. Or, oh no, I'm still losing weight, I need to eat more kind of thing. But that's bugged right now in the multiplayer build. So, I just have to guess. Which, for right now, with how underweight I am, my guessing is, do I have room in my mouth for that fish that's really big? Yes. Unhinged jaw, in goes the fish. That's just the way I'm gonna have to ride until my weight gets under control. If we can get cows with butter, you can get enough butter going on that it can be you just eat the butter as you're hungry and accept horrific depression, because you're eating sticks of butter raw. But, you know, you will gain weight. But that's gonna be getting cows and all that, and then, you know, if they don't have a calf, waiting till they have a calf, which could take a while, and all that. And with having, you know, 4 people sharing it, we probably need more than 1 cow, potentially. I actually have no idea the throughput of a cow. You can add buttered roast. Oh yeah, you know, you can cook with it. But it's just a matter of gaining weight. It's just a matter of getting as much butter in you as possible. Making sure you're keeping the calories high enough. Alright, we're gonna eat one of those fillets I cooked. Put you away. I do miss, like, with fishing, when it was the old way where we just right-clicked and fish happened. I'm glad it's more active now. I think it's an improvement. I do wish I could be like, hey, put this fish in this other bag, please. So when we grab it, it immediately goes in the correct bag until it can't fit. But the different breeds of animals will provide more or less milk. Fun little wrinkle, which makes you focus on milk breeds because their meat is only good for hunger reduction. As someone who's at Lockjaw, the dislocate the jaw one doesn't sound fun. Yeah. The cow has to be pregnant to make milk, so they can make so much. You just need one these days. Yeah, well, the thought is with like multiple players is that still true that one cow is enough for a bunch of people? Because I know for single player, yeah, I had just piles of butter. That was before its nerf. I had piles of butter. I just didn't even have to think about it. But it's a question of if we have, 4, 5, 6 players on most of the time, like, will one cow keep up? We'll see. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's one of the things that's been a whole thing that, a lot of the animals, they need to make butchering them worth way more calories. Primarily because of effort in, thing out. That was part of the other day we saw there was a ram and a ewe in the back of a animal trailer, and when I approached it, the ram was already dead. Like when I found it, the ram had already died. Like its body was just laying outside the trailer when I got there. But then with the ewe, I like took it out and I just sat there from it being like, do I kill this thing and butcher it? I was like, no, a handful of lamb chops is thing. Is butter no longer a good option? No, butter's still good. It's it got nerfed from its peak, but my understanding it was still very strong. Do you look forward to the hotfix this week? So when it says confirmed, support on the Indie Stone forums has come out and said they are intending on dropping a hotfix this coming week. They haven't said the day. We don't know what's in details on being in it, that kind of stuff. But they have said, like, their intentions. Now, granted, it could be that they start working on the bug fixes and they hit some major snag and it gets delayed and all that. But yeah, so for all intents and purposes, we're probably expecting. And when it says this next week, it doesn't mean, 7 days from today. It probably means between Monday and Friday at some point. But yeah, no, it's not a thing they've, like, broadly announced, but they have said it on their support stuff. They're gonna have another fillet. But yeah, so we have no idea what bugs are gonna get fixed. Certainly not all the bugs are gonna get fixed. There's just too much of a list. But there is a good chance any low-hanging fruit that's easy to fix will probably get knocked out. It'll be that whole algebra, like, what's the severity, what's the simplicity of fix? Figure out somewhere on that spectrum to just grab, like, the worst offenders that they can get knocked out quickly. And then work their way back to the more complicated ones or the lower severity ones. And that's normal, just software bug triage. Yeah, no, right now, the only bug that I'd be like, man, if they don't fix it short term, it's going to be rough, is the foraging bug, where, like, right now I can't forage here. That'd be like the one bug that if that's stuck for a couple of weeks would be a real rough bug to work around. A lot of the other stuff is more inconvenient than, like, mildly annoying / weird. But that foraging bug genuinely has a severely negative impact on the gameplay. I haven't heard of the drying rack bug. What's going on with those? I feel like the drying rack is kind of a later game, not critical thing, though. So while it's certainly... Ooh, you are a big one. He almost snapped my line there. Alright. Where does the... Spotted big bass. Alright, we got ourselves a proper big fish here. Yeah, foraging is definitely number one. Let's see, Sully was surprisingly candid in the level of detail in which bugs are fixed internally. and which are still being actively investigated. Not fixed yet, even identified. Yeah. Yeah, and Sully was the one who mentioned it on the forums. Like, I am in the internal testing group, for a lot of this stuff. Which doesn't mean, like, I got to test everything way in advance. Some of the stuff, like, there was a build that went out that didn't get, like, we didn't get our hands on it yet before everyone else dropped it and all that kind of stuff. But, it's always one of those things I have to be careful what I, what I say and all that. But, once they sit there and they pop in the forums and be like, oh, hey, that, where it's, like, public knowledge, I have nothing to worry about then. But anything that hasn't been, like, publicly announced, if you ever hear me, like, kind of dancing around it, usually that means I'm trying to not give a comment because I am under NDA as part of that. Which none of that's a problem. Yeah, no, so when it says a big fish, it's big for that kind of fish. So, it was what, a bass? Yeah, so for, like, the, yeah, big spotted bass. So for a spotted bass, it's saying 31 inches is big. Versus, you compare a spotted bass against, like, a sturgeon or a tuna or something, you'd be like, that's a tiny fish. Little baby fish. But, yeah. Even with all the problems in this build, you still think multiplayer is decent stable? Yeah, like, all things considered, if we're looking at multiplayer, and, like, the issues, actually, like, seriously jarring, kind of hurting the experience issues, there's not been so much. What is the point of fishing so much? I am quickly losing weight. If you look at my weight in the top left there, I'm at 59 kilograms. We are extremely underweight. At 35 kilograms, we start dying. So, I gotta deal with that. In Project Zomboid, when you're talking about eating and all that, there's two separate stats. The first stat is hunger. That's like short-term dying from not having food. That's where you didn't eat for a day or two, and now you're dying. Then there's nutrition, which is your body weight primarily. And basically the way it works is there's high-calorie and low-calorie food. You need high-calorie food to gain weight and low-calorie food to lose weight. Generally speaking, the vast majority of time, you're going to be seeking high-calorie food. So that's stuff like, trapping animals, fishing, milking cows for butter. It's these kind of things. So where I'm at, we've been pretty far behind on our calories. That we have shed almost 30, just shy of 30 kilograms since I started this run. Needless to say, if I wait for another 30 kilograms, I'm dead. So the fishing is one of the levers I can pull to try and counter that. It is one of those things as well, as your skill goes up, you need to fish less. Because you'll get more big fish with your time. Do you have rabbit traps going? We do have a couple of rabbit traps. We don't have the bait for them, as I believe where we left off. That we need to get bait for them. Maybe empty out a few gas stations, supermarkets, and eat all the junk food. A lot of the junk food, we're on pretty rare loot that we won't find enough. And honestly, a lot of those junk food, even when you clear out a gas station, that's usually maybe enough for a day or two. Worth of calories, and we're at 1 month, 6 days that this character has survived. The server's probably been running an extra, 14 days or something, I don't know. Whatever the break ends up being. Yeah. And we're also at 16 times pop, so casually going to the gas station is usually, a month-long commitment of fighting, an in-game month. A month-long commitment of fighting your way into the gas station to then get your loot. So your caloric in to out from getting the loot out of the gas station, even if we put the loot on very generous, one person fighting in there would burn more calories in the fight to go in than they get on the way out. Hey, Ryoko-sha, how's it going? It's a fun struggle? Yes. It is a fun struggle, but it does mean I need to acquire calories where I can. But like I said, as we gain levels in fishing, it is something that'll make it so we don't have to do it as much. Like, we had our first big fish we caught today, so far as what we get in Project Zomboid. So I should be able to put on probably a kilogram here by just eating that fish kind of deal. It is one big painful thing that, like, right now, not having the up-down arrows on which way our weight is trending as a bug in multiplayer is making it extremely difficult to gauge if I need to be eating more or if I've eaten enough, which means kind of the default behavior is I'm going to eat more, because eating more just means I'm wasting food. Not eating enough means I'm still dying. Let's see, this game is the most similar to Show Alone when you're slowly starving to death, hoping to catch a big fish to keep you alive a little bit longer. Yep. Alright, so we're going to let it go for just a minute longer, and then I'm going to turn in because it'll get too dark for me to be out here. How's the day today? Pretty good. I got a pretty good looting run in on town. And that's been solid. We did bring our truck up here, our piece of garbage truck that is barely holding together by prayer, hopes, and dreams. Don't whisper its name too loud, I can't take it. But it did get us home with a bunch of loot, and my intention is to, like, slowly fix it up. Realistically, what's going to happen is I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm going to fix this thing up, and I'm just going to find a truck that is better in every possible way, and then that project's going to be completely mothballed. But for the time being, I don't have another option. I mean, I might still do it anyways on principle because it's a kind of a cool truck. So you see, like, this is a car in good shape. Yeah, no, that's the reason why we're going hard on the fishing. Is weight is getting properly sketch. So I've had to kind of stop what I was working on and just work on food. Okay, set that as a favorite. Am I really already... Pack items in a box? Oh, I could pack all the batteries in a box. Okay, that's fun. Alright, so with that, get a bunch of fish I could chuck in here. Put the fish guts in there. I don't know what to do with the fish guts. Hello.
Hello there, young man. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. You smoke, right?
I have been known to partake from time to time.
Managed to get by the gas station earlier, so I got a couple packs over on the shelf there for you.
Oh, what a responsible young man. Thank you. Oh my God, yes. Cigarillos too. Oh, and a lighter. Wow, you've done very well.
And that is Drongo. Yep. It's not the tree doctor. The tree doctor unfortunately died yesterday. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. This is Grandpappy Drongo.
Oh yes, this takes me back many years. Oh, I haven't smoked a cigarette in so long now.
Yeah, I'm happy to help. Help enable smoking addiction. Low-key, when you take smoker, you're in it for life. There's no getting over it. Yeah, and meanwhile, I've been fishing because you're getting a little lean.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're looking a little skin and bones there, buddy. You ought to make sure you're eating plenty of fish and, well, I mean, I think fish is mainly what we've got at the moment. There is a little bit of rabbit, though.
You got a really big bass today, so that's fun.
Oh, well done. Yes, big bass. Love to see it.
I mean, it's fillet now, but yeah.
Well, you love to eat it, right? You know what I mean.
Absolutely, that's the point. Yeah, so what are your plans today?
Well, I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do today, but I think I was talking last night with Allison before they headed out, and I think we'll be looking for a cow, and to make butter and milky goodness. Kids these days just don't get enough calcium.
Absolutely. So probably head to bed before we walk out into the darkness.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea to me.
Yeah, so you do have sleeping turned on where you can fast forward time with it, because that's the thing. Almost sounds like Bane. Yeah, no, Drongo's a lot of fun. I've been really enjoying, because like the server wasn't brought up with like an intent of RP or whatever, and Drongo's been doing it and it's absolutely been hilarious. Like for the record, it's not like against RP. But alright, I'm probably gonna fish more. Cause I'm hungry.
Okie dokie, that sounds like a good plan. Are you sure you don't want to have breakfast first? That's part of the reason why you're wasting away, buddy.
Oh, I'm already eating fish.
Oh, okay. Well, breakfast of champions. Oh, do you mind if I take one of these cars out to look for a cow?
Yeah, so this one's Allison's. Kind of up to her. I don't mind personally if she's okay with it. You can take this car. It might not make it out of the driveway.
Ah, it sounds ominous.
I did leave the keys in the ignition. You can pop at the hood and take a look at what you think about it.
Okay, let me just have a quick little look under here and see what it
Waiting.
see what it looks like. Oh, there we go. Jesus Christ! Oh my God! What the? Oh, yeah. This. Yep. And it leaves a little to be desired, huh?
Little bit. It technically arrived. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that.
Got it here.
I am genuinely surprised I did not lose any tires on the way.
Yeah, they're barely hanging on. Well, with that in mind, I might just hoof it out then on foot and hope for the best.
I also did get a couple more magazines and a couple more books. I think Welding 1 is the most exciting book I had.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
That's very exciting.
So if you're wondering what the car looks like, this is the state of the car I drove out here. I did replace the headlights. So, you know, we are intending on repairing it, but the overall condition is currently 16%. That was the reason why when he was like, "Can I take one of these?" Like you can try. I don't think it's going to get very far. It only stalls every couple of seconds. Yeah, so certainly I don't want to sit here and just like fish and fish and fish and fish and fish. It is just what's going to have to happen. Not impaired with any working parts. Yeah, none of those working parts getting in the way of our progress. Yeah, so you can look at the fishing. So you can see that the temperature is good. The time of day is normal. We can see all the eligible fish for being caught in that area. As we get better at fishing, we'll learn more of that. I think you can also get like a fishing almanac or something like that. That's right up against the shore. Let's keep going along. I have the axe out just in case you run into a zombie. So I don't actually whack it with my fishing pole and break it. I can make another, it's just inconvenient. I mean, that's a good fishing zone or whatever, but I don't love being in the trees. There used to be a trick, and I don't know if it still works. There used to be a trick where you could, stand way back. So instead of being up at the shore, I could stand way back here and cast. And you catch the fish when it hits the shore. I don't know if that still works or not. It's a little cheesy, but it is a thing you could do to make it a little bit easier to catch the fish, because they used to not fight until they got relatively close to you. This is northwest of Lake Fallis, which is roughly center map. If you're spawning at any of the areas, it's east of Echo Creek, south of Riverside, north of Rosewood, and west of Muldrow. You can do the trick on a bridge? Yeah. Alright. What am I at with my fishing skill at this stage? Fishing. I'm actually at 4, all things considered. I want to say it's around 5 that you start to get a little bit more consistent on getting some of the bigger fish. Like that you'll pull a big fish, usually at least like once a day, most of the time. Give or take, depending on like if the weather and temperature and all that stuff is good. But now that the temperature is good and not just normal, that does help quite a bit. One way to do that trick is you can get decently deep from the side. Yeah, no, there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with that. Yeah. No, it's a cool trick. It's not really necessary. The only fish that are actually kind of hard to catch is some of the bigger fish will put up a little bit of fight right towards the end. And when they're like the big pike and everything like that, or walleye, I imagine now, it is a thing where you kind of have to like baby and like let the line in. But as long as you don't rush it, you will slowly be able to just bring it in. You just gotta let a little line off when it starts getting into the red so it doesn't snap your line. When we get through with the last of the maggots, what I'll probably do is I will switch over to some of the smaller fillets. I'll start using those as bait. Because it won't really help my weight gain cause. It actually gives me another chance of getting what we need. So I still got quite a few of those, though. Yeah, and baitfish catch, help catch bigger meat eaters. Yeah. I'm kind of thinking if we hit 5, like I said, I'll probably start taking the small, but you know, like the small fish that we can actually slice, and start using them as bait, trying to aim for the bigger ones. I'll probably want to eat another fish fillet here in a minute. It's a real shame I can't see the weight gain. Because that's, if the build had been out for a while and it was just a bug, I could use a mod called, Minimal Display Bars. Or I think they changed the name at some point. But, you know, they're bars that show, like, the behind the scenes of, like, what your calories are at a given time, like, what your endurance. And I like that one because it makes it easy to explain mechanics to people. But right now, with this being a new version, you really don't want to be messing with a lot of that stuff. been using a few mods like that for the rat race. Yeah, no, it's very popular for that. Modern status. Can you confirm a net catching small fish or anything like that in the game? I believe there are fish traps, if I remember correctly. I don't think a lot of people use them, though. And one has been updated for 4.13. You don't know if it works with multiplayer. I wouldn't want to take the chances anyways. I'm going to try switching over to using fillets. Where are my bubbles? There they are. Fish traps can be made with a wire and they need a recipe. So if you don't take the angler trait, you won't learn it. You'll need to find a magazine. Yeah, but I think it's or whatever. Yeah, no, I'm hesitant to grab any mods right now. I definitely feel like that's some of those things to maybe wait a little while on. But yeah, that's probably a pretty low risk one, since really all it is just a UI pointing at like the data on the back end or data on your character, whatever. All right, come on. Give me some big. Yeah, yeah, Twist has a really low weight mod that literally just tells you how many calories you just took in. Yeah. I mean, for me, the big thing is more just keeping track. Well, we're down to 59. I should have enough fish to, be able to put on weight. We are not getting what we're looking for right now. I think it's just garbage. Yep. Alright, so I need to remember to actually eat the fish. Alright. Oh, you think the other big bug? Oh yeah. Nimble's another one. At least these days, because Nimble got a buff a while back, it's not as bad. I think I'm gonna hop between the maggots and the fish fillet. Oh, in hindsight, those fish fillets actually had a decent amount of nutrition. Let's not use the bass for that. It might just be fish fillet from too big of a fish. I'm honestly not sure how any of that works. And it could also be we've gone from the good temperature to just the normal temperature. But yeah, no, the Nimble not leveling is another pretty awful one. It's going to take a lot to get us back to 75, which is where we're aiming to be. But like I said, if Drongo goes for a run, can you chum with fish guts? I don't believe so. I've not seen anything like that. It could be a thing. This is pretty discouraging. All right, let's move on since we didn't get a fish from this one. Because I'm going to take that as like a false trash spot or something. Can you build docks and piers? Yes. That looks like it's a pretty good spot, kind of in the middle. As far as the traits, I've got fast learner and outdoorsy. Outdoorsy just makes me a little bit more tolerant to the elements. Okay. I should also be checking to see what it says. All right. Yeah, so what's it say about the fishing? Temperature is good. The other stuff's normal. All right, let's try another one of these fish fillets. And here's hoping we get a better one. The other thing I might be able to do is later on go down to where we have the lake by Lake Fallis. They fought a little, but not a lot. Alright, so I think we traded a medium bass for a medium catfish, and I still got more fish fillets. So that's at least some good news. Because that should be a net gain on the calories I'm going to get out of that. Which is kind of the goal. Get some of these crappy fish that I barely want to eat because they're just worth hunger. Ooh! You actually spiked there without me even reeling in. So let's be careful when you get near the shore, because this one might... Or not. Maybe a false alarm on that one. It had like a little spike over there. I was like, alright, what is your deal? There's another catfish. Go ahead and while we're in here, slam another one of these guys, because I gotta get those calories up. I can shift you back over here. So add fish fillet. Add fish fillet. There we go. Just need to think about it for a moment. Yeah, because we keep catching the channel catfish. That's not too bad. They're not excellent, but they're better than like all those bluegill and everything we've been getting. Fish is fish. I mean, in this case, not really. I need big fish. Small fish don't get it done. A small bass. We'll fillet that one. We can drink the water. Drop the guts. Got our next bass out of the way. All right. No, I cannot use the guts as bait. It does get asked like every 2 seconds. But yeah, no, I can't use the fish guts as bait. Alright, well you jerk to the side real fast. It feels like you should be able to. You can drink without boiling water? Directly from a natural water source, yes. Oh. Well, that didn't even take my bait. That's just a freebie. But weirdly, if you take the water, if I drink directly from the river, thumbs up. If I take the water from the river and I put it in a bottle and then I drink it, it'll kill you. And it's been that way for a very long time. There's definitely times they've made it more dangerous and less dangerous to drink from the water, or from the rivers and all that. But generally, it's usually been like it might get you a little queasy or a little nauseous. The big thing not to do is you can get away with eating poison berries if you do so with like a nice gap in between. It's really easy to not think about it, eat a poison berry, then drink some tainted water, and that you can't do. That's flying too close to the sun. You can do one or the other, but you don't want to jump down both those back to back. Can you drink from puddles? I don't believe you can drink from puddles safely. That one I'm not as sure. I usually avoid it because there's also like next to no water in them anyways. I would assume it would not be safe if you can. But I haven't tested it. Okay. Come on, fish. Work with me here. I'm almost at fishing 5. Yeah, 1 or 2 more fish should give me another level in fishing. There you go. Make sure we're actually kind of in the spot better. I wonder if we're in a situation where the fishing pole didn't update properly and that my bait is actually gone from that channel catfish we caught a second ago. Because there are lots of desyncy things where you sharpen a knife and then it doesn't show that you sharpened it. You put it on the ground and then it shows that it's sharpened. There's a lot of weird stuff like that going on with multiplayer. I'm going to test because I'm curious and I'm not getting a bite. Okay, so it says I've got the bait. Put it on the ground. No, it still says I got the bait. Okay, sure. Where's my fishing pole on the list here? I mean, sure, okay. Never mind. That's definitely not it then. That's fine. It's just probably that time of day where we're at, like, probably the bad time of day. Because there's, like, good, bad, normal. Can you still learn tracking? I don't remember. Is it worth it to replace a car's tires if you find another nice old tires, for example? Or does it not really matter? So as your tires get worn, eventually your tires will explode. And, you know, then you can't drive. So just keeping that in mind, that you will eventually need to, replace your tires. So usually once they start to get down into the red, like those 20s or so, you're probably best getting new tires. And you'll want to keep your tires properly inflated. If your tires get too underinflated, they'll take damage faster. So you'll be more prone to have your tires wear out quickly and explode. And your tires get too low if they, for example, zero out, the tire immediately pops off your car. Okay, we can drop you off. Yeah, temperature good, time of day is normal. That's fine. We definitely don't want to eat some river sashimi. As what did people say yesterday? Ohio sushi, or is Ohio River sushi or whatever? To be careful to not accidentally eat your raw fish. Okay. It won't be too much longer until we start hitting the better time for fishing during the day. There we go. So fishing 5. Did I already eat all my fish fillets? I did. Here we go again with this. So let's take that back off, put it back on. Put it back on. There we go. Okay. Don't ever eat anything you can catch on the Ohio River. As a native of Cincinnati, just no. Yup. There's a lot of those rivers that it's like, nah, man, there's been a lot of stuff dumped in those rivers over the years. You do not want to be consuming whatever's been consuming what's in that river. It's, the transitive property on that one is not a good time. You know anything about sushi from a river, but you suspect that saying is because of other reasons? If there are other reasons, I'm blissfully unaware of them. No, my comment was more finding some fish from, a river that's got a history of pollution. And being like, yeah, not only am I going to eat fish out of it, I'm going to eat the fish out of it raw. Neither of which is a good or smart idea. But there's definitely, of the ideas on that list, there's certainly worse ones. Let's grab another one of these small bass. Drop the fish guts. Because I am finding these fish fillet do seem to be working pretty well. Let's see, freshwater fish do tend to have a lot more parasites and heavy metals than seawater. Yeah, I mean, just like thinking of like human interactions, we've dumped so much stuff into water in general. And then you got like, your leads and all that, mercury and whatnot that comes from manufacturing processes and pipelines and all that. Even if we're talking small trace amounts, it's going to be higher than giant freaking ocean. Now, I do know it's a concern with a lot of, like, the really, really big, long-lived fish in the ocean. That those can be rough because they do gradually accumulate mercury in their body from all the things they eat. And just like us, where we can't process mercury, neither can they. So it just collects in them, and then we eat it, and then we get the mercury. And it's just the thing that the body can't process mercury. So it just collects there. And a little bit of trace mercury isn't gonna get you, but the problem is, it is one of those things, you get a little mercury in you, and you just have mercury in you. And then when you get a little bit more mercury, then you got a problem. You got a big problem. It's real bad for you. Yet weirdly enough, I managed to like put away and then take out my fishing pole every once in a while to hook some of these fillets. Not every time. Okay. I remember, was it Build 41 multiplayer when it came out? Or was it just Build 41 at a certain point? Where they messed up the numbers around calories. So you just basically couldn't put on weight realistically. So everyone was just starving to death. No, that may have been when Build 42 very first dropped. That like nothing had calories in it. Like of a meaningful amount. So like everyone was just starving to death. Because they just couldn't find the calories they needed to survive. You know, and then people figured out like the butter meta and that kind of deal. I am getting an endless thing of small channel catfish. Which is good. They're bigger than the bluegill and all that. So it is still better, I think, overall. But I need a big fish. I need a big small channel catfish. Or big channel catfish. We're, I believe, about to enter the peak time. I want to say it's 7 to 9 is the evening peak. There's a morning peak and an evening peak. Okay. I guess we're getting XP. Yep. We are getting XP. Like, it's harder to notice now because we're not getting the really big fish. Yeah, so we're in the time and temperature that is good for the day. It's about the best fishing we're gonna get today, and let's hope we can make it done. Because you basically get XP based on what you're catching. So if you're starting catching lots of big fish, you'll get better XP. If you catch trash, I believe trash doesn't give you XP anymore. It used to give you tiny bits. I'm a little annoyed that it gives you none. Because it was always the thing that sometimes you'd struggle a bit. Come on, give me something big. Proper big. Because I need to keep getting those calories up. I imagine you get up to like 10 fishing, it's probably pretty solid. Oh, come on, we're at peak hours. Don't do this to me. Probably hurts the fishing because Drongo died. Yeah, no, that was, I know when Drongo started his other character, he was like, alright, I really don't know about, like, it's kind of like not looking forward to needing to fish again. Ooh, okay, I see you. Just about snapped my line there. Come on, big. Small, largemouth bass. Okay, I mean, not amazing, but put that away, pop it back out. You hit fishing 8 today on your save, it gets a ton better high level. Oh yeah, no, I remember that much. Because I remember having to do this with my my first big run for Build 42. Going hard on the fishing. And it was one of those things, I don't remember what the cutoff was. I want to say it was around 5 or so. That you'd catch like a pike that was, you know, 120 centimeter pike or whatever. And I remember I accidentally sat one down and I had to take my clothes off because with my clothes on, the pike weighed so much I couldn't fit it in my inventory. It was like 45 weight or something like that. And there was the idea that it's like, oh, gotta take off my pants. This fish is too heavy to pick it up with my pants on. Like the pants is the deal breaker for what you can handle so far as carrying this fish. And so you'd lug the fish into your house. It's like right next to the water. And your character would be like maximum exhaustion. And then, you know, you'd have this fish. You couldn't physically eat the whole thing before you were, like you were full to bursting and like worried about it rotting and everything. You'd have to split the fillets multiple times over just to manage the weight. Okay, I love you. Yeah, a 12.6 weight bass that restored like 143 hunger. Oh yeah, no, you'd have these ridiculous ones. When we get back to the house this in-game day, I'm gonna step away for the computer real fast to like, you know, go downstairs for just a minute and all that. Stretch my legs, use the restroom, all that. I'll probably do like this last cast here, and then I'll probably take a quick like, you know, 5-minute break or so. Come on, give me the fish. Because I definitely don't want to be spending the whole stream just fishing. Like, obviously, I gotta do what I gotta do to not starve to death. But this is something I could do that kind of mostly guarantees I'll be able to fix my weight. Versus if I approach that from the, if I approach it from looking for cows and all that, obviously that's the better long-term solution. But it doesn't address the right now. My weight will continue to decline until we get there. All right. Take you, put you in the bag. It takes a while. Keep in mind, normally when you're playing single player, you're doing a lot of fast forwarding. And I don't get to do that here. I think I saw a rat there. Okay. But yeah, no, we ate our earlier ones. It's really hard to tell without like all our mods and debug mode and being able to watch the calories and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I don't know what the percent damage loss, but we are losing damage to a thing. Yes, we are definitely taking debuffs to our damage. We started taking the debuff at, I believe it's like 75, and then we take the more severe debuff, I believe, at 65. Alright, so like I said, chat, I'm going to need to step away for a couple of minutes. I'm just going to pop in here. And all that. But I'll be back in a couple minutes, and thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay, and I am back. Sorry about that. Oh, I left my headset downstairs. One more. I'll be right back. My apologies. I'll be right back in 2 seconds. Just grab my headset. Okay, so sorry about that. I needed to have a quick, I needed to talk to Tomb real fast, and I had my headset, I pulled it off, and I just left it downstairs. Okay. So Dr. Ongo's way down there. Let me see if he's waiting for me to go to sleep. He was. Okay. Or he must have woken back up immediately. Alright. I wonder if he's going to be streaming this tonight or not. I genuinely don't know. That's probably fine. Yeah, it's probably fine. Okay. So cut up all our battery. Cut up all our batteries. Cut up all the fish we got. Get them cooked. Because weight is not going up. Okay. I thought fish didn't give you much weight. No, fish in Project Zomboid can be really good. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize the fishing gave you the butchering skill now. That didn't used to be the case. Like, it used to be that fish are pretty awful for or sorry, fishing didn't give you the butchering skill at all. Oh. Fish sack row. Sure. Then chuck all of you in here. Chuck you in there. You too small to do anything with, so we'll just chuck you in there. Okay, and you still got a decent number there. So turn that on. We could drop the seaweed in there just to do that. Okay, none that are particularly great nutrition. That's fine. Okay. But you are hungry. It seems, that shoveling fish. Yeah, no, the beginning of the day yesterday, we were shoveling in fish the whole time. And then as the day went on, we eventually didn't have the ability to, like, maintain that. Because we got some in here that are really good. Oh, that's a lot of really good fillets. That's kind of the question of, like, when it comes to approaching these, like I said, if we had the up arrow there, I could gauge them not wasting the fish. Because that's what I'm worried I'm doing right now, is I start the day, I shovel the fish in really fast, get the calories up, and then they slowly burn down to the day. that I get close to gaining my necessary calories. Yeah, so a lot of these ones that say like dangerous uncooked, and then a lot of them don't seem to actually cook. I'm grabbing the small fish and chucking him over there. I'm just going to bring the whole stack of sliced fish with me for today. Probably not far enough inland. It's actually looking like most of these fish fillets were pretty terrible. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Is that a spot towards the middle over there? Got a couple with a little bit more hunger. We see how fast like we go from overfilled to okay with how not big these fish are. I think that one's gonna have to do. That's still pretty close to the edge. Yeah, that's probably fine. But yeah, like I really don't have a choice in the matter. We're just trying to stay alive right now. Even if I'm only stalemating the weight, if I'm doing that while gaining fishing skill and cooking skill and butchering skill, that should all help. Because it could also be that maybe my butchering skill is also hurting us a lot. That I'm getting a fish that's decent there, and then I butcher it, and then I don't get as much out of it because I suck at cutting it up. I'll put the little bait fish on our line. Eat another one of our cooked fillets. Because yeah, the hunger and the nutrition's not really connected, but if you have a high calorie item, they do tend to have a similar association. Which is for low calorie items, doesn't quite work that way. You can have it where it like solves a lot of hunger, but doesn't do crap for your nutrition. Okay, so we cannot butcher that one. If you eat the fish without filleting, you get more calories, but you lose the butchering XP. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if I end up needing to do that. And thank you, MercQ, for the Prime Gaming sub. You'll get one of those a month. You used it here, and I really do appreciate that. I hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes now. Well, thank you so much for that support. It means a heck of a lot. And thank you. Like everyone's been like really generous about the support. I know I don't play nearly as much Product Zomboid these days. I still very much enjoy the game, but it's just kind of one of those ones that it's difficult for me to get into like the really big runs by myself anymore. I just burn out too fast. But still, I think it's an excellent game. And I've very much been enjoying the multiplayer stuff. Like, especially like having Allison and Drongo and Ultra around and all that stuff. What are the things, busted deep butts? They're called moodles, because they're supposed to be, like, relative to your mood or whatever. So we will drink that. Alright, so we got a big white mouth bass. So that's a good one to just keep as it is. Alright. Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, these small channel catfish, oh, that's a meta event. Their fillets did not give me a whole lot. But we're doing our best. I might look to see about the minimal display bar kind of mod or whatever, just so we can see our calories. Because until that's sorted, it's so hard to maintain, I think, because I have no concept of where we're at. Small spotted bass, we'll go ahead and slice you up. Chuck the guts in the ground. Slam down another fillet. All right. Ooh, rain. That's usually good weather. Because that could be good time of day. Well, not... I mean, probably not good time of day. We probably just passed it. But, like, good temperature, good weather. And if it keeps going for the whole day, that'd be even better. I have not been paying attention to the weather forecast. Come on. There you go. So I'll slice you up. You're a smallmouth bass. Okay. Yeah, so when we caught that big fish, it jumped our fishing XP a lot. That's basically what it boils down to, is catching, like, doing the most advanced thing you can do for that tier with the fishing. And the other stuff gives you XP, it's just not as significant. Hey. There we go. Small channel catfish. Yeah, no, I'm more worried about the helicopter. Because I don't really have a concept of how far we are from that. We'll turn that on and see what we got. Meanwhile, we can go ahead and say fishing. So temperature good, weather we don't know, and wind we don't know because we're not knowledgeable enough yet on fishing. Did I already go ahead and add bait? No, we can't. That took away the radio. All right, so we're still in the temperature and all that. That's all I care is the end of the broadcast, because that'll give me like storm details and the helicopter. Yeah, so we're expecting to have thunderstorms throughout yesterday. That's flavor text. It doesn't mean anything. Crap. We have a helicopter. Change of plan. Well, Drongo's just gonna have to figure that out if he's not watching. if he is watching, he just heard me go, crap, helicopter. So we're gonna try to run to the house really fast, drop off the fish. We're not gonna bother cooking it, butchering it, anything like that. We are just chucking it in there. And I'm gonna cross the river and just go out into the sunset. But the big thing is I want to get away from the house. Okay, freezer, have the fish. Have the maggots. Have the other fish. Have the big fish. And for right now, I'm gonna grab those little fish we chucked in there. Just need to make sure I got food to get out of here. Okay. I'll put you away. Oh, if I cross the bridge, I'm going to draw it to where we were foraging. We don't want to do that. Shoot, it's already here. I'm gonna cross the bridge, I'm gonna follow the river to the south. I think that's gonna be the plan. The big thing is to not draw the zombies to where we're trying to stay safe. So there's not many zombies north of where we live, so that shouldn't be too much of an escalation there. And I definitely don't want to run more than necessary. I just want to get down to this bridge and cross. Because if I go over there, there's a good chance if we do draw any zombies anywhere, it'll at least not be anywhere we care about. We might have a couple of stragglers that come from up north over to by where Drongo's at, but that's going to be any helicopter. You're going to have a couple zombies get tossed here and there to just make a general mess of things. I need to stop running soon. I think the helicopter's on me. Not hard to tell. I believe Drongo's pretty far away. Nope. Nope, Drongo is right down the road from me. I'm literally heading at Drongo right now. Drongo's probably on his way back. So who knows who is after. So I'm gonna go this way so that me and Drongo are not standing on top of each other. It's not the greatest place. Honestly, that other shore would have been the safer bet, but I do want to keep him on the other side of the river from... That's not a good turn. Poor Drongo's been here for almost every single helicopter. I think Drongo missed one helicopter so far, where I've missed 2 of them. There's the first pass. And it could do up to 4 passes. Broadly speaking, for every additional pass it does, it gets a magnitude worse. It's not literally that way, but its opportunity to draw zombies from farther away gets a little bit better, especially if you're kind of staying in the same area. It's one of the reasons why you want to be really careful about just, you know, hunkering down at home. Because if you get lucky and you get like a 2, 3, 4 passer, you start getting to the point where just sheer magnitude of zombies that get to reach your area, even at lower pops, can get pretty gnarly. Whereas if you do like me and Drongo are doing, which both of us have kind of gone for a stroll, it doesn't really get a chance for it to pile all those zombies up. Yeah, where's Drongo at this point? So Drongo's back up by the bridge, which is interesting enough. It could be he was working his way... You know what I bet it is? I bet it's he worked his way that way. And just with all the times we've had the helicopter kind of out in these areas, it might be drawing the zombies in from like surrounding warehouses and farmlands and all that now. That's actually started to get a bit dicey over there. Meanwhile, if I'm out in the woods anyways, might as well do a little foraging while we're out here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It partially sucks because it's actually a good day for fishing, weather and all that wise. So it sucks that this is derailing that. That said, with the storm going for the next couple of days, I think that'll, I think storm weather was good. I know rain is good. Oop. See a couple of zombies over there, not a lot. Let's see, what's the most dense area on the map that you guys have seen? In this run, it's just Lake Falls, which is a relatively low density town. But we're doing 16 times pop. For me, I've literally been everywhere on the map on 16 times pop. Like, I have a run that's still technically alive from Build 41 that I played exclusively in Louisville at 16 times pop. Has over, well, sorry, it has about 300,000 kills. I don't remember exactly where it was, whether it was slightly over or slightly under. Okay, that was past 2. We can have up to 4. Okay, so Drongo is going north along the river. That's not too bad of an idea. The only snag with that one is that there's zombies over here. It could draw them to the cabin if it gets that far. But honestly, it's probably not that big a deal, because there's not a lot of places for it to pull them from. And even if it does, we just wipe them out. Because that's when you're doing your helicopters, like right now, wherever we're at, it's too late to change our plans. It's here. But one of the things you want to consider is wherever you are on the map, like I'm here, that's what the zombies are going to be drawn to. And just assume the entire like circle around it, there's going to be some number of zombies homing in. So like, say I had my house over there, and I'm on this side. If there's a population center of zombies down this way, I've drugged the zombies onto my house. So it is one of those things that early game you usually don't get much control over the helicopter and options of where to move it. But like later game, I'll actually do stuff like this is Lake Falls here. You might see me go and take the helicopter in a field down there with the express purpose of having the zombies drawn to that big open field where they're easier to fight and close enough to town to draw them out of the town so that I can kind of pick my battles and have the zombies like in a big wide open area where I can just take all the time to fight them, no worried about blind spots or, you know, going in the house and dealing with it. Versus then the other side of it is, you know, I can go to town and pull the helicopter right in the middle of a block to, again, use some like parking lot or whatever for the same thing and make sure I get the town. And there's definitely times to different things, like when I'm clearing a city and I feel like I've got it mostly cleared, I'll end up taking helicopters in the, you know, mall parking lot, those kind of areas, to try and draw any stragglers in the area out. We're definitely nowhere near that being what we're working on right now. Right now, I'm also kind of just strolling down the river because I don't remember what's down here. There's a lot of, like, little log cabins out in the middle of nowhere on this map that you'll find, like, hunting and fishing and whatever supplies, magazines, that kind of thing. The good news is I'm seeing, like, no zombies. I think this helicopter's chasing Drongo. This last pass here, it's way quieter for me. So I think it's on top of Drongo this time. It's looking like we're getting a full 4 passer. Alright, I don't want to carry, you know, not where I can fit in my bag or anything. Granted, oh well, I mean, branches I guess don't matter at this point. We can get an axe and chop down trees. So why are there a bunch of zombies pocketed there? This is the end of the river here. Yeah, so I'm not seeing anything we care about. Let's see. I know Candid likes to use police sirens for that function. Yeah. No, when I get to like mid to late game in these kind of runs, usually when I'm going through, basically my rule is when I'm going out to where I've been clearing, I don't make any noise more than I intend to, like just as normal. But anytime I was returning home, I would run the sirens the entire way home. And then the idea is that way any zombies within the range of the sirens get drawn to the roads and all that, so that the next day going out I can clear them. But I don't want to go out because then I potentially draw the zombies in behind me. Okay, sounds like the helicopter's all done. So we did go to the far end of that river. We've kind of explored what's down there. We had jog on up. I actually feel like we're doing pretty good. Now we'll see how Drongo is. I'm imagining where Drongo, like, I'm imagining this whole side of this river is probably not too bad. Like, I definitely saw a couple zombies wandering around the forest that I just kind of left alone because I'm not going to go schlepping into the trees for them. I could have yelled to draw them, but I didn't really know how things were going to turn out before we're all done. Yeah, we're still losing weight. Well, I mean, I haven't lost weight. I'm at least stalemating it for now, because I would have lost another kilogram by now if I wasn't at least doing something. So that's at least good news. If we're stalemating, I'm gaining time to level up my skills and all that to get bigger fish to, you know, get ahead of it. Yeah, and also the pro and the con about being near home with the helicopter is you are still drawing zombies from the surrounding area to your home area. Again, like you saw there, I got the broadcast and I didn't even get a chance to kind of get away from the area before the helicopter was just already here. But the pro and the con of that is, one, usually means you get to fight the zombies in familiar territory where you've cleared things up and you kind of got things set up and ready. You got your equipment, you got your food handy, all that good stuff. And then the other pro being, that means all the surrounding areas, like those random little farmhouses and all that, that normally you might have to fight 100, 200 zombies to get into. You've just pulled those zombies to you and killed them on your terms. Ooh, there's like, okay, so other side of the river is getting pretty spicy over here. We definitely drew a lot of zombies here. So let's keep a little eye on this. Because some of those could be stuff like survivor zombie packs that are out and about that got pulled to the shore. Okay, whatever's on the other side of that shore is a bad time. That's a good 3-4 rally groups, 5 Oh, they're right up to the bridge. Okay. Maybe that's why I saw Drongo not going close to the bridge, as he probably saw that before I did. Well, I'm glad it kept some weapons on me. It is.
Yeah, I've had a hell of a day.
I see that. The other side of the bridge is not looking like a good time. Now you gotta keep in mind, Drongo's in Australia, so he's gonna have a pretty significant latency. That'll be fine for handling the zombies that are on him for him, but it means the zombies that are chasing him when I pull aggro, they're gonna be a little funky. Because it's when the zombie aggro's onto Drongo, it's Drongo's zombie. His client's deciding what that zombie does. And then when it switches aggro to me, it has to resolve that so that we're on the same page, so that I can now be in charge of the zombie. So you do run to weirdness that a zombie can get a little teleporty and all that, which is the reason why I'm coming from behind here and not approaching from Drongo's side. It's also the reason why you'll see Drongo look like he absolutely gets grabbed and it's fine.
Bloody hell, there's a lot of zombies down there at that bridge, my boy.
Oh yeah, the south side of the bridge is real bad.
Yeah, I was trying to make my way home and I got chased by a helicopter.
Yep, no, I was at the house, so I ran south to try and get rid of him.
Yeah, I just ran straight through the forest to the coast as quick as I could. You know, we got movement in the south of the trees here, boy.
Yep. They don't seem to notice us, and I am okay with that.
Yeah, we gotta pick and choose our battles. We're well outnumbered. I do have some good news, though.
What's that?
I managed to wrangle up 3 cows into an animal trailer. I just need a vehicle.
Okay, we definitely want to make that happen, like, right away. Was there food in the trailer?
There was food in the trailer. They should be set for a while, but, we'll need to build a little house for them first. Can't just have cows running around all willy-nilly, you know.
Yeah, they'll do a little bit okay hanging out just in the open, as long as we, like, tell them where to stay in their pen. But yeah, we definitely will want that eventually, or one zombie will show up and chase them off.
Yeah, I was thinking I'd make some crude fences, just a bit of wooden twine, just to keep them contained, you know.
You know, it sounds like a plan. We'll definitely want to retrieve them sooner rather than later. They don't like to be in the trailers very long. Like, a day or two is fine. But I'm sure Allison would not mind us borrowing the car for that.
Yeah, I figured that'd probably be a good idea, use it rather than using the ute. The ute, still leaves a little bit to be desired.
The ute would not make it. There's no second guess. The ute would not make it. Yeah, I believe sheep can. I believe any of the animals can break the fences if you leave them upset long enough. I mean, actually, I don't know about rabbits and chickens. But regardless, it's basically if they get stressed, And they get stressed if you chop down wood nearby them, or if, like, loud noises nearby them. So, like, gunshots, horns, sirens, that kind of stuff.
So how do you propose we get across this bridge?
Let's get an eye on what's going on there. If the bridge looks enough that we can run to the other side, we can deal with it to the other side.
Okay.
Because then we can just, like, run down the road, worst case. Yeah, so probably kill this
It's
handful
actually looking
here.
alright right now.
Yeah, we just definitely don't want to go south.
Roger that.
But yeah, so you see how I'm, like, trying to orbit away from Drongo? It's basically I'm trying to make sure whatever aggro's him stays his, whatever aggro's mine stays mine. It's the switch back and forth in aggro that's the one real dangerous thing.
Let's push to the other side.
Oh, this is bad. Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh, I should not be following that close. Okay. Alright, looks clear past those.
Yep.
So turn and fight or get rid of them?
Yeah, your call, Captain.
I think we can turn and fight. Just be real careful near the shore. It's not exactly good footing where you think it is. Sometimes you just can't walk someplace on the shore. Oh, he's going to the trees more. Ooh, he is turning into the trees. So, where he's in a little bit of trouble, when you're dealing with multiplayer, generally finish what you're dealing with, get yourself safe, and then go help the other person. It's kind of like an everyone fends for themselves, and then helps when able. Yeah, so it looks like he's getting grabbed constantly. Alright, I'll grab some off the back.
Yep, roger that.
What I don't want to do is I do not want to circle back down where those other zombies were. I think he's getting exhausted. There's a lot that are crawlers now. Only 3 to go. Alright.
Oh, not a moment too soon. It's starting to get dark.
How exhausted are you?
I'm a little out of breath. I reckon we should probably just head straight back for the house. What do you reckon?
Yeah, we could do that. I do have a flashlight.
Okay.
We just don't want to run in case house isn't safe. We don't know what the situation is up there.
Yep, checks out.
Yeah, because I'm betting with a nightstick, he's probably at high exertion. I don't really know his character stats or how bad that fight actually was for him. I think he ended up doing a lot more.
Especially considering the Jenny's still running. If there was any zombies in the area, they would have been drawn right into it.
Yeah, that's the reason I wanted to move it away from the front door. It's real bad when you go to bed and that happens. The good news is it means we should know exactly where to find the zombies by the house. We can just see them hanging by the Jenny.
Yeah, true enough, true enough.
So how far out were the cows is a question.
It's not too far. A little farmhouse, just, southwest of Fallis Lake.
Okay, do we have the route by road, or did you cut across farms?
Yep, rode it all the way. We'll be able to
Nice.
drive right up to it and hitch up the trailer.
On the other side of the river.
Oh yeah, okay, I heard it. Didn't see it.
Yeah, no, I did the same thing. How's my weight looking? You wouldn't happen to notice where, did they have a calf, or were they all adult?
They're all adult.
Alright, well here's hoping one of them is either going to have a calf soon, or has recently had one.
I don't think so, unfortunately, but, who knows? Miracles do happen.
Yep, I guess the other question, were any of them bulls?
No.
Either way, that's still good, because that means then we're just short a bull if it comes down to it.
Yep, it's half the battle.
Yeah, for those who don't know, the cows don't give milk unless they're either pregnant or have recently had a calf. I can't remember if you keep milking them, if they'll just keep producing milk indefinitely, or if eventually they have to have another one. I honestly don't remember.
It's looking clear, my boy. We're in luck.
That's good news. I was worried it would have drug a couple over because I was just north of here when it started and just started running. I did repair this the other, 2 days ago. I have
see.
not topped off the gas, though.
Yeah, it's running at 56% at the moment. Still a few days left.
And be careful with the fish in the freezer. I did have to chuck raw fish in there because, the helicopter.
Roger that.
Old man Drongo is wholesome? Absolutely. Okay, I think I got all the raw fish out. So there's a good chance I missed fish, because it was a real fast, like, crap, I gotta drop what I'm holding. Use that to start thawing the fish out. Make sure I didn't miss any. Those are maggots, we don't care about those. Oh, nope, there's one. I would have missed someone and potentially, you know, hopefully people look and they wouldn't just shove something in their mouth without verifying. But it is an easy thing to accidentally overlook. Especially when you just start trusting people and be like, yeah, they're gonna have it, it's not a big deal. Okay, so grab the big bass there. You're cooked, so you're good. You're still thawing. Doesn't the big white fish need to be butchered? Yeah, but I had to unfreeze it first. You can't butcher a frozen fish. That's the same reason I tossed that in, because I tossed them in the freezer because I wasn't sure, like, were we gonna get separated and all that kind of stuff. So played it safe kind of deal. Hello, how's it going, Allison?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing?
Howdy doody, Allison. How you doing?
Just a curious question. Is everybody's, like, weight doing okay?
Yeah, definitely lost a couple of kilos over the last 2 days, but I'm still doing pretty good.
I'm still on the downward trend, unfortunately. I feel like I'm wasting away.
Well, I've got some good news. I managed to locate 3 cows that I've loaded into a trailer just down past Fellis Lake.
3 cows?
Just need to make a little area for them, and then we can hopefully bring them up.
That is some really good news.
I'd be much obliged if we could use your car, Allison, to do so, if that's all right with you.
Oh, it's not my car. It's our car.
That's mighty accommodating of you.
It was the valiant sacrifice of your grandson, that, you know. So it says our car together.
Richard. How he wished he could be here. He would have loved to see a cow in person. As a young boy, he often dreamt of seeing one. And sadly, where we grew up, cows were a scarce commodity.
Me too. Don't see very many cows very often. Heard stories of them, though.
Yeah, many stories. They're legendary almost. There was one time we drove past a paddock, and we thought we saw a cow, and Richard, oh boy, he was a young whippersnapper at the time, and he thought it was a cow. But it turned out it was just a pinto horse with very large, you-know-whats.
Kids will be kids.
It's true enough.
Allison has been joking again. It's like, we are absolutely going to die because we're going to be in a fight, and Drongo's going to drop one of those, excellent one-liner things, and we're going to be too busy laughing and just get murdered. Which, if you're going to die, is a pretty solid way to go, actually. Oh, and we got a couple more books and magazines and all that kind of good stuff. Also, some tools and all that. Nothing amazing, like no welding mask or anything, but some goodies.
Oh, I did find a couple of books on my journeys. I learned, actually, reading this magazine, how to make onigiri. It's basically just raw fish, but apparently it's good.
All right. I mean,
Huh.
sounds good to me.
I also learned how to make a bomb, but that's not a threat, I promise.
No, but it could be useful for the the undead.
That's true enough.
The pipe bombs in this game are, you can use them, but they're not very good. They basically make a fire, and that's what they contribute. We do have fire and fire spread turned off on the server because, look, fire gets out of control real fast.
I don't suppose we've got any nails, do we?
Oh, do we have nails? I got 3 boxes and a couple loose ones on this box back here, sitting on top
Oh,
of it.
shoot dang, you sure do. Oh boy, we're gonna be able to make the best damn cow house you ever did see.
As well as I might use a few of those so that we can have some pottery and blacksmithing, because I know how to do blacksmithing stuff despite my illiteracy.
Well, you don't need to read a book to know how to hit things.
Yeah.
Fire's never out of
think it
control.
was,
It's always in control of
think it
destruction.
was
Hey, Mr.
Dolly
Nice
Parton
Gamer, it's
once
good to
said
see you. Have you had a chance to check out the multiplayer, or you've been busy? For those who don't know, Mr. Nice Gamer, can we get a shout out from Mr. Nice Gamer, another fantastic content creator on the platform? Illiterate blacksmith Henry, is that you? Yep. But yeah, so again, check him out. Playing some Product Zomboid. Good times over there. But yeah, no, I managed to get to the hardware and the farm supply store in town.
Oh, you did a good job. I reckon tomorrow I'll spend the day setting up a cow farm containment area and cutting trees and doing carpentry.
Ah, gotcha. I didn't know you were
trying
with
to
that
stay
group.
fed, and then the day after we go down and we go get ourselves some cows.
Gotcha. I
I
mean,
was thinking.
go ahead.
Sorry, I was thinking that we could also consider maybe doing a move. I do love this little cabin in the woods, but if we would to move closer into the town, we would be a little bit easier. There's some fences we could put the cows in there.
Where do you
space.
think would be a good spot?
Well, there's possibly the community center. There's lots of really neat spots there to think about. The hardware store, even the gas station itself is not a bad area. We could all have our own little places as well as a community hub.
There is a farmhouse on the way to the cows that does have pigs in it.
And also check out Allison Adventures. They're a fantastic creator. The one the
What
pink
do you
hat here
two
is
think?
Allison's. I mean, I figure eventually we'll probably want to live closer to the gas station, just so we don't have to, schlep back and forth. The gas station was basically clear 2-ish days ago that I cleared it out. Still a lot of zombies in town though. Not a lot of zombies, but not. There's a bunch, but nowhere near as bad as it was.
Yeah, we've proven ourselves capable. I think we can maybe tidy up the town, maybe even restore some of its humanity.
I'm trying to let Drongo respond because I'm curious. Drongo's probably the least experienced of the group of us, and I'm trying to let him decide his comfort zone.
What would be the order of process, you reckon? We go back down to Phallus and scout out an area where we want to build tomorrow and secure it down ready for cows? Or,
A bit
or
of
what do you
that,
reckon?
but also, well, we have to continue to maintain our food supplies as well. So I'm going to be mostly doing fishing and trapping, trying to get more rabbits and fish.
I'm thinking step 1, we get the cows here, because the cows are in a trailer, and that's fine short term, but the animals don't like to be in trailers long. So I figure we get them here, even without the pen, as long as the zombie doesn't scare them off. It'll be okay. Not great, but okay. then we can work on pushing Lake Fallis and relocate them again when the time's right.
Yeah, once we've got butter sort of flowing and milk.
That
Yeah.
sounds like a good idea to me. All right, well, to spend tomorrow building out that temporary containment area for the cows. You guys keep yourselves fed, and the day after we'll go down and we'll get the cows.
Sounds perfect.
Yep.
Great.
That should work. Yeah, I have no idea how much food they have. If like Drongo dropped like 50 food in there, we're good. The animals in the game are a little weird with the trailers. Like one of the things is driving them in the trailers. If you hit anything, it can kill the animals really easy historically. So I'm a little concerned about multiplayer jankiness when it comes to driving and having the cows there. But it's something we're gonna have to just try, because the alternative is we get rope and we drag them the entire way, and that can get really rough just because of how long of a drive it can be. So I still haven't lost another pound. Yeah, what I'm imagining we'll probably do is I'll probably have either myself or Drongo drive the car and the other one maybe walk back. I'd hate to do that if it's a long trek. We'll see. When we drive out there, you know, I can ask like if Drongo's riding with me, because he's gonna have to direct me where we're going, or he can drive either way. Like I don't mind walking back if it comes down to it. But you know, basically be like, how janky is this? Like, is it just, oh, that's a little weird, or are we like teleporting down the road kind of deals? Question is, where is that wood axe? Because that's for the pin kind of thing. Yeah, because if you make a pen, as long as nothing startles the animals, they actually will stay in the pen mostly-ish. Like every once in a while, one will wander out of it, but they'll do relatively okay. Do we know where the wood axe is? Because then I can help cut down the trees.
Oh, well, just gonna fetch it.
Yeah, because then if you want to build, I could worry about cutting down some trees and resting and doing that as needed.
All right, sounds good. I'll drop that there for you.
If I keep working
These
on
logs
my
here,
napping,
are they good for soaring up, or are we using it as
Yeah.
firewood?
no, you can saw those ones up. If we need more firewood, we can get it. I'm nearly at a stage in my napping where I can make stone larger axes.
Why not get them now? So like
boy.
if it were strictly me,
We'll be able
yeah, that'd
to
be my
really
initial thing, is
stick
just
into
grab the
trees
car and go.
like you enjoy.
They should be fine. Like I know they've improved it here and there. So let's see. So are we thinking the cows on the north side of the house so they're away from the generator?
I was either thinking the north or the east side, yeah.
We could put them closer to the water so they can drink from the river.
Could do
That's
that.
fair. So right up here. That sounds good. Because my job is to get real tired.
I'm gonna go check the hunting traps.
But yeah, no, if this is like me playing solo, the moment I got those cows, I would be bringing them back. They should be fine. It's honestly only if you leave them in there for several days kind of thing that things can get really funky. The other thing that can be really dangerous with the cows, and that is, like I said, while driving, if you bump into stuff, it can injure the animals. Yeah, I figured this way, like, Drongo can work about just, like, sawing and all this, because you saw it only took me 2 trees cut down on relatively good fitness and everything. For your character? Yeah, I could do that too in a moment. If you die, does everything get deleted? So, I'll start with single player. In single player, when you die, you lose all of your experience, and the items on you stay on your character who becomes a zombie. And so with that, it is the thing that you don't want to die, because the XP loss is bigger than any, like, material loss. Now, in multiplayer, it's kind of the same thing. A person will lose progress and need to make a new character. They can go retrieve their items from their previously, their previous character. But yeah, get your character. Thank you for the reminder. Ah, there's the pain. There's gonna be a lot of that today. Let's see, it would be cool if you could keep playing when you turn to zombie. Nah, because there'd be just too much trolling opportunity. Product Zomboid is not a game that is particularly kind for PvP kind of stuff. Is there minimum space for a cow? I believe there is to a certain extent that they could just kind of get caught up. I believe, though, it's not much. Not nearly as much as you'd need in real life. I do think there might be a minimum size pens can be, but I don't honestly remember. I haven't done that much. Most of the times I've had cows or whatever, I've kept them in the barn they were at, and just visit them every time I need a little bit of a top off. Like go in, get myself a whole pile of butter, and then go about my day. Yeah, we got a couple of crops that are coming along. I did actually score a whole lot of the packages of crops, so I was able to read all those packages. Oh, here's the really big calorie one. There we go. 35 hunger from one fish. Bam. Gut just exploded. Need to go to the hospital. So most likely that topped off our hunger.
So, grass is not good bait, apparently.
I didn't think you could put grass on as bait.
You can use grass to lure rabbits towards you, but apparently putting it in the traps is no good. If we get vegetables, I can load the traps up, but currently we have none, so I just left them over there on the ground.
Yeah, I know I tossed some, like, grapes and stuff in there, which, that's fruit, but I don't know what does and doesn't work.
Yeah, me neither, to be honest, because it seems like the rabbits just change what they like all the time.
Oh, I see a lot of my plants ain't doing so good. Yeah, I'm willing to bet Allison went in and checked. But yeah, so you can imagine if Drongo had to stop every 2 trees and rest versus sawing. It just takes forever. Chopping trees, eating massive fish. Your character must be ripped by now. Resting in cars is currently much better. Yeah, no, it's weirdly, like, stronger. Eating jalapeno in the apocalypse sounds like a bad idea. I mean, we were eating straight up habanero. Just straight up foraged habanero and just nom entire habanero. Like, eating 4 or 5 of them back to back because we're hungry. And yeah, like, don't get me wrong, in real life, your gut would be super unhappy with that. Pretty soon I might actually have to put a shirt on and not just this leather vest. Because they're getting to the point where it's just starting to get a little chilly during the mornings.
I'm gonna go take a break. My muscles are getting pretty sore. But I'll be back in a few minutes.
Alright. Oh, right. I think it causes back pain now when you're leaning over sawing all those.
Rual.
Oh, what's up?
Here.
Ooh.
I hope it's double meat all the way across the side. Hopefully it helps.
Yeah, I really wish I could take... Oh, and thank you. I forgot.
No,
Yeah,
I want us to be at our best.
I really wish I could tell, because right now there's supposed to be up and down arrows that appear here that tell me if I'm gaining or losing weight. And so something like that Allison just handed me, normally that there is just a big old chunker meal there. But my concern is I did just slam a 35 hunger half chunk of a giant bass. So I might be close to positive, not positive. I'm going to just go ahead and take the thing where we're just going to overdo it. I'm probably wasting a little bit of this food, unfortunately. But I need to be putting on some kind of weight. So I'm going to have that. And then we're going to nibble at the salad as we start having this drop to hungry. So we're going to kind of nibble at the salad to try and keep our weight up there. Because it's not like one of those things you eat an extra 10,000 calories and magically you jump 10 pounds or whatever. It's, you max out the calories. I think it goes like 3,200 plus in the max. And it immediately starts diminishing just very slowly. And like the more active stuff you're doing, the more you start burning it down. And so there's like a whole juggle there around it. And that's like, right now, it's bugged, because otherwise I'd see like the double or triple up arrows, and I'd be like, cool, I'm gaining weight. And I would, I would just eat like little bits of salad just to kind of try and keep like salad made out of fish to just keep that up arrows. And when the up arrows drop off, I'd slam a whole extra fillet to just kick it back up over that line. And then like slowly work our way up. No, but Allison's also not wrong that, eventually we probably do want to move, not necessarily like Lake Falls specifically, but move out of being in the boonies. It's one of those things, the commute to getting gas will start to get tiresome after a while. The commute to finding zombies will start to get tiresome after a while. There's a lot of resources with even like once you loot the town, stuff like ovens and fridges and all that kind of stuff could be a good one. I do know one of my favorite spots when I used to be pretty new to the game. So the gas station's right there, right here. So the pumps are like right there, right here between the pumps and that lake. Used to be one of my favorite spots to go to. Like, nothing's wrong with it. I would still absolutely set up there. But, because you could put your generator close enough to the pumps, you could use the pumps. But then it's also close enough to, you know, have your own home-constructed base there with whatever inside running. And then it's right on the lake as well, so you could fish on the lake. Now, granted, fishing's changed, so you'd want to walk around the lake. Would also want a place for the animals and all that. So it's probably not as good of a location as it used to be. But it would be right by that lake. And then there's a lake just north of us and everything. Or just north of Lake Fallis that's probably better than this for fishing. Just because it's a bigger all-around lake, you can just circle and find a spot where you can throw in the middle. The river's good, though. Like, the river's really good. It's going to take a hot minute to recover all this. Oh, you know what I also bet? I don't know if Drongo's streaming today or not. I haven't checked the schedule. I could definitely see that wanting to wait a day or two, if Drongo's going to go live in like the next hour, that would give Drongo a chance to go live and actually have, you know, have that be part of the stream, which would be good content and all that. Versus just, you know, coming back and be like, by the way, we got cows, and we got this done, and we got that done, and you missed it all. But I don't know what Drongo's streaming plans are today. Which, like, don't get me wrong, I think that's a perfectly fine thing. If I was worried about the cows being like, no, we need to go, I would have said something. But 2 days should be fine. Plus, the other good news is there's not, like, if for whatever reason these cows don't work out, like, we get attacked and stuff happens and we get separated and the cows starve or whatever, which would be a bummer, there are going to be more cows in the map. It is one of those things that when you approach areas, you know, like right now, let's say over here, there's a field with cows. Right now, that cell doesn't exist. There's nothing that's happened there. Like, maybe it's moved some zombies out of there, but none of these stuff has been loaded in. So what'll happen is we'll get close enough, it'll load in the cell when we get into it, and it'll do like a quick pass and go, okay, here's the state of things. So with that, like, the animals and all that, a lot of times they'll be okay. You'll have sometimes where you'll come in where the animals didn't have a feeding trough and it just kills the animals outright, and then it's just, that's a bummer. But a lot of times you'll actually find animals way after the fact, which is just kind of amusing that, you know, supposedly they've been in that pen for a year and they're just fine. There's also like those trailers, the animal trailers. It's another one of those things that it loads those in when you get close. I don't know how much it considers time. Where will it instantly kill the animal because it's been a year that it's in theory been trapped in that trailer? No Drongo stream today? Gotcha. That's fine. And it's probably way more than enough space and way more than enough wood. If we do need more, that's not a problem. I do think I'm going to clear the farm area out. There's a handful of trees here in the farm and that tree there. Because I don't really know the the area he's looking at making what the material costs are. But it does look like Drongo's working on the carpentry and all that. Would it be better if you went inside and got a chair? Probably. All things considered, probably. Yeah, so we haven't gained another pound yet. But yeah, so our fishing is getting to be about 5, not quite a third. We're at about 5 and almost not quite half on our strength. 5 and about a third on fitness. Butchering is, we'll just say 3. No one cares about running. Foraging is maxed out because the XP is pretty busted on that one. Mechanic, I basically am just past level 1. Napping, we're about 2 and a third. Electrical, we're about 3 and a third. Cooking, we're at about 5 and a half. Carving, about 2 and a third. I haven't done anything in blacksmithing. Maintenance, I'm like right on the edge of hitting level 7. Long blunt weapons, I'm about 5 and a half. Axes, I'm almost exactly just 6. Short blade, we're at about 6 and 3/4. Short blunt, we're at basically 4. I actually have a little bit of aiming skill because I took that one gun and just popped off when all the zombies, as well as things that like the zombies got drug on top of me anyways. Like, all right, well, they're already here, so I started shooting them because I had picked up a gun. Okay. Like I said, I am going to occasionally, and the reason I'm doing the salad thing is that we'll very slowly go through that that fish fillet there. So it'll probably take a good like 4 or 5 goes of the salad bowl. You love when the power cuts out while you're playing a game that autosaves? Time to see if your save got corrupted? I hope not. The good news is a lot of games are getting better about that kind of thing, where they, just the way they handle saves, like, you know, it has your previous save, makes like the new file, then turns the old file, gets rid of it, and then renames the new file and all that kind of stuff. They've been doing a lot better these days about kind of juggling that stuff. Let's see, why does Masonry have 125? 125, wait. Why does Masonry, where'd you go? Why does Masonry have 125? Oh yeah, so they don't, Masonry shouldn't have a 125 skill boost? Oh, yeah. Oh, no, okay. Oh, no, that one's highlighted? The way that one's highlighted, that doesn't look like a book being read. That must be one of the traits we got. Well, I took Unoccupied and Fast Load. It's probably the Outdoorsy. That maybe something with Outdoorsy gives you a boost to it. Because that type of XP boost usually goes... Oh, actually... Huh. Right now, everyone has the same trait bonus. Everyone the same bonus. Ah, I see. Because I was noticing, I was like, wait a second, why does all of these have some level of boost? That explained why it felt like some stuff was leveling faster than I would expect. Gotcha, so probably just a bug with the latest build. Yeah. And yet, 0 nimble. Feels sad. All right. Yeah, that energy drain. Let's see, in Molly's server, we all have extra thirsty because Molly... extra thirsty? Oh, is it weirdly like the person who hosts is also applying everything? Okay, so there's some weird funkiness going on there. Gotcha. Well, Drongo's still floating around here yelling. Everything all good? Old man shouts at clouds, I guess. When Molly's not aligned with normal thirst?
Currently trying to work out how to place a fence in the direction I wanted, and it's not doing the things I wanted to do.
Oh, it has been a while. Camera was like click and drag, or it was like R rotated or something like that. Yeah, I remember you can get it to work, or was it X? I don't remember what button it was. There's definitely a button to rotate, but I do remember there's some stuff, like when you're getting certain tiles, it's a little finicky. I'll definitely want to leave a either a gate or an opening on one side until we get the cows in.
Yep, I agree.
It takes so long to recover. When you're playing solo, if you're cutting down trees for building stuff, expect those to be very short days because of having to go to sleep. Because of how much exertion you do. Cut 2 trees, take a break. Cut 2 trees, take a break. And you can keep pushing, but it'll take you more and more hits to cut down the same amount of trees in that time, which just wears out your tools faster. And then if you happen to have a zombie show up on you while you're doing it, as you're like at absolute exhaustion, it's an easy way to get yourself killed. Well, probably when we go down to get the animals, we'll probably want to grab one of their feed troughs as well. We do have a scythe for pulling up a bunch of grass and all that for feed, which is also a positive. I also like that I'm just sitting here and just watching a chunk of fence appear and that chunk of fence appear, even though I can't see Drongo right now. I just see like some of the planks disappear and then a fence appear over there. Then a couple more planks disappear in our next piece of fence. I'm not sure how big the pen has to be. I don't think it has to be too terribly large. But I am the foggiest. Like I said, for me, all the times I've kept the cows and whatever, it was whatever field they were in. I just left them there. I'd go through occasionally, top off their feed. Come by when like the butter supply was getting low. Top off the butter. It also genuinely can be a thing that we keep this location if, you know, Drongo wants to keep putting effort into this. We can keep this location, keep all that going. Have someone set up at the gas station or whatever. And, you know, get that all going. Usually people will have a little bit of spreading out they do on a server. The big thing is that people are at least mostly in the same rough area. Because everyone just goes and scatters into the wind, then it ends up being a lot less interesting because you get to the point where you're effectively playing solo that occasionally you bump into someone else. All right. Just update my title real fast to put the ats for the R2 people on the server. So that people can find them and all that good stuff. Alright, let's go for a couple more trees here. I'm getting pretty close to probably all the trees I need for now, and that's a matter of how much material Drongo ends up needing. I don't really have a good gauge for how much that's going to be. Okay. So let's see. I will need a gardening trowel. Because then what we can do is after I recoup this time, I'll start clearing out all the dead crops. I'm imagining a lot of them died because we did not plant them in the correct season. By we, I mean I didn't plant them in the correct season. I didn't have any information. It's like, nope, putting in the ground. Cannot be bothered. And again, our fish here, we could just slam the whole fish in our mouth. Now, I believe when I go over here to start doing that, I don't think that really uses much in stamina or endurance at all. It will put my character in a lot of pain. Which it did also find a thing of painkiller, so if someone pushes themselves too hard during the day and then they're hurting in the evening kind of thing, that's fine. They can take a painkiller so they can get their sleep. But yeah. Normally on single player as well, when you're dealing with that kind of thing, like you'd chop down the trees, you'd come in, you just fast forward and go right back out, so it takes like no time at all so far as that goes. But yeah, now with multiplayer, you see I actually have to sit down and wait. It's not too bad. We actually buffed the endurance recovery just a little, so it's not as fast as it could be or anything like that. I did a great job. All these plants are dead. Every single one of them is dead. Oh, wait, the carrots aren't dead. Wait, what? Weird. Apparently I cannot remove the dead crops. Yeah, so it looks like the carrots are doing fine, but most, like, I see the carrots and the lemongrass aren't dead, but everything else is doing pretty bad. Seems like I can't quite remove the dead crops.
Oh, are they like, they're like locked in the ground, huh?
Yeah, and I just don't come out.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it looks like the carrots are, the carrots and the lemongrass are doing fine, though.
Hopefully they make it all the way through.
I've lost track of Grandpappy Drongo. Oh, Grandpappy's in the house. You gonna need me to cut more trees, or do we have enough lumber?
I think we're gonna need a few more. I'm just taking a breather. I scratched my groin on a log. I disinfected it, but yes, it's hurts a bit and I'm out of breath, so I'm just taking a spell.
No problem. I'll get some more trees knocked down for you then.
Thanks, Captain.
Your trees strike again.
He scraped his... Maybe it's just an injury that can happen when you're doing the, doing that. I know they had a couple of those things where completely avoiding injury was not as viable as it used to be. Like, you'd just occasionally get an RNG injury. Now, for the record, those injuries aren't life-threatening. They'll just be like a scratch or whatever for you to patch up, but they're never zombie infected or anything like that. Only zombies can give you the zombie plague. No, I should drink some water. You've had a neck laceration from running through the forest that nearly killed you? Oh yeah, no, that running through the forest gets real dodgy at times. What was funny is when they first introduced like the cornfields and people like lacerating themselves on the corn a whole lot. Chopping down the trees? I don't think they ever left a stump, at least not that I remember. Maybe through a mod or something. Yeah, no, they didn't have to like think. Is it safe to drink the river? Yes, as long as you drink directly from the rivers or lakes. I believe in single player you'll get mildly nauseous. So if you have weak stomach, be careful. But I believe you're fine otherwise. The only thing to be careful is you can also eat the poisonous berries. If you're very careful. Don't overindulge. Just have yourself a little nibble, and you can be fine. Do not do both together. That will kill you. So they're poison or tainted or whatever, but by themselves are not life-threatening most of the time. Again, I don't take weak stomach. I can't speak from weak stomach. Usually you could even get away with it with weak stomach. But yeah. Now, the weird thing is if you take that water from the river and you put it in a bottle and then you drink it, then it murders you. So don't do that. But as long as you're drinking directly from the rivers and lakes, it's fine. Again, assuming you aren't already nauseous. Are you liking Build 42 multiplayer so far? It's mostly good. It's got a couple of pretty bad bugs. Like this bug here where my foraging nearby has nothing in it. That's probably the worst bug we got going on right now. Where when people have been logging in and out in an area, the foraging bugs out and you can't forage there anymore. Otherwise, the other bad bug is you can't get Nimble XP right now. But most of the other stuff is not a big deal, and since they buffed your default combat speed a while back anyways, it's not too big a big deal. If it was the old values with Nimble where you barely move on a crawl when you're at 0 level, that'd be real rough if that was the case. Yeah, no, traits are bugged. There's a lot of bugs. Like, to be clear, there are a lot of bugs. But I would say the foraging bug and the nimble bug are probably the two that's like, no, those are actually pretty bad. But you can work around them. The workaround for like the foraging is you just go farther away. Literally, I have not been able to get a single nimble XP. Just literally at all. It's understandable, it's the first week. Yeah, no, it's fairly thing. Hey, it's Reese the Mage, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 15 stream streak, I really do appreciate it. Do hope you've been having yourself a, good day and all good stuff. No, we finally are in pain again. The good news is I've been staying on top of the, going in and resting, so my pain hasn't gotten too bad. Do you have mod lists for the server? Yep. I can list off every mod you want. Okay, I have finished the list of mods. There's no mods, if you didn't get the meme there. We are not running any mods at this time. Generally speaking, we are being recommended to run no mods at this time in Project Zomboid by the devs. Give them a chance to catch up, because a lot of your mods have not had a chance to get anything done, any of that stuff, and this was a major change that broke pretty close to every mod that's in existence. So if you are worried about having mods, right now is not the time to be playing Project Zomboid in the Unstable branch.
Is it time for bed, Captain?
Probably should soon. Like, I won't be able to do much outside anymore. Not well, upstate.
I think it will be time for bed. I'm just gonna take a little drink here first.
Yeah, I also found some painkillers in the bathroom if anyone ever needs those.
Can
It's a fair
also
way to go
remind
for those,
folks that
sure.
Black Sage kind of works, but I think you need to eat a handful of it.
It's very reading the comments of Workshop and people demanding mod authors to update,
Yeah,
and people are not
you
very
ate some
nice.
before, yeah?
Yeah, when I took the Black Sage, I think it took like 3 rounds to make it do anything. Yeah, no, we talked about earlier that, like, you're actually having a lot of people who've been doing mods, like mod authors, who have stopped, and a lot of it is because, you know, they make the mod, it's something they do out of their own time, they don't make money doing it or anything like that, and then people being utter jerks about it, and then people go, fine, I just won't do this mod anymore, close the workshop thing, go away. We've had a number of mods get pulled off the store entirely, or off the workshop entirely, because the person was like, well, hell with this. Like, I'm doing this and I'm just, like, I'm not getting joy out, I'm getting anger and frustration because everyone's just a jerk. We've had people who deliberately broke mods. It's actually one of the bad ones we had in Product Zomboid, was there was a, I believe it was a custom app that was extremely popular about a year and a half ago or a year ago. I don't remember the name, but a lot of people running that map because it's a very popular map. And there was people being kind of jerks about it, being like, hey, you need to do this, hey, you need to do that. And finally the guy was like, you know, to hell with this, I don't want to do this anymore. And literally deliberately like bricked the map, so everyone who had been playing that map, their saves got bricked. Like there's no just running without the mod. It was your save was ruined. And eventually relented and gave an update that fixed the saves. But by then, you know, damage was done. No one is willing to run that mod anymore, nor trust that dev anymore. But it's just kind of one of those things that people are acting like absolute a-holes. And understandably, the people doing all the work on the modding scene are just like, you know what? I don't want to do it. I don't want to deal with this. Like, I'm doing this thing because I'm passionate about it. I guess they're probably about enough logs.
Yeah, but I could use a little bit more twine if you could rustle me up some more of that.
Maybe. Yeah, the fence is looking good. I'm actually impressed we had enough twine, or like enough materials to make the twine, I should say. Oh, okay, I see. They massively buffed the amount of twine you get, because I think it used to be to make twine was something like 6 hemp or whatever. Yeah, I think when Build 42 first dropped, like getting a thing of twine was like not a major investment, but you had to find a decent amount of hemp. Okay. I have no idea how much twine it is. Well, let's see. Oh no, it'd be under building? Let's see. Walls, walls, walls. Crude fence. So it's 2 twine per segment. So 2, 4, 6, 8. I'm making some right now. Any idea how much you need?
5 spools should be more than enough.
Alright, I believe that's 5. Should be on the ground.
Yep, got him. Alright, thank you kindly.
You're dealing with a lot of the same crap. Dealing with people who are complete jerks that's been happening more often lately. It always gets really bad around the holidays. It really does make me lose faith in the human. Do people even know how to be decent anymore? Oh yeah, no, I remember working retail that you could kind of feel the holidays coming by just how unreasonable people would start getting, that people just start getting more and more and more just, you'd walk up, you'd be like, hey, can I help you? Some customers just walked into your store in like the last 30 seconds where they like walk in from the mall side, they get there, and they take one look to the side and like, hey, can I help you? And they'll just like start being like, about effing time that someone can help me. It's like, where do I find whatever? And it's people who are just getting stressed out from like Christmas shopping and all that kind of garbage. But you kind of want to be like, you know what? I just don't want to deal with you. Events are just a little bit weird in the apocalypse. Or I guess gates.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how I managed to do that, but it's not the first time I've warped the fabric of reality.
If reality didn't want to be warped, it should have been a little bit stronger, a little bit more stable. And thank you so much for the 5 gifty subs.
True enough.
I do really appreciate it. And for everyone who got those, I do hope you enjoy your advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes. But thank you so much for that. Yeah, no, it's one of those things, like, people who work, especially, like, retail, food services, medical, like, like front-end medical stuff, like, RNs, those kind of jobs. Pretty much anything where you're interacting with just kind of any random person kind of thing. It's a lot of that stuff tends to get... It can get very thankless, and people can be pretty awful. It is unfortunate. You can kind of usually tell people who have worked in those industries as well, because a lot of the times later on, they're the person who, when someone's rude, they'll be like, hey, don't talk to that person like that. Like, they're just doing their job. He keeps turning invisible. Oh, he may have lost connection or logged out or something. Oh, no. I think he might be having connectivity issues because he keeps disappearing and reappearing kind of thing. Like, to me... Yeah. He keeps vanishing and reappearing for me. I think he might be having lag. Because I was going to ask if he saw the opening here as well, because it could be on my end, it could be server side, it could be on his end. I have no idea. Yeah, Drongo just said he lost internet. Seems like Drongo may have lost internet.
Oh? Oh no. Hopefully he's doing okay.
Yeah, no, he was just like right next to me and he just kept disappearing and then would be on the map still and then would disappear off the map, then would reappear and it's just like, Yeah,
Maybe
no,
he's just magic.
Yeah, no, he sent a message and be like, "Rip internet."
Yeah, ISPs sometimes, huh? Like, so it's rough.
As a question, the one gap we have in the fence, or do you see a gap over here in the fence? I'm not sure if it's on me, like right where I'm standing. Because he could have been working on it.
Yeah, there's a gap there.
Okay, I figured as much. He could have been working on it, but it's just like with the one spot miss, it's like, oh.
You guys did a really good job. It looks good.
Yeah, I'll have to make a little bit more twine because I think he had the twine on him.
Here, just take mine. There's some. Is that enough, or do you need more?
I have no idea.
We should also maybe do some troughs, because sometimes animals are particular.
Oh, I figured I was just going to steal whatever trough they had there.
Oh, that's clever. Yeah, we should do that. I think about that stuff in-game, but I don't think about it sometimes when, you know... It's weird.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's peak internet usage, you imagine? I have actually no idea what time it is in Australia. Yeah, that's right. I remember building. There's like a whole art of doing this. There we go. Just after 6 p.m.? Gotcha. Okay. 6:17 in Melbourne? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I actually had it in 3 different places. People all said it's about 6. Yeah, so yeah, no, it's peak. Alright, so oh, actually, should... You know what, like, I'll wait till, like, Drawn goes back, and let him set the pen, just so he sees how that works. We wouldn't have... Sorry, we wouldn't have to have a cooking pot around here, would we?
I seen that we had those saucepans, or like not saucepans, roast pans. But there's been a couple cooking pots. We just didn't grab them. I'll go look in one of the other houses really quick.
Gotcha. I know we have like 2 or 3 at the other house. Because I got one of those like water bag things for my side.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Thank you. Yeah, no, you're all good. I wasn't trying to send Allison to make her do it. I was genuinely just like, oh, is there just one of these floating around here? Because I figured I just overlooked it. Oh, those are not in the right place. Yeah, because then what we can do is while Drongo's having internet problems, we can work on trying to clear the gas station area and all that. Because regardless, we'll probably want to make it so people who go down there can survive that. Cool, meta event. Let's see. So we got our flashlight. That's all fine. You've got the walkie-talkie. Both those are basically full. We're gonna eat the unknown berry. Because we make responsible decisions with our lives. Hey, we've gained a single kilogram. Heck yeah. So what we'll probably do is I'll grab the bait, the little fishes. Those are good bait. And grab a couple of you. So I'm going to need to get a bit more of this all going. Okay, so good temperature, rest is kind of garbage. Somewhere around here. Okay, it's like right in the middle. So here's hoping we get something big right away. Because they've officially put back on our first kilogram. I only got to put 15 more kilograms on before we're back into the healthy range. But if we can get those cows, we'll be in a really, really good shape. And we're already at 5 and some change fishing. So I've actually got a relatively good fishing skill going. All right. Yeah, unfortunately can't check like on the map where Allison's at or anything else going on while fishing because it's an action. So it prevents me from working on anything else like, you know, real life. You can kind of put down your fishing pole, put in an anchor point, and read a book or whatever. You know, when you see something fussing with your line, like whether you're using a bobber or whatever, you can kind of tug the line, do that stuff. Obviously that's not like anything professional fishing or whatever, but, you know. Even sometimes like professional fishing, they'll have like 4 or 5 lines down off the side of the boat. You know, people kind of hanging out, and when one gets a bite, they'll, you know, do it, or like one's getting messed, they'll do that where they'll switch over to that line and get it. You know, then the biggest risk is like if all your lines start getting grabbed and you just don't have the people to cover them, which certainly that's a logistic mistake on whoever's doing that boat. I don't have it on the line. It's still sitting in my hand. I've noticed that a couple of times where it grabs it out of the bag and then doesn't actually put the bait on. Eventually I would have had something hooked, but it probably would have been trash. Hopefully that goes better. Because most likely the next in-game day, I'll probably take a quick minute to, like I said, we'll probably start heading down towards the gas station, just start clearing town a little bit. Yeah, we definitely have bait on it this time. But yeah, now the reason I went to the cooking pot is if you see, like, right at the bottom of my inventory up there, I have an empty leather water bag. It's effectively like having a bottle, but instead of taking an inventory slot, it's just a thing you sling over your shoulder that you can drink from automatically. That's pretty nice. They gave us that before they allowed us to do the satchels and the backpacks. So there's certainly going to be an argument of, do you put the satchel on or do you put the leather water bag? The leather water bag, again, kind of just replaces a water bottle. All right, Cerise, you have a good night and everything. I hope you know tomorrow's less frustrating for you. Come on. Yeah, it's got the bait fish on it. I think it's just garbage. Empty tin can. Alright. Oh yeah, no, we've been through these houses a couple of times. I think Allison is going through and doing another pass to see if we missed a cooking pot. I know we got cooking pots back by our, that first house north of Lake Fallis that was getting ripped apart. Sorry about that. Got a message I have to check here in a minute. Make sure it's nothing urgent. Ooh, that's actually a fish. That grabbed back and started running. I don't know how big it is. I think it's like not a small. It's probably like a catfish or a bass. Crappy, so it actually was small. Alright. I'll have to check on things before I respond to that one. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, I'm just trying to be productive in the meantime. Gotta keep that weight coming up. Because the cows don't do us any good if we find out that neither of them have a calf. Or recently, they might not be able to be milked yet. Which still means they gotta stay alive until then. It's nice that I've at least frozen our weight loss, if not starting to move in a positive direction. But as people are getting higher and higher level in fishing, we should be able to start gaining ground on it. And then, like, again, if we get the cows and we start producing butter, the butter should make it very manageable. We'll just need people to go through, like, once a day, someone to go through and butter the cows. Or butter the cows. To milk the cows. Don't butter the cows. I think they would find that very awkward. Just walks up to the cow, just gets like a little tub of butter and just starts like brushing it on. Yeah, no, that's the thing. If we go to where the cows are, if they're not dead already, that means there's a feeding trough there. I'm assuming Drongo loaded them into the trailer and they weren't already in the trailer. If they're already in the trailer, that could get very tragic. Alright, you're kind of zipping everywhere. You're not putting much tension on the line, so I don't think you're big, but you are going all over the place. A small bass, so we'll slice that up. Chuck the guts in the ground. Put the crappy little fillet on the hook and hope for a bigger fish. But yeah, my thought is that well, actually, Drongo may have drug him a little ways if he put him in a trailer. Unless the trailer happened... Oh, you know what it could be? I think to the southwest there's a collection of like 4 or 5 farms kind of in a loop that has like a big barn, not a barn, but like a big supply area kind of thing. It could be that he went down to that and there was the trailer parked there and he found cows there. Because that explained the trailer being right there and getting the cows. He also mentioned pigs and some other things down there, and it makes sense why he found a lot of animals in that area. That's not necessarily what it is, but that would explain, like, kind of having a bunch of it all in the same place, which, you know, is still a good find. Regardless of, it's good find, we get cows. Doesn't matter where they came from, we get cows. It'll definitely make our lives easier and less fishing heavy. Then we just churn butter. And at least churn butter is you sit there and you say, make 10. And your character just kind of sits there with a little churn butter thing and just makes the butter. So we should be able to get more than enough calories. Then it'll be kind of figuring out the equilibrium of like, okay, how much butter do I need to eat? How often to keep my weight up, sustained, all that. Because it could be you slam some butter, then you eat whatever stuff, so you're hungry again, and then you slam some butter. Like how frequently do you mix the butter in with your regular food to keep your weight where it needs to be? Okay. I want a big fish. Give me a big old bass. Be a walleye. Don't care. Make it a big old chunker. How long you been alive? We have been alive on this character for like a month and a half-ish, probably just shy of a month and a half, but in that rough ballpark. And then the server's probably been up a couple days longer than that, maybe 5, 6, 7 days longer than that. So, you know, that's the time others have, well, maybe like a week and a half longer than that. It doesn't matter. The server's been up just a bit longer than that because we do have the server pause when no one's on. So it is a thing that we have, like, I log off and there's usually a couple people who end up being on for 4, 5, 6, 7 more in-game days, just because time zone and stuff. But we got a handful of people who are logging on here. We got myself, Drongo, Allison Adventures, Ultrasaurus, a couple others who have shown interest who might be joining us eventually. And all that. But we are playing at 16 times population. The loot is a bit penalized. It's not as bad as it could be. It's not insanely rare loot. It's about double that. So between insane and extremely rare loot, which is actually not that bad. About the difference is instead of walking into the bookstore and getting, you know, half the books you need all from one bookstore, you'll probably get like 5 or 6 or 7 decent-ish books and a cup, like a magazine or two, and then need to go seek out the other place. So it takes a little bit more time to put your stuff together. So it's still enough loot to be worth popping into those places and, you know, getting something for your time. Come on, there you go. But again, unless, for example, like if we were to get to, oh good, a medium catfish, that's at least something. Not we're seeking so far as our actual size stuff, but it's still better than smalls. But like unless we were to get to the Louisville University, if we can get to the Louisville University, the Louisville University is really, really solid so far as the amount of books in there. Even on like insanely rare loot, you most likely will get like 60-70% of all the books out of that place. Like you'll probably have a couple of specific like level 5 ones you're missing. Maybe not you get a particularly hard one to get. But that place is huge. And just chock full of books. Come on. That's a small bass. We're going to slice that bass. Or slice that catfish, not bass. Tuck that in the ground. And see if we can't get a big one. We're about 5 1/3 on our fishing. And we're still sitting at 60. Realistically, we're probably starting to dip back where we're going to be back into the losing range not too long. Because we're literally getting, like, super hungry because I haven't eaten anything in a bit. I have food I can eat, but I'm trying to get some calorie-rich stuff. So I'm hoping we catch ourselves, like, a big bass, or a sturgeon, or a walleye, or whatever, pike, I don't know. Anything big. Music started. For some reason I thought I heard a zombie. Because being against the water, moving around, it's just, you have to like reflex move. You can't really fight with the fishing pull out. Like, you can hit stuff with it, but it'll just break real fast. But the point is, you only get a second to react. And then if you're too slow, you get grabbed, and whatever the consequences are, what they are. Okay, we're getting pretty close to the peak time for fishing in the evening. And then after that, we'll head back, cook what we got. And then we can check to see if, like, if Drongo's internet ends up coming back, or, what Allison wants to do, that kind of stuff. So we caught a small catfish and then sliced it, then used it for bait. And we caught a small catfish, and I still have one more piece of it. So as long as I catch anything edible, it will be a net gain. Because we traded it for itself and then more. But, it all depends. I was kind of hoping to get more out of it. Ooh. Hey. Don't break my line. Okay, what was that? Because it almost snapped the line there. Medium catfish. So we traded a small catfish for a small and a medium. What's your plan for the helicopter event? We just had it a little bit ago. So we probably won't have another one for a while. We'll slice up another small catfish. Oh, hi.
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to scare you. Good news, though. I did manage to gain a little weight, so it's not, like, completely broken.
Yep, I put on 1 kilogram thanks to I had gotten a big bass and then your food you threw at me.
Yeah, that's awesome. So I've got some news as well. I found a walkie-talkie. So if we want to do like a channel that we can try to call each other on.
What happens if we use the emergency frequency? Can we like piggyback that?
I actually don't know. I've never tried to use the frequencies that are already existing. We could try it. Let's try it. Science.
Okay, give me 1 second to get it out.
What's the emergency frequency?
105. I assume we'll need to be far enough away that we just don't hear each other.
Yep, so I'm gonna run north here in a sec.
Thunderstorm in 5 days. Man, it has been non-stop thunderstorms. And do you hear me?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yep, just gotta turn it up a little bit.
Ah, that's cool. So you can actually set the volume. Neat. So we can piggyback this frequency. 2
Yeah.
for 1.
The only problem is it's very battery draining to leave it on.
Of course. So we'll turn it on sometimes, and if somebody doesn't respond in like 10 seconds or so, unless, well, you know, you can shut it back off, and then maybe check again later.
Yeah, no, you can definitely do that. Like I'll probably figure out how to know when it's turned on. Otherwise, we'll just be constantly turning on and not hearing each other.
When we're in areas that are dangerous, we're not usually in dangerous areas for very long, so we could always just like flick it on during that, and that means that I gotta find a pair of earbuds at some point because I don't want it to be too noisy.
Yep, and I also have 2 more walkie-talkies in the house at by Lake Fallis. I got them on the table.
Nice. The batteries, at least because it's multiplayer, but it's real time or more like slowed time, so not fast forwarded. So they'll last for a while, probably.
Yeah, it's not been terrible. It hasn't taken me very long to drain like 5-10% of a battery.
Yeah, but you are only turning it on and off, right?
Yeah, no, just turning it on, listening to the weather, turning it off.
Yeah, exactly. So, but hopefully we'll get more batteries. I'm sure we'll get plenty.
I do have like 14 sitting in the house.
Oh, well then yeah, we're good for like that's like a week's worth at least.
All right, Luxray, you take it easy.
Of course, we're not gonna have turn it on all the time, but so I'm gonna shut it off now.
Yep. Nope, I'm gonna get back to fishing real quick. That is good information, though.
Luck in your fishing.
Thank you. But yeah, that's good. That's something we can do potentially, like when we go to do the helicopter, like, or when the helicopter shows up. Just make it the moment you hear the helicopter, pop out your radio. Well, I mean, the problem is, it takes up a hand. All right, Okamak, thank you so much for the 55 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Means a whole lot that you keep tuning in and all that stuff. Yeah, so you could definitely see, like, anytime you hear the helicopter, if you got a one-handy weapon, go ahead and pop out your radio. What is interesting is, I believe if I'm in my car driving around with the radio turned in, I can hear it. This will probably be the last catch before we get to where we're no longer getting the bonus. So I could like tune in when we're driving around and have the radio for anyone on the frequency. It's always been a thing in the game, and it's still not a thing in vanilla, that people have wanted the ability to have radios that you could plug into the wall, so you could use your generator to power the radio, and just have it take a little bit from that. That's not been a thing so far as I'm aware, but it would be cool if they did eventually add that, just so you could like leave a radio tuned in kind of at home. So your people running around doing your home stuff, you could just tune the radio. Because I know what a lot of servers did that have a large population is they have kind of like your home base radio that's always on with someone kind of in the general area to keep an eye on it. And then people would tune in or out as needed to kind of just keep touch on things. But that usually is when you're talking like 20-something. Did they also make the house light bulbs not break every 24 hours or so? I know they made them last much longer, and they did add a server setting, or like just a setting you could do to change how long the lights last. We didn't mess with that, but I do believe they made it last longer, because it wasn't even I'm trying to remember. It wasn't even that like drain durability. I think it was like an RNG chance of them breaking, or like losing durability or something like that. And that it could be weird where sometimes it just knocked the durability really fast and other times it didn't. Because I remember with Dr. Ellen Ennis, I had to make add my own light fixtures to the house since we built it from scratch and then add light bulbs. And I didn't have to replace that many light bulbs that fast, but because I had something like 10 light bulbs around the area, it was every couple of days I would have to replace at least one of the light bulbs that they just kind of tick away there. You might be able to find someone, Avery. Probably not just lurking on the channel here, but there's definitely going to be people out there looking for people to play multiplayer with. Usually it's going to be best to find, either big creators who have a large community and check in. They'll usually have a channel like Play Together, whatever channels, gaming channel, whatever. Otherwise, check like the Product Zomboid subreddit. You might be able to find people looking for individuals to play with, or the Product Zomboid forums, or the Product Zomboid Steam community section, yada yada. Those will probably be your best bets to find, because a lot of content creators are going to end up running either smaller community servers, or servers for like other content creators they trust and all that. And it's just a thing, because unfortunately, Product Zomboid, the opportunity for trolling is especially high. You have a game that death has significant consequences. And even with PvP off, there's a lot of opportunities to kill someone, or at least make their situation miserable. So very, very genuinely, it is kind of one of those things that was garbage. There's, like, genuinely just a lot of opportunity to grief people, and as such, you have to be a little bit more vigilant about those kind of things. Because, like, even if you turn off fire spread, and you turn off PvP, and you do all the other stuff, people can still make a bunch of noise and drag the zombies to you. Even if you do the safe houses, there's still, like, other ways that they can cause mischief to you and all that. So it is an unfortunate reality that people are a little less prepared to open their servers up to random people that they don't know. Because it only takes one person to make it a not fun experience for everyone involved. Is this a new game? No, this is a very not new game. Product Zomboid's been around for... Man, how many years is it up to? It's over 10 by a fair margin. That's kind of one of those ones, like, it's early access, but also, it's been early access for a very long time, so is it really early access? Yes, kind of, sort of. They definitely develop it in the manner that you would early access kind of things, but at the same time, it's had multiple versions that if it would have just released and said, hey, that's just the last update, I don't think people would be upset because people are always upset, but it would have been entirely reasonable. You got a couple of mediums. No big ones today.
Well, we'll get more, I'm sure.
Yeah,
also,
it's
the
just a
rabbit
matter
meat does really help. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. I was gonna say, yeah, no, it's, as you get, like, better at fishing, you end up getting more and more just big stuff.
Yeah. I hope we catch a legendary, like one of the, like, legendary fish from Stardew.
Is that, like, actually a thing?
Yes, it is. They are gargantua fish. It is awesome. Also, you'll know when one's on the line.
Gotcha, because I remember the last time I did it, you'd catch, like, a pike, and it would be, like, 45 weight. And so you'd be like, oh, time to take off my pants so I can pick up the pike, because I can't wear clothes and carry the fish.
It's crazy. Like, so when it very first happened to me, I was sitting, like, just relaxing, and then suddenly I had to sit up and focus on the fishing mini game because it was like, oh, this is not a normal fish. It's like when you see that happen to you in Stardew. It's like suddenly you see that star and you're like, uh-oh. And it just like rockets around.
Is it a star? Maybe it changed over the years. I thought it was like a little hat.
It's something like that. It's like clothing or a star or something. I don't remember. It's been years since I played Stardew, so.
Yeah, you just see the little hat and you see
hilarious.
like rocket to the top suddenly. You're like, oh, it's go time apparently.
See, the first one that I struggled with was catching the eel in the rain. I was like, this is not easy.
I don't genuinely
No, it's
remember
not.
which one gave me the worst trouble.
This is like the first time I struggled on the fishing minigame because I've seen so many people complaining about it. I'm like, this isn't so bad. And then that one. And I was like, oh, maybe it is.
I remember at one point they ended up nerfing the legendaries a little bit because I remember at one point it was like it was a strategy to get the weighted lure just so it could drop faster to keep up with the legendary fish.
Yeah. Fishing mini games over the years, they're interesting. I don't know why I like them so much. Maybe it's just the relaxedness of it.
You know, I generally enjoy most fishing minigames. There's definitely some games who have like had the Stardew style one, but it's like too floaty or it doesn't drop fast enough or whatever the issue is that they don't feel good. But that's usually individual games that just don't do a good job implementing. All right.
Yeah, sleep time.
And meanwhile, yes, I want to sleep. There.
Nice.
Okay.
Well, let's hope we're still on the upward trend for weight.
Well, I haven't lost weight since the one I got. Okay, so we got the water from there. Need to grab a couple of bait. Unfortunately, this is our immediate situation. That music makes it sound so final. It's like this is it. You're seeing the end. It's all over. Oh, actually, we still had some fish in here. We do actually need more food. They're little fish. They're not gonna... Yeah, I should have enough bait. And surprise, surprise, they have another storm in 4 days. Been like as fast as they come up.
Like constant, huh?
At least I believe they buff fishing while they're going on. No general rain does. I don't know about storms, though.
It should a little bit. I know that it hurts foraging, but it gives you access to the water foraging, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, that's new information to me. I don't think that was a thing the last time I messed with it.
Yeah, so like you can have a higher chance to find dogbane hemp, herbs, and so like common mallow and frogs.
Gotcha.
Emphasis on the frogs.
Yep. Alright, so we're gonna try and deal with that. I know I've been doing a lot of fishing today. We are riding that fence.
Digit frogs. Good luck in your fishing.
Thank you. So I know I've been doing a lot of fishing today, but We are genuinely in a struggle to keep our weight up. We at least got to see some upward momentum. It's gonna be so hard to see bubbles. Yeah, so fishing, right now it's all fine. We don't need to worry about the helicopter. We're not eligible yet. We just had it. It can only happen like once every 10, 12 days or whatever. So I'm trying to watch to see if I see any bubbles. The fog will break. Oh wait, is that? I see bubbles right there. I keep thinking I see bubbles here and up here. And I believe you can still catch fish even if you don't see the bubbles. I just think it's really terrible. It wasn't so bad, it would be... Like I said, if it wasn't for other things we could be working on, I would, I'll be doing that instead. I think I'm actually in bubbles. Oh, there's bubbles directly above me. I just saw one. There's a bubble right here. That's perfect. Bubble right there. Like it wasn't I think I see bubbles. I definitely saw bubbles. Yeah, there was one right there. Yeah, we're good. We're in a spot. Cool, cool, cool. I have no idea fog has any impact on fishing whatsoever. Alright. So I think we're in, like, till 9 a.m., I think? Or no, it was maybe it's 7 a.m. Either way. So hopefully get that. It could be where we sometimes get bubbles that are just trash. But I really hope we get this weight under control so that we're all not stuck fishing so much. Because it's not great to be doing all of this fishing, but the alternative is we literally die from starvation, so... And we're talking malnutrition starvation, not hunger starvation. Hunger's easy to solve. But we need the traps, we need the butter, we need the fish. And we might have a source on the butter. When Drongo pops back, we'll try and make a run down for it. We've got a couple of rabbits happening with traps, so we don't have a rabbit farm. Can you not do trapping too? Yeah, the problem is you need bait for trap, which becomes its own thing. But trapping does work. That is an option. It's not like Build 41, where you could chuck down the farms and very reliably get them and then just chuck them all in the traps really fast. And so you just grab a whole bunch of like potatoes or carrots or whatever, or sorry, potatoes or cabbage or whatever, huck them in your like row of 10, 20 box traps, and just come by every day and yank out, 5, 6, 7, 8 rabbits each and every single day and just be set. Just the same, it's not like fishing in Build 41 where you can just go to the water, be like right-click, give fish, fast forward until, you either break your spear or your bag fills up. Or you deplete the fish in the area, and then you're just set for a good week or two with fish that fast. But probably the most likely fix is going to be the cows with their milk, because then just someone can go by each day, milk the cows, and have enough butter for a good couple days per person kind of thing. And especially if we have 3 of them, it might be we just go milk the cows and we're set for a week. That we don't have to worry about milking the cows or anything. Wonder if fog penalizes it. Because even if it's a trash spot, I would assume we'd hit trash sooner or later. Come on. I'm also kind of hoping that Drongo's internet settles soon, because it's a lot of fun to play with him as well, and it'd be fun to go after the cows. But if he was at peak at 6 about an hour and a half ago, should be getting towards the tail end of peak hours. So hopefully that starts winding down, because I want to say at least here is like peak was like 6 to like 8-ish, so enough time for people to get home from work, hop on the internet, put an hour or 2 in before they start wrapping up for the night. And you'll definitely have like, it's a gradual reduction versus like a sudden spike of extra traffic. Oh no, the fish guts at my feet went stale. Just in a second, I'm going to reel it back in, eat a sunfish, and then maybe reposition or something. There's bubbles there and there as well. Yeah, no, definitely right on the bubbles. Let's go ahead and eat these sunfish in our inventory, because getting hungry and trying to keep the calories up for as long as possible. Because they're probably in the range I'm losing weight again. Yeah, we do have the centipede on there. Trying to watch for a different set of bubbles. Yeah, this fog is terrible. Okay, so temperature's good again. Trying to watch the bubbles again. They over there? Yeah, there's a bubble right there. Hey, Curly, how's it going? We're trying to not die of malnutrition. Hope you're having yourself a good day and all that. But does anyone know how to turn the ragdoll back on? If you're playing multiplayer, ragdoll is disabled. In the patch notes, they basically said multiplayer does not work with ragdoll. But if you go to single player, it's under your performance stuff. It's not called ragdoll. It's like zombie physics or whatever. What? No food? Yeah. So we actually, what's ragdoll? Yeah. So on single player, when you kill a zombie, it, can enable physics on the zombie's body. So instead of just, falling into a static animation, they can like do the whole thing where their like arm can bump into a tree and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, the devs were like, yeah, don't turn that on right now. It's disabled by default when you try and do multiplayer. We'll just turn it off. So you don't have to do anything on your side. But yeah, so we're not starving from a hunger side of thing. We're starving from a malnutrition side of things. So Project Zomboid doesn't do the whole thing where you gotta track, like, are you getting your vitamins or any of that crap? But you do have two ways that hunger gets you. So the first way the hunger gets you is you just don't have food at all, and you keep getting hungrier and hungrier and hungrier until you starve. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The other way is you have, like, calorie-rich and then calorie-dry food. So, like in real life, if you tried to sustain yourself just by eating lettuce, it would not be very good for you. It would take a ridiculous amount of lettuce to sustain yourself calorically. So you need something high calorie to keep your weight up. And in Project Zomboid, that's like butter, fish, meat, things like that. Junk food, ice cream, candy. But the problem is, where we're at, I'm mostly getting nuts and berries and stuff like that, which isn't really doing it for keeping our weight up. And so we're getting a wee bit lean. That my current body weight is 60 kilograms. And all characters in the game are roughly the size of an average adult male. Just generically average. So 60 kilograms for an average adult male is pretty lean. We start actively dying when we hit 35 kilograms. So we're not in that level of a danger zone, but we're not. Are you okay with others? Yeah, I'm okay with others. Do you mean other people multiplaying, or like, are you asking? Yeah, with other people playing. Oh, are you asking if you can join in right now? Because Allison is on here as well, also fishing. Drongo was, but lost internet, and we're waiting to see if he's going to be able to come back, because... No, you're in bed, gotcha. Yeah, so it's me, Drongo, and Allison have been playing on here. Ultra's also, like, this is Ultra's server. She's also been playing, on occasion. But sadly, Drongo lost his internet, because he actually located cows, which would be great, because butter is amazing for keeping weight up. But, we're kind of waiting to make the run for the cows till Drongo's back. So hopefully he'll be back soon, I'm hoping, because they hit, like, peak internet time in Australia about 2 hours ago, so it should be getting out of the peak. I'm going to take this centipede off. I think the centipede is just crap bait, maybe? Because we are hitting the bubbles. This fog sucks. So let's go ahead and remove the centipede. Yeah, Grandpappy just need a little nap. It happens to the best of us. So go ahead and put some maggots on there. They've worked out well for us. Because I definitely want to get to doing the milk, because staring at the fishing for a long time could be pretty rough. Especially in the eerie fog. But yeah, no, if you do end up playing on this server, like you can see, we're not dealing with much in the way of zombies up here. It's relatively tame. The only time that this gets kind of rough is when the helicopter shows up. And that's true no matter what your settings are. It can certainly get rougher, but the helicopter's always the wild card. I think the fog is starting to break. But definitely see the bubbles over here and down here. So let's bring this in and shift on over to this spot and plunk it right in the middle of those bubbles. So hopefully I can catch something. Now I can actually see where I'm trying to fish. I'm wondering if the fog penalizes fishing. I honestly have never tried. I know rain makes fishing better. I have no idea what fog does, and my fishing skill isn't high enough to check. Yes, we're definitely in there. Man, I'm not seeing any other bubbles nearby. I wonder if Allison had better luck than I did. Because I know there's been a thing where some of the bubbles will just give you trash sometimes now. But we didn't even hook anything for like the better part of the day. Which is a little unusual. Because we are fishing level 5 at this point. So we're relatively solid at fishing. Gotcha, so fog is bad for fishing. That makes sense. Well, the good news is the fog is going away, so should the penalty. I believe when you get to, like, level 7 or 8 fishing, because it's as you go, like, you start with no fishing, you can't really see any details about anything, you gain, like, 2-3 levels, and then you can see, like, okay, is the time of day good or bad? Okay, is the temperature good or bad? Okay, is the weather good or bad? And it mostly means, like, when it's raining, if fishing is how you're sustaining yourself, you kind of go out of your way to fish once in a while when it's raining. Otherwise, if it's, you know, a particularly bad day, you might just choose to do something other than that. Right. So I don't know if it determines by when your line is out or when you cast. Let's go ahead and use the tooltip to see what it says about the fishing. So I can go to fishing, and I can see that the temperature is good, the time of day is normal. Here's all the fish we know we can catch there, and we have no idea what the impact of the weather or the wind is. We still have the bait on the line. A little short. I think that's still... Yeah, it should still be in the puddle range. I want to say the bubble range is a little bit wider than the bubbles themselves, so it's not like you have to be perfectly on the texture. But hopefully that means we'll catch something. I should also check to see if Grandpappy Drongo got back, maybe. We'll see. It wouldn't surprise me, like, if he was trying to play for an hour or two and then, you know, like, the internet just didn't come back up, so he decided to do something else, because that is a completely fair and reasonable reaction to that. I definitely know when times I've been trying to do stuff on the internet just doesn't work, I just find something else to do after a while. I also wonder, like, when you have fog and rain, like, how much of the day it impacts, like... Is it an hour after the fog goes away that it clears? Is it instantly? Is it just the setting for the day? Yeah, you did the fish grind in the rat race settings from 0 to 18 plus without any books. Lots of experience getting nothing getting nothing at fog. On fog days, you just retask in the morning to try and get only get during the golden hours at night. Hopefully after the fog cleared. Yeah. I'm going to bring it back in, see if Drongo's back. Because, and like I said, it could very well that he's done for the day or whatever. I'm just kind of thinking around the tail end of peak. He is back. That's perfect. Because I would much rather chase after getting cows for butter, where I don't have to stand there and wait on RNG. It's just a matter of, can I milk the cow enough to get enough butter to keep myself fed. And Drongo had, you know, Drongo got 3 cows into a trailer somewhere. So that should be good. Honestly, we could potentially push it today. It'd be a little tight on the time. Oh yeah. No, it's just the totally unhinged sitting there just grabbing your 5 sticks of butter and then just eating them back to back to get the calories. Welcome back.
Howdy there, Captain. How you doing today?
Doing alright. Finally managed to get a single kilogram back on me.
Oh, it's good news. Well done. You're looking a little bit, firmer. It's good news.
No meta event, stop it. I did get the one last spot of the pending close, so that should be all done.
Oh, good, yes. Yeah, I had to take a rest. I was getting pretty tuckered out from all that. Looks like we might be ready for some cows soon.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering if we want to try our luck and just go for it before the day's over, or wait until the next day.
Is there a storm the next day?
No, I think we got like 3 days till the storm.
I think it's probably... I was going to say, I think it's probably prudent that we give ourselves at least a good chunk of the day to try for it. There might be some zombies to kill.
That's fair. Because I learned that fishing in the fog real sucks.
Oh, I see. Fair enough.
Yeah, we don't have the best visuals like you.
No, I've got my spectacles on.
Okay. Let's also
So-
check on that generator.
I'll keep working on some carpentry for a while we do that.
Alright, you're gonna lose lights for a minute because I'm gonna top off the gas.
Sounds good.
Supposedly we've turned that off. It doesn't sound like I've turned it off, but supposedly that's turned off. Okay, was there still gas in the can? Yeah. Alright. Yeah, so I used about half the gas can. You tell you're an old school fellow just by your font preferences? I mean, dyslexia is not a particularly old font. I actually do it to advocate for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions, because it's a font made specifically for people with dyslexia. Plus, you got a lot of people who are on tablets and phones and TVs and all that kind of stuff, and it's just mindful to be aware of different people's preferences. As a dyslexic person, you appreciate. Yeah, and I know even for among dyslexic people, that open dyslexia isn't necessarily everyone's favorite, but the classic, there is no perfect font. There's just whatever you can do. So it just helps them read. Yes. So like if you look at the font carefully, they're thinner on the top than on the bottom. So when it comes to like row displacement kind of thing, where your eyes will skip up and down on rows, it's much easier to have like the thicker contrast on the bottom and the lighter on the top. So it takes a little bit more for your eyes to skip around versus like if you just look at, Times New Roman, Calibri, all these, they're fairly uniform in their consistency. So like the whole page is like density wise consistent. It's also a thing, stuff like B, P, Q, those type of ones, they don't flip, rotate, or whatever to be each other. It's like little differences. So like you notice the D here is like really thick at the bottom, versus the B is very much more hollow. So like if you rotate that, it doesn't make that letter. The G has like the tail to it. Yep, no, it's all good. Giga. But yeah, so it's the thing I try to advocate for, because it's a fairly underdiagnosed condition that a lot of people more have it than find out do.
Captain.
What's up?
I figured I might try and barricade some window to learn more about carpentry, but it doesn't seem to want to let me. Do you happen to know how to do it?
I believe you just need to have yourself a hammer, some nails, a plank, and then I believe you need to go to the building thing I think they put under, and then you have to like choose barricade there.
Oh, I see. Okay, I've got to go. I can't do it from the window. I see.
Yeah, no, I'm honestly pretty unhappy that we can't seem to do it from the window anymore. But yeah, that's the way they've chosen to do it. But yeah, no, it's
trying to move stuff away from certain things and put them into other places. But it's tough if you already are ingrained in the one way, right?
Yeah, no, it's to be clear,
really hard to relearn
the devs
sometimes.
really want to get away from everything being because it used to be, for example, for building, for those who weren't here for it, is you would right click,
struggling with the fireplace.
you go down, and you'd find like you'd be like building walls, this, and you go like 4 or 5 layers deep, and so they've shoved it under its own menu, and then you get into that weirdness where you had the quick thing where you could just right click on the window, and it would just be barricade window if you had the materials on you. And I liked that way more because it was fast. Like in a pinch, something's chasing you, you can slap one board up and then move on. But they did ultimately kind of change the way it was all organized, and it's trying to put things in the same places. I like my right click menu. I wish it was still there, but at the same time, I understand. I'm not the biggest fan. It makes it so it's something you can't really do on the fly. Now, granted, there wasn't many opportunities to do it on the fly, because usually if you're being chased, stopping to board up the window was not often the right choice. More often than not, you just kept going and just let the zombie be slow through the window and move on to the next spot. Yeah, no, a lot of time, like that's the reason with like neurodivergent conditions, they're often referred to as like invisible, because you look at someone and it's not like at a glance you look and go, that person there, I can see that they have ADHD. You would have no idea. Versus, someone who is in a wheelchair, they roll up on your wheelchair and they're like, okay, I can see that person has a mobility need. They're in a wheelchair. So there's a lot of stuff like ADHD and autism and dyslexia and all these other conditions that you can walk around in a room full of 100 people. And, statistically speaking, you'd have, depending on the condition, a handful here and there who would have this, that, or otherwise. But you'd be blissfully aware. Ooh, hey. Got a little fight in that fish. But, in theory, every single person could have a neurodivergent condition, and you would not be any aware. In all honestly, like for the vast majority of them, like neurodivergent conditions and disabilities for that matter, it's just making things be more accessible. Yeah, that was a solid bass. We'll go ahead and put another one on here. Or like color blindness, as well as ones that rides in the middle of there too, where you look at someone and you don't go, oh, I can see that this person's colorblind. But then, you see them standing there and they're getting frustrated and you're like, hey man, what's the problem? They're like, well, I'm told to go in when the light turns green, and expletive, I can't tell what color it is because it switches from red to green. Because I ran into that, there was a laser tag place by the university I went to, and that's how they let you know when you could go in. There was just an overhead light that would flip between green and red. And so I had a friend who was, there's 2 levels of red-green color blindness, and he's the one that, like, really cannot see the difference at all between them versus just a little bit. And he had to kind of figure out, it's like, okay, one of them is slightly brighter than the other one. And so he kind of depended on us to let him know a lot of times, because it was very frustrating for him. Yeah, that one applies to not fully colorblind, but you have the genetic thing passed down from your mom, where it's hard for you to differentiate similar colors. Yeah, no, it's right, because there was Duratism, and because there's 6 of them. There's like Duratism, which is red-green color blindness, and I believe Duratism is partial. And there's like, was it oh, I can't remember the second one. Then there's the other one that's like full red-green color blindness, and then there's one that was like, I think, blue and orange. Either way, it doesn't matter what the specific colors were. But there's 2 of them where it's, because there's the cones, the rods, and all there, that you have one that's partial, one that's complete. And then there's like, oh, there's 7, because there's also monochromatic, which is rare to the point that on the face of the earth, there's usually single-digit people with monochromatic at a time, and it's low single digits. To say it's rare is beyond absurdly rare. But sometimes we use monochromatic for making stuff considerate for all forms of color blindness, because absolute color blindness means you're not depending on color of any kind, so by its proxy should work 90+% of the time for any different slice. It's actually not perfect. There are things that work with monochromatic that can be confusing for other types of color blindness, but they're pretty rare. But yeah, red-green is the more common one because it is on... I always mix up the X and Y chromosome. But, I think it's the X chromosome? Either way. But, yeah. It's on the X chromosome, which is why it affects men at a much higher frequency. Because basically all your X chromosomes have to have the colorblindness trait to it. So for men, we get one chance to get it right where we do or don't have it. Whereas for women, they get 2 chances. And both of them have to have it for them to have the red-green color blindness. So it still does impact women. It's just, it is one of the condition that is very heavily present, you know, very heavily influenced by gender. But yeah. And then once you get outside that one slice of red-green, then it's similar rates between men and women, within a margin of error. I can't remember. It's pretty high, the number of men who are impacted by red-green color blindness. Like, I want to say it's double-digit %. The partial. Not so much, but those only with the single gene involved have a chance to be on X. Yeah, and I remember I used to give a talk on like accessibility in software and all that, because my background is in software development. And it was one of those things that one of the, because the way I introduced the talk is the 3 myths of it, because again, this is approaching from the business side of it. Yes, my apologies. By sex, not by gender. My apologies. Yes. Sex is the biology. Gender is more of our man-made interpretation, or like, what do you want to say? Not interpretation. Gender, like what we kind of go and present that. Drickamosi on mail says 2.4. Yeah, that's I don't know which one that is. But the red green is like, it said it's like Duro, it's like DUE something or other. Not quite. Gender begins somewhat physical. Gotcha. No, but I get where, like, why there's a differentiation between those. But yeah, versus sex comes down to X, Y, and that. Yep. What is your weight right now? Probably still 60? Yeah, still 60. So we're still pretty underweight. That's why we're out here fishing still. We did... Yeah, Durapnonia is 1.2. I think, is that the... I'd have to look it up. There's definitely one that had a higher percentage, and it was like the partial red-green color blindness, I believe. That it had a higher rate for men, but, you know, a lower rate for women, again, because being attached to the chromosomes. Most other stuff is not particularly, like, that far out one way or the other. But either way. But yeah, no, the 3 myths we had in the slides that is presented was one that was like... Yeah, that's probably the one I'm thinking. So it's probably 5% overall, and then when you flip it to looking at just men, it bounces up like another 5-10% or something like that, if I remember correctly, This is going by memory from information that's like 10 years old, so I probably have details off. But yeah, no, when I used to give that talk and all that, so let's see. For example, your brain as a transgender woman might be exactly like the biological females in a CAT scan. You never had it checked, but it's actually a thing. Oh, you're saying like, yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, there is a physical element. Right. Right, and that's, I do try to be informed, but I also know there, like with stuff like transgender, that while I try, that I've got a lot of stuff I don't know. So I do try my best. You know, trying to like want to help, you know, be considerate of others and everything with that. That was an unsourced table. Oh, that's always great when you have this thing. Yeah, no, that's, I mentioned earlier in the stream that when it came to getting my own ADHD diagnosis, because I was diagnosed pretty late, it was honestly sitting down and trying to better understand individuals dealing with a lot of stuff, because when I started in technology and I started to get a name for myself, I got heavily into advocating for women in technology, because technology as an industry kind of sucks in a lot of that way. It's gotten better and then worse and then better and then worse, but like the general trajectory has been overall over extended period of time in a good way. Definitely a roller coaster ride on that one, on whether we're doing good or not so far as being better about things. But I kind of later on, you know, saw that there was a lot of resources going for women in tech, and there's still a lot of work to do there. It's not to be like, hey, we did it or anything, because we're nowhere near. But you know, things have been getting a lot of resources. But I noticed at that time, and this is going back 8-10 years, while there's a lot of resources there for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions, it's not that there were no resources going their way, but it was not the same. But there's been a lot of groups trying to help that. Like you have you know, employee resource groups and all that finding groups to support people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions were pretty grim. So it's not like I stopped doing the other, it's just I kind of put a little bit more focus on the other one. And you know, you try and talk to people being like, hey, what can I do to help you? Like where are the things that you need help? Like where are the things that, you know, me in my position, do you think I can poke, help, whatever? Like, are you not getting the resources you need? Are you not getting the optics you need? Is there something that's like a pain point in your day-to-day life that I might be able to, you know, bully management around and maybe help out with? Like where can I help? You know, let me know your grievances. Let me know your pains. And you'd have them describing things to you, and you're like, why are you talking about me to myself? What? Why are you describing my life to me? And I had a buddy who got diagnosed much younger, and I was talking to him, like, man, I'm talking to people about this, and like, it's ringing real close to home. And he was like, you didn't know you have ADHD? I thought you knew. And then, you know, I went out and got a formal diagnosis and all that, and it wasn't even kind of a little. But, you know, that's because when we were kids, you only took the little kid in the back, the little boy in the back who was getting all uppity was the only one who got their diagnosis. And everyone else, you know, they told you to sit down and stop acting up and pay attention, and why can't you figure it out? You know, maybe you should apply yourself more, and you know, all sorts of great things that are good for your mental health as a small child. But yeah, so I put a lot more focus there, but with that, on the dev side, I had a talk that I would give that, you know, like I went to like, you know, PGE, Portland General Electric, and I gave a talk to a bunch of their devs there and a whole bunch of other places that it was kind of just being like, hey, here's common myths that people have around accessibility and not focusing on it. and there's like, you know, not getting your return on investment, or you don't have customers that have these needs, or you're not legally obligated. And notice I started that entire comment with myths. And then proceeded to just decimate them with piles of sources and all that. It's one of my, honestly, the talks I gave, that was one of my favorite ones to give, because it was kind of just an info dump that so few people were really well aware of. And then you just keep seeing the numbers like, by the way, what are your sources? Oh, it doesn't matter which source you don't trust. I got the CDC. I got the UK's, like, I forget what the agency was called that's responsible. I got this other body out of Germany, and all of their data is like within a margin of error of each other. Go ahead, pick your source. I've got them all. And yeah, no, there's a lot of times that I'd have that talk and, hey, I gained another kilogram. I'd have that talk and you'd hear like people going, oh my god, that was so much information. Like, I really appreciate it. It's like, oh yeah, you gave that talk, and like we now have an employee resource group for this, or whatever the outcomes were. And so that was always one of my proud talks, because I gave lots of talks around being like, here's how you can be a better dev. Here's how you can learn, like, here's how to unit test effectively. Here's your different test styles between unit tests and integration tests and all that. And there's more than enough resources for that stuff. Click on YouTube, you can find it. But yeah, no, it's definitely women in tech is still a thing. Not being paid the same rate as peers for the same work, having a much more difficulty being taken seriously, not getting as much recognition's the word my brain is saying, but that's not the word I'm looking for. Highly visible work. By comparison, that you can behave in the exact same way as a guy, and the guy will be like, he's a go-getter, and then, you know, for women they'll be like, man, she's so pushy. And that's a whole thing, and there's been a lot of work there. You had to justify, you've had to justify things more often than you care to admit. Yeah, no, that's, and it is a thing that it's not only, like, men against women in tech either. Like, you'll have women in positions of authority in tech kind of holding down other women too, that there's just the culture of being like, this is the culture norm we've had historically. We recognize this is unfair and not good. How do we get from here to over here where that negative side of that we can address? And then also going into the pipeline side and being like, hey, people going to college, please pursue degrees in this too. By the way, the situation sucks here, but go ahead and go after your degree anyways. Because you gotta go the whole range up and down. Oh, I popped out of bed too early. It's difficult, because you gotta work on it from all sides. You can't just wait till one's fixed to then pursue the other. And then people are multifaceted, which is a big part of it. So, like, if you're not working on helping people...
I hit the light switch by accident.
If you're not helping, like, people with disability, cool. You're leaving, you know, roughly 50% of adult women out because...
It was so dark.
They live with disability, which that's just adults at large. It's about 50% will ultimately have a disability, you know, in their lifetime. Granted, working age, it won't be that high a percent, but...
I don't suppose any of you got any protein on you, do you?
I got 2 fillets I can spare on the floor.
Thank you very much. Much obliged.
So I'm gonna get a sip of water and then I'm good to go.
Yep, I'm gonna do the same.
Yeah, no, it's a thing. I've talked about as well, like how open some people are about it. I'd give conference talks, and I'm not going to say the technology, but I was on a panel with a woman who was actually the author of a framework that was pretty popular at the time. And some person asking questions would be like, hey, could you you know, I don't even remember what the question was, but it was like, hey, you know, I would like to know about whatever in this framework. And it's like, that's cool. You should ask her. Like, she literally made this thing. Like, of the people on this panel, I'm probably the least reliable source for the information you're looking for. And the person was like, I didn't ask her. And was very short. And people were pretty done with that guy pretty quick. And they're like, yeah, we're just not going to take questions from him anymore. And I've gotten...
do you want to drive, Rual?
Sure. I'm assuming Alice is joining us.
Yep.
Hello, Allison. I wasn't sure if you were coming.
I've not seen a cow yet. The person.
It should be a big day for all of us then.
Okay. Not loving how foggy it is.
It is quite foggy again today, isn't it?
Been trying to avoid hitting anything.
I'm not from here, so I am curious. Does it get this foggy a lot?
It seems so, especially this time of year.
I actually do believe Kentucky, from my understanding, there's part of the year it gets pretty foggy. Is it the lovely Drongo? Yes. Drongo is doing Grandpappy Drongo. He had another character who was a tree doctor who cut down trees because they killed his parents. Unfortunately, Tree Doctor Drongo did ultimately die to trees by a certain irony. Okay. Yeah, and I'll catch up chat in a minute. I'm happy to be a little sweaty try hard on the driving here, because it is a little bit on a narrow road that winds, because it's a little dirt road. And I cannot see very well.
Certainly a lot of them in the woods, huh?
Yeah, sure is. Might have our work cut out for us. No, wrong way, sir. You want to go back? Back?
Okay.
Alright, so take the next left.
We might have to get out and fight soon.
This is making me kind of nervous. There's quite a few, huh?
It's gonna be an interesting ride back with the animals. We might have to have someone, like, running interference ahead. Okay. Yeah, I'll catch up in chat. Like, right now, driving in the fog, I can't see anything. I'd see, like, 2 feet in front of me.
Yeah, take it easy. The road will turn left down here. You'll see an offshoot to the right, but don't take it.
So the question is, does he mean by car direction left and right?
Road.
Or does he mean by map direction left and right? I'm going to go by car direction. Okay, he did mean by car direction. Okay, cool.
And just watch out up ahead here. I remember seeing a ute in the middle of the road. Yep, there it is. Good job.
Get wrecked, road cones. Yeah, so I'm driving slow because I can't see anything. And without, like, the mini-map and everything, I have no idea where the road is around here. Yeah, trip back is going to be a rough fight since we're pulling all those zombies onto the road.
Yes, sir.
Which is probably the way it's going to end no matter what. Granted, this car should be way quieter if I was trying to use my other
Could
car.
always take the alternate route back and do a loop through Phallic Lake.
Phallic Lake's probably real rough. I haven't checked. It might not be as bad as I'm thinking. But imagine the south end is probably busy.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, and I also keep turning on cruise control.
Alright, so heading down here, we want to take the first driveway on the left. Shouldn't be too far down here. Oh boy. It's gotten a lot busier here than I remember.
Is that the trailer?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to drive right past it, and then we're going to probably want to hop out and try and figure out what we're doing. Alright, hop out. This is dodgy is what this is. I see a lot are following Drongo. So the way we deal with this kind of thing is you kind of treat it like everyone's doing their own fight. And as you get your fight done, you see who needs the most help. You just get as many zombies off them as you can. And then you repeat the process. And if anyone gets themselves in trouble, it's kind of on you to run away. Like, your first goal is to survive. And one beauty thing about Project Zomboid is you see the speed of that zombie, you're always, like, until you're extremely exerted and fatigued, you will be faster. Drongo just died. Feel bad. No, Drongo, hey, you're a local girl, thank you for the raid. I do appreciate it. We just lost Drongo. But playing some Halo. So definitely go check out your local guru, fantastic content creator and all that stuff. Yeah, no, this was bad, and once we turned up that road, there wasn't a going back. I wonder if Drongo's gonna pop right back on again or not. Yeah, unfortunately, a whole lot of them chased Drongo. And I didn't see what happened, like if he tried to cut through the house, or he could have just gone up the road, ran into more. So I don't really know what the situation is that way. You got bugged down, stuck in a rock. Ah, that sucks. I wonder if it's one of the rocks that's not clear it's a solid object. They definitely got a couple of those. I'm assuming it was right up here. Those ones seem to be glitching out. There's a good chance they're at wherever... Yeah, no, that fog is rough. The worst thing is, like, once we turned down that road, I was like, oh, we cannot back out of this. Like, it's a solid object. But it's edge. Oh, yeah. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, I've gotten killed from, like, for me, it was a water fountain. Well, I got a water fountain and a locker that killed me that way, where it's like, you look like you can walk around it, but it actually takes up the full square, even though it doesn't look like it should. I haven't done that with a rock, but I've definitely done that before on other objects. Yeah, no, there's a couple clips on the channel of me dying that way. Lockers are the ones that got me the worst, because it looks like you just have days to get around the lockers, and then... I'm guessing that's just latency, because I don't imagine Allison would have run through like that. Yeah, no, it was rough. Like, once we got down this road, it's like, I can't turn around. We can't, like, the car won't survive pushing back through it. And I have no idea what's up here, because I can't see, so I was worried we were going to get cornered by that. So I was like, we got a pocket. We're just going to have to get out and either walk away or something.
Should sit in the car. It'll be better for you.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Yeah,
I'll do my best to guard you.
But yeah, nah, it sucks that you died and all that. Do you think you'll be popping back in again, or do you think you're gonna take a break from it or something?
It's hard to see.
Oh yeah, it is pea soup out here.
You could like scoop some of this and gain some weight.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, no, I know some of those deaths can be frustrating. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can't find Grandpappy. I think he died just over here.
Which? What?
Grandpappy Drongo died.
No. I didn't see.
Yeah, I think he said he got caught on a rock that, like... He was one of those ones that the hitbox isn't exactly what the graphic shows kind of thing.
Oh, it's like the playpen or whatever, the play place.
Yeah, where it's just... There's walls you can't see. We've all gotten caught by one of those before. I think it's probably the big double rock. I know that thing's got a weird hitbox.
Yeah, sometimes those don't have a good visual arc either, so you can't see the zombies on the other side of them.
Oh, I forgot those rocks block line of sight.
Yeah, so that could be part of it as well.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's where it is, because they keep going there. I'm thinking down here, because there's a bunch of zombies that keep swarming to a spot that there's nothing there that I see. So I'm guessing, like, even though... Like, they're, like, piling on the corpse kind of thing.
Okay.
I don't know how we're getting back out of here. I think the reality for getting out of here is one of us is going to have to drive, and the other one's just going to have to run ahead of the car yelling, just pulling the pain train away. Alright, the problem with this crowbar is it is going to exert us a bit faster. As a case in point, exertion has arrived. Drop the handle off, it's no good to me. Gonna eat our fish real fast. We're getting thirsty, so let's chuck the water bottle up here. Okay, and I'm pretty exerted, so I'm gonna pop back into the car.
Sounds good. I'm using short blades, so...
I'm using the opposite of short blades.
I mean, at least you still have your weapon. I've broken like 6 of them.
Yeah.
That's the trade-off.
Alright, our local girl, you have a good one. Thank you for the lurk and all that stuff. Alright. So let me catch up on what I was missing. No problem. I'm happy to stream this. Yeah, so again, thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, people in sort of authority, particularly dumb with such things and not used to having to rethink their attitudes. Yeah. So you're fine.
I'm trying to collect roughly 20 gold in pieces as well for blacksmithing later. So
I
can
know
have like...
I know where there's a full gold ingot.
That would help.
The car directly north of Lake Vallis, like on that intersection, missing its wheel. It's got a gold bar in the trunk.
That makes it a lot easier to, because the more we could get a bunch of it, but like I mean, having at least 20, I can do like I can swap back and forth and train blacksmithing that way is good.
Gotcha. That's good to know. So you're not in tech, but you have some wine qualifications. Was a wine advisor in your last job? The old lady called in asking
I've
for
also
advice.
been collecting watches because how's your electrical doing?
I think we're getting relatively close to 4.
I'm just thinking 5 for commercial stuff.
Yeah, no, that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, called in for advice about champagne. Was put through to me.
Well, eventually we'll be able to do it, but like hooking up our own lights and stuff, like, wires. I know it's like a dream.
Like a nice young man. Yeah, I dealt with that with the tools.
One day.
That when I sold tools, there was a number of times that there was a lot of women in my department, and there was a lot of kind of old timer kind of. It wasn't even like the oldest people. Like some of the like really old people in their 70s and all that were just completely nice. They're like, oh, this nice fine lady knows about tools, and they were like nice as could be. But it was like that 40 to 60 something guy that there was a lot of them who are like, no, I want to talk to someone. Yeah, that's, I can see getting stuck on that one. Yeah. Because, like, if you look at this, I'm running into it over here. This corner isn't real, or, like, you can't get past it. So, like, I'm colliding with it. And the same over here. So it's a really funky hitbox. Like, you can... Like, that whole box is no good. Yeah, so that's gotten me. Not in this one, because it's a fairly new graphic. But I've gotten caught on other stuff like that. Yeah, that's a rough one. Alright, so... Like, all good friends are going to immediately loot his corpse. Actually, you know what? This is probably not the move I should do. Well, actually, let's make sure we grab anything of real value off of him. Just in case anything vanishes. Because weirdness can happen. Yeah, and the rest of that's not as big a deal. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab you. I said grab you. I guess I won't be grabbing you. Well, I was going to grab you and, as respectfully as possibly stuff you in the trunk so that we could bury you, but apparently grabbing you is not in the cards. There's also a gas can down there. I've also lost track of Allison. Oh, Allison's checking the house real fast. That's fair. Yeah, but I grabbed the bag and all that. I can put those in the trunk of the car. So when Drongo gets back, he can grab, like, the knee pads if he wants. I generally don't grab most of the stuff, because, they either tend to overheat you. They're not bad. I'm a little concerned by that trailer. That trailer is not currently on the ground. It is definitely flying in the sky slightly. I hope those cows are okay. Because I think they might get physicsed here in a minute. And I'm not sure if there's a good way to work around that problem. I'll check with Allison before I try to detach it. Because animals in vehicles can have some unfortunate consequences. They're worth doing. It's about the only way you can move stuff around in a timely manner. So, got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the trailer with the cows in it, and it's not exactly on the ground. So the curiosity is for ensuring the survival of the cows. Should we take them out of the... Oh, I didn't bring rope with me. I'll say, should we take them out of the trailer and then take our chances detaching, or... I have no idea.
The animals are really a problem at the moment. So my thoughts are leave them in there and we'll take our chances. We'll pull it off. It's going to be risky either way.
All right. It's apparently detached. I'm going to start using the car to try and get to the trailer. So the reason why we're concerned...
Clear for the most part.
So the reason why we're concerned is very genuinely, trailers in multiplayer could sometime be demonically possessed in that they will decide gravity is a suggestion that they're not interested in respecting. So I'm a little worried that I might be becoming airborne. I do think it's worth the risk because we get the cows, it'll be there, but this is a calculated risk at this point.
You're Speed Demon, right?
I am not.
Oh.
Oh, the cows and ropes made your game crash? Gotcha, good to know.
I'm committed. If we die, we die together.
Oh, I thought you were just moving the car.
No, I'm getting it. Ooh, we might want to do a reverse instead.
I can do it in a minute. I'm committed.
Yeah. That's fair. We can take it super slow. I'm good. I think you and I are the same with that. It's moving, technically. Pixel by pixel, it's fine.
It's progress. And for those who don't know, weirdly in
need to be
Project
fast.
Zomboid, reverse is just exponentially stronger than forward.
Oh,
Hello.
saw, dude.
Saw, man.
Hello.
What's going on here?
Trying to get cows out of this trailer.
Oh, that's righteous, man.
There we go. That's the connection I needed. It's trying to have me rehook this on the other side.
I would be remiss if I did not make you aware that there is a Group of zombies heading in the right direction.
Don't snag. Okay, cool. Yeah, so you notice reverse, I'm able to pull a much bigger car without fighting it too much. Whereas when I was trying to pull it forward, it didn't work so well. It's just a weird thing. The downside is your car's
Did that work better?
a lot. Alright, stand back for this one. Because sometimes this could do weird things.
Yeah, I'm going to go behind the fence. Crouch.
I really hope those cows are still alive. The trailer is now on its side. Alright, let's see if we die.
That's not exactly how I thought that would hook up.
Oh, that's a strange one.
Rual, how did you do that? That's skilled.
I do see a cow in the back here who is not in bad shape. Well, actually, oh yeah, space available. It seems to be okay so far.
I'm gonna get in the back seat. If we go to space, we go to space together.
All right, you clear back there?
Yep, I'm right of rain.
All right, we might need to adjust our strategy.
Like back up or get another car.
What I'm thinking I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull the car almost at not quite a 90-degree angle from the trailer and try hooking it up again. So I'm kind of pulling it sideways. And if that doesn't work, the next option is the most dangerous one for the cow, which is trying to push the trailer over. Oh, this feels unsafe. Cow's still fine so far.
Oh, did you see our friend?
No, I did not.
Here, I'm gonna show you.
Alright, so this is a problem. And it's not a problem I'm used to having. This is the first time I've managed to have one of these trailers on its side. I'd like my UI back, thank you. Alright, so I'm hoping I can hook it up to the front. Nope, we're not at an angle, I'm there. If I can hook it up to the front, I might be able to drag it backwards. And if that doesn't work, I think the next one is to pull it away from that... Where? Oh, there you are. You guys don't have an admin of the server? There is an admin, but she's probably not available right now. we could, like, admin it out, but, you know, part of the fun is dealing with this kind of garbage. That's not what I need to do. I need to connect it first. That's not working. Oh, I'm probably going to end up killing this cow. Not out of the desire to kill the cow. Alright, well, this is an interesting one. Switch seats, front seat. Okay. Yeah, no, like, that's a thing. But even when it's a thing, like, I don't consider it cheating, really. I don't know where they went, but I'm slowly having to deal with the zombies wandering in. I guess I cannot hook it up to the front. That should be more than in the sweet spot. Yeah, no, it's... Alright, whatever. So what I think I'm gonna have to do here is I'm probably gonna have to take the trailer here, and I'm probably just have to bump the car into it and give it a shove, and maybe I can get it to go back on its wheels. The reason I've wanted to avoid that is when animals are in a trailer and you start banging it around, it can hurt the animal. So we're trying to make the most of what we got right now. Yeah, this car just doesn't have the go for it. Alright, it's past the tree, so I'm going to go to this side. I'm going to try and just pull the car up, trunk first, and see if we can't push. So my understanding is there is a bug right now that crashes your game if you're leading the animals. Come on, just snag a little bit. Almost there. Come on. There we go. I just need it to catch. I'm thinking
How
we
many
get...
cows are inside?
I think just one? I don't know.
Is it okay?
Is it one? I'll walk back with
Do we have rope?
it. Maybe? One sec. How's the cow?
Oh, God. I can't tell, man. It's just a cow.
I can't see the info on the cow, but it seems to not be in bad shape. Because the only other thing I could think of is trying to just back into it from this angle and hope it just tips up. Because I can't hook it up in reverse, and it doesn't have the strength to pull the trailer on its side.
All right, well, let's give that a try. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then I'll see if do I have rope? I'll have a look.
Yeah, just back away because I'm gonna bang it. It's gonna go places.
Hold it. Hold. Nearly.
Honestly, with him having
Try
latency,
backing up again.
I see what he's doing. He's trying to force the physics to get angry.
Okay. Alright, try backing up. Alright, no! Nope, too slow.
Yeah, problem is it can't really move it. I need to drink a little water. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be budging now.
Yeah. You mind if I have a go?
Go for it. Want me to detach it? Yeah, no, he got caught on, like, the invisible hitbox around a rock. So where, like, the corners are hard to see. Does the art car work? No, you can't even get in these other ones. They don't have functional doors. That
So
was
close.
Maybe give it a detach.
Yeah, no, I need a second vehicle. I'm not sure. Let me know when.
Alright, connect it now. Connect it now. Oh my god, didn't do nothing. Alright, detach it.
Yeah, he's trying to angle it so it has to,
What if we took
Ready?
it from the...
Attach it.
Ooh, it's
And-
getting close, I think.
Yeah, it keeps sliding. The first time we got it to pop pretty good. So it got up about like halfway tipped over, but didn't stay there. Oh
Try
no.
attaching it now.
Alright, we'll see what happens with this. This is looking spicy. Well,
Are you okay?
you alive in there?
Just a little shook up. Hmm.
I think we can go. I think we got this. Oh,
I think we're probably going to go to bed in there real quick. And maybe we're walking the cow home.
Hmm.
I don't have any rope, unfortunately, but maybe we can find some in the morning.
Yeah, we can
Yep.
try either looking for rope itself or hemp to make rope. I mean, to be fair, we were trying to force things at weird angles to force the flip it, which is the strategy to use there. It just so happened to have not worked out in our favor on this one. I'm assuming Allison found a bed. Because they both have cat's eye and I don't. Also, Allison will probably say something if she can't see anything. I am slightly concerned that the cow might not be in as alive condition as it previously was. Because they definitely don't like being jostled too much. Right, I'm gonna need just a minute before I'm ready to do anything. I'll be back in just a minute. Alright, I gotta use the restroom real fast, so I'm gonna do that, and I'll be right back.
So, what is your name?
My name is Val. I'm a carpenter.
You're a carpenter. That's fortuitous.
Pretty high demand. Well, that's not going well.
Alright, and we're back. So let me go ahead and get this. I'm sure they're trying to figure it out already. I just had to use the restroom real quick. Alright. Yeah, so Drongo's trying to see if connecting, disconnecting can do anything. Yeah, I guess no luck.
No luck.
And we can't forage here either. Can you use a player nudge it? No, I don't believe so. Well, the problem is when we release the cow, it's going to run off. And we need a rope to keep it from doing that.
I've got the dog bane him.
Oh, nice. Do we have, like, the stick and all that?
I just need to get inside and craft it.
Okay, no problem. That was fast. Yeah, we're gonna release the cow.
Ah, thank you.
No problem. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, it'll get like muted or whatever on the stream, but if you post on the Discord, people can pass it through, or people can look up the clip and all that to post it. But yeah, no, it's cool. Thank you for getting the clip of that. It really does help a lot when people clip things. Alright, so who wants to actually walk the cow? Because the other people are going to be trying to just keep the zombies away.
Well, I'll be happy to walk the cow.
Sounds good to me.
It works for me. I have no idea how well this is going to work,
Here's the
because
rope.
there were a lot of zombies. I don't think it'll be a fighting our way back.
Perfect.
I think it'll be genuinely a yelling and trying to just move the zombies away kind of thing. Hopefully the cow's okay, because that's quite the banging around that cow went through. So I'm a little worried about that. Plus the cow's likely very thirsty, and we can't help with that here. We have to get the cow to a trough, or we have to get the cow to the water. And the cows, like, the animals mostly will only eat from troughs, so even though we can take the cow to the grass area, we are going to have to find or make a trough for it. Does Genre make up his RP characters on the fly, or does he have backup? I'm assuming he has people on the fly, because, like, he had to make this character. It's a bull. It's fine.
There's a beautiful cow.
Do you see the cow, Rual?
I see the cow, yeah.
I don't see the cow.
The cow seems to be stuck.
I guess I've never wasn't meant to.
Do you want me to try?
Oh, it's... Oh, hang on. Hold up.
It seems to be good shape. It's well fed. Oh, it moved. Maybe just try walking farther?
Okay.
Alright, Oh, do you have the rope in your hand?
Yes.
Oh. Then I do not know. It's still not bad to get a bull, because like I said, if we get a female cow that hasn't had a, anything, that might be a thing we just have to do.
Okay, here, you try.
Yeah, it does not appear to want to attach. Yeah, no, I don't think it's working. That's a bummer, because that's a good find, too. We can have Allison try as well, but, like, for me, it's just not doing anything. Oh, she is way down there. If you had issues with gardening too, yeah, I couldn't remove the dead plants. Yeah, no, it's calm and everything, so it's not like it's being rebellious to us or anything, it's just... Yeah, because normally yelling
See
near...
if we can't use these zombies to spook it off it. Oh, that's something I've never seen before. It's the most fearless cow I've ever did see.
Yeah, it doesn't even seem to be getting agitated either. I'm not sure what else it has going on. Just pushing the animal around. That's a real risky one too, those. So it is stressed. It does not appear to like that. Yeah, clearly the cow is bugged. Which is good, because the bulls will actually attack you. And they wreck you. Music by cow be B42. Ooh, that was not a swing I should have taken. The animals reproduce? Yes. And it can get way out of hand if you leave it. That draws zombies from a pretty far distance, actually. Yeah, no animals reproduce, so you can, like, get rabbits and farm rabbits for food. Like, that's the thing. We were hoping we'd get a pair of cows, because if you have a female cow, you can milk it once it's had an offspring. Or once it's pregnant, actually. But, unfortunately, this trailer and this cow have found to be incredibly uncooperative. Which is a problem, because you really do need those calories. Alright. Can we blame Drongo? I mean, Drongo had the right idea of, like, trying to force it to flip. I can't help with that right now. That bull doesn't sound too happy.
Yeah, it's getting quite stressed, I think.
This has been an interesting series of events. You have to, like, properly rest here in a minute. Now, it's an interesting thing that you used to be able to sit here, and if I brought another car here and just hooked it up, it kind of forcefully flipped the car over. I'm just resting. Okay. Could you not? I'm really worried about hitting the bull. Okay. Alright, so this is certainly something. Yeah, I think Allison just keeps pulling more and more on herself on it, trying to deal with it. And I just need to recover my endurance. I think the cow might be stuck.
It seems so.
It's a shame I can't do anything with the car. There's always a possibility if I could wiggle it at all, then maybe I could cause something to physics. Okay.
I've gotta go, man. This is take too long.
Yep. I'm gonna have to pop off pretty soon as well. That is an eerily uniformed group just walking away. I gotta figure out what's going on with Allison. I think she's still fighting, but I gotta be pretty much wrapping up. I'm already going over how long it should be going. So I think she just pulled everything. She's going in circles. Okay. Yeah, no, it's no problem, Drunk. Like, you did the right thing in trying to force it to flip. It just didn't work out. Unfortunately, it happens sometimes. But that is a very stubborn thing. But yeah, no, it's all good. I need to be wrapping pretty soon as well. Our new friend had to go to sleep, but the bull does not want to move, no matter what we seem to do.
I couldn't even see it. It was like weird. Yeah, it seems like there's problems with it or something.
Yeah, no, the rope won't attach to it in any way. He even started pushing it around and it didn't do anything.
Oh yeah, if you push it, it will get mad and usually gore you. So that's not, like, I mean, that's not good that it's not doing any of its functions.
Yep, so I'm also probably gonna have to wrap up relatively soon. So I think I'm gonna probably make my way into that house and call it a night.
Sounds good. I think I'm going to do something similar. No, like not. Well, I'll call it because there's on this place. Maybe I'll hop on Frog.
Well, I no longer see the cow.
Yeah, I didn't get to see it in the beginning. I wonder if it's inside.
Nope, it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, so Operation Cow is a bust.
Yeah, no, it's definitely Bug City.
Oh well, you know, it happens.
Yep, alright, well I'm gonna go drink some water and probably fall asleep.
Likely. I'm gonna go up here.
Alright, because I need to be calling tonight. It's probably fine. But yeah, no, I need to call it night on it. Yeah, no, it's all good, Drongo. Like, that's just definitely, we got cursed by multiplayer bugs and all that in that one. Um, but yeah, no, it's unfortunate, because, like, the cow... I think what happened is, like, the trailer got bugged and the cow technically died because it flipped around and did all that stuff. But, you know, it is what it is. With that said, I'm going to be wrapping up for the night because I need to get myself winding down for the night. But I do appreciate you popping in. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. Also, if you see, like, in the title where it says, like, Drongo and Allison Adventures and all that stuff, go ahead and make sure you drop your follows. Those are the individuals we were playing with tonight and all that. I'll most likely be back here tomorrow for more Project Zomboid at 7 p.m. EST. For everyone on the YouTube side, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host ready over there, but thank you for tuning in. For everyone over here on the Twitch side, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who is going online tonight so we can drop a raid over there.